didn't work. Okay, let me just do that once again. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa man wala. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I hope everyone is very well and looking forward to this live stream, inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum to Ustad Aqlani, who's joined us. How are you?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. How are you, Ustad Nasr?
Alhamdulillah. Looks like there's some muffling coming from your microphone. Inshallah, we'll see how it goes along. Maybe it will be fixed a little bit later. But I want to share with you in the first place to our audience that this is going to be a very technical stream and an important stream for that matter, because it is to do with the challenge of the Qur'an, especially and specifically the linguistic challenge of the Qur'an. Not many people are talking about it, and that's the reason why we want to bring this to everyone's attention, so everyone knows, Muslims and non-Muslims alike, our critics alike, why this is the primary, the most important evidence for the veracity of Islam. Why Islam is true, if somebody asks you? Because the Qur'an is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the Qur'an challenges whole of humankind that they cannot bring anything like it. So this challenge is something that is well known from the very beginning of the era of Islam, where this became the point, the focus of why Islam is true. The critics of that time, they knew that this is something that they could not imitate or match, and that's why people became Muslims. Those critics, they became Muslims. So the critics who were the Arab mushrikun, polytheists, they ended up accepting Islam because of this evidence, and people don't understand and appreciate this. So we're talking about this a little bit more. So today what we are going to do, inshallah ta'ala, is go through, after a little while, the encounter that I had at Speaker's Corner last Sunday with some Christian apologists. And we will go through the video bit by bit to show you how that their best apologists, so I hear, are not even able to understand or even engage with this primary evidence of Islam. Primary evidence, something that is the most important evidence for a particular religion, particular ideology, and that is not even understood by our critics, and they want to downplay it. So is this something intentional, or is this something that they really lack the knowledge, the comprehension, and even the arguments for it? This is something that we will unpack as we go along. Ustad Aqlani, of course, has not seen this video or the video footage, and hopefully the reaction or the review that will come from the Ustad is going to be something that at the very live reaction, rather than something that he's made earlier on. So it is something that he will react to as he's witnessing these things, and this is something that's very good to objectively, without any bias, to review something from an impartial point of view. So that means then, I'm giving you the full flexibility to even critique me in the video, the way I have approached this subject, whether I have made any blunders or mistakes, or even the very the approach that I have taken in this matter. You're more than welcome to critique that as well. So I want you to actually go and talk about this in a way that the audience today, inshallah, will appreciate and learn from this, that what exactly is the challenge of the Qur'an. So do you want to just briefly mention something about this challenge in terms of how it's understood, and then I will bring in the understanding of the recent scholar, Dr. Bassam Ahmed Sa'i, how he brought to the modern audience a framework that has been going through for ages and centuries in the Muslim world in terms of what constitutes the challenge of the Quran.
Yeah, so the challenge of the Quran, as understood by the early scholars in early scholarship and literature, you can see it's a much more in-depth, technical, nuanced approach and understanding to this tahaddi, to this challenge. Whereas if you compare it to the attempts to imitate and the attempts to bring something like this in the modern era, especially from all of these apologists that recently, for some reason, have become popular on YouTube, and over the past couple of years, especially in COVID, there were some videos that started popping up, imitating the Qur'an, trying to fabricate surah, trying to trick the people by having some Arabian individual or some Arab individual reciting these lines of, that happen to rhyme, that are nonsensical in meaning, nonsensical in balagha, and since they sound nice, have a nice microphone, a lot of people thought, maybe the challenge of the Qur'an isn't as complicated or as in-depth as we are being told. As the scholars of Islam, as the du'at, they tell us that the tahaddi of the Qur'an is the most profound and the most relevant and pertinent challenge when it comes to proving the veracity and the coherence of Islam as a whole. Yet when we see these videos, we feel as though some people may not be able to differentiate. Some people may not be able to distinguish between this fabrication and the Qur'an. So just to begin with, a particular comment on this is that this has nothing to do with the structure of the Qur'an itself or the integrity of the Qur'an itself. This is reductive and it reduces back to the ignorance of the person themselves. And I'll give you an example, particularly from this COVID era, where a lot of people recently, they started going against accepted medical practice based upon what they see on Google, based upon what they search up, especially with the emergence of AI as being something more and more practiced and more used by the general public, that somebody may not take actually good medical advice, qualified medical advice from actual doctors, actual medical professionals, and rather they believe anything that they see on the internet. If they see something on TikTok or on Twitter or on Facebook that happens to seem medically technical, you will see a lot of people these days jump to believe this. So similarly, when you analogize this and you compare this to this idea of, we can't distinguish between the Qur'an versus these fabricated surah, that people have brought, the chicken and the al-fil and all of these things in recent years, that this has nothing to do with the integrity of the Qur'an, nor with the integrity of Islam itself. And to understand truly the challenge of the Qur'an, we have to look at early scholarship, early literature, and see how that translates and continues to this modern framework and this modern structure that has been codified and formalized by our modern contemporary scholars. So just a short note on that. Jazakumullah khair.
Barakallahu fikum wa iyyakum. So in terms of the very challenge of the Quran, it's not something that Muslims are just making this up from their own. The Quran itself challenges whole of humanity, including the jinn, the unseen creatures, people often known as like demons, the unseen world. But they also have the capacity to right and wrong, and of course, intellectual reasoning. So the Quran challenges in various places of the Quran. In Surah Al-Baqarah, there's a challenge to bring a single surah like it. Those of you who don't know what a surah is, our audience from non-Muslims who are watching, the Quran is composed of several surahs. Surah is a whole thematic unity. So often this is translated as a chapter, but this is not a chapter because each surah is complete on its own in its linguistic, thematic, in its meaning as a whole unity. So it's a piece that is by itself coherent on its own, message on its own. And these units are called surah. There are 114 surahs of the Quran, and each surah has its own style. And this is what people don't realize, because you're only reading a translation in language and you miss the very intricacy and the linguistic details and the stylistics within each surah. When one were to listen to each surah, they can see even the sound, the rhymes, the meters, how it changes from one to the other. But of course, that's not the only thing, the whole stylistics. And what I mean by stylistics is how the Quran is composed, in particular structure. So that structure is unique to each surah. So when the Quran in Surah Al-Baqarah talks about bringing a surah like it, a surah could be 285 ayat. So this is another concept which people may not know what that is. An ayat is a particular information within the surah. By itself, it's meaningful. It is sometimes like one word, sometimes it could be like a whole page. So people often translate this as verse, but they're not equivalent in that sense. But if you were to roughly understand that chapter and verse, so when we're talking about, when the Quran says bring a surah like it, it's a whole complete chapter or surah. And in Surah Al-Baqarah, the Quran talks about bring a surah like it if they doubt that this Quran has been sent down to Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, the slave of Allah. If they really doubt it, then bring a surah like it. So the whole challenge is actually explained in terms of the conditions of how to actually bring a chapter like it. And why so? Because when the Quran was revealed, sent down to Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, who was unlettered, who was someone who they knew did not know how to read or write, let alone compose poetry, and he brought the Quran in the best of the speeches. It is not prose, it is not poetry, it is unlike any of the styles of literature that they're familiar with. And it talked about people of the past, the prophets of the past nations, many things. So instead of simply accepting as this divine revelation, they couldn't find a rational response to it. They often said this was magic, or this is just asatir al-awwalin. These are tales of the ancients, fabricated by Prophet Muhammad. He's just concocted from stories of the ancients before. From this context, Quran said, if you really think this is a forged information from the past, then why don't you forge something like it in the style of the Quran? Fa'tu bi suratin min mithlihi. Bring a surah like unto it. So we'll talk about Ustad Aqlani in terms of what we mean by mithl, because that is the key phrase in terms of understanding the challenge of the Quran. So the Quran came to challenge in this context, where when people were saying this is something that asatir al-awwalin, tales of the ancients, and Rasulullah just made it up himself. So the Quran actually then gave them the opportunity, say, okay, if you really believe this is the case, if you have a doubt, even though this doubt has no basis, even so, then do something like it, produce something like it. If you want to bring a surah or a chapter, then do so without the help of God, without the help of Allah. Seek your helpers and supporters. So this is in Surah Al-Baqarah. Elsewhere, the Quran talked about bring a whole Quran like it. If the whole human kind and the jinn kind, if they were to gather together, they won't be able to produce something like the Quran. La ya'tuna bimithlihi. So the Quran specifically talks about this. So it's not a Muslim rhetoric in terms of, oh, bring something like it because it's beautiful. No, the Quran challenges the people at that time because they are the ones who were engaging with this Quran. And elsewhere, the Quran talked about bring a hadith like it or 10 chapters like it. We find, unfortunately, the critics of Islam, Ustad Aqlani, they misunderstand the word hadith in the context that is used. Hadith in the context when the Quran says bring a hadith like it, it's not to do with a particular statement or a sentence. It's to do with bring the whole Quran like it, because the hadith is referring to the whole speech of the Quran. And if you were to go through the major commentaries, everyone says the same thing. So we have the backdrop of the reason why the challenge was given. It's to totally incapacitate them in this particular avenue, demonstrating that this is from the divine, this is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why? Because if they are not able to match it, and why was this challenge given? Maybe Ustaz Aqlani, you can just share with our audience. What was the nature of the people in terms of their pride? What did they become very proud of? As we know, they became very proud of when they composed some poetry, and when they had the birth of a son, a male child. So they were very good at their poetry. They composed their poetry, held competitions in the market of Okaz and various other places where they excelled and they became masters in literature in that sense. So maybe you can highlight some of these things so that we can understand why Quran brought this challenge to them and why they would have to respond to it because of some pride that they have. They cannot simply just let it go.
So as is well known amongst the Muslims, that every messenger was given a particular miracle or mu'jiza relevant to his own people, his own tribe, his own context. Why was Musa alayhi salam given particular miracles? Why was Isa alayhi salam given particular miracles? Isa alayhi salam in particular, since we're discussing under the pretext of Christian critics, Isa alayhi salam was given miracles pertaining to medicine, diseases, healing those diseases, healing leprosy, raising the dead, because his society was what? His society was at that time the most well versed and the most preoccupied with medical practice. Similarly, in Arabia at that time, they were at the pinnacle of language and linguistics and eloquence, fasaha. They were at the pinnacle, the absolute apogee of language, that after that point there has not been a single peak in utilization, theory and practice of language, both in terms of its philosophy as well as the other areas and other disciplines in linguistics. There has not been a single peak after that point. And this is why the Prophet ﷺ, his main miracle was the Qur'an, which incapacitated all of the poets of Arabia from coming with something like it. Now the question is, did they not attempt to bring something like it? Of course they did. Now if someone were to claim, that the Qur'an over 23 years, despite its challenges, its many challenges to bring in the beginning 10 verses or 3 verses or 1 verse, not 1 verse rather, 1 surah, yes, that nobody attempted this challenge, this is both incorrect in a pragmatic sense and in a transmitted sense. That we have athar, we have ahadith from the Sahaba, and during the time of the Sahaba, the grandest of poets, they attempted and they were incapacitated. And it wasn't just them, it was everyone. All of the people were trying their hand at trying to imitate the Qur'an. From those who were learned in the language and learned in linguistics, those who were eloquent and knew poetry, all the way to the Bedouins in the desert. That the Bedouins in the desert also tried to come up with particular fabricated surahs. In front of Aisha radiallahu anha, one Bedouin, he came and he said, أَلَمْ تَرَ كَيْفَ فَعَلَ رَبُّكَ بِالْحُبْلَى, and he tried to fabricate a surah like this. So everybody tried their hand at coming up or trying to imitate the Qur'an. Now the Arabs, who, as Ustad Mansour mentioned, they were very proud of their discipline and their preoccupation and their mastery of poetry and language. That the poets at the time, they would go to the streets and seek challenges. They would challenge anyone. Can anyone challenge me in poetry? Can anyone outdo me in poetry? And Al-Khattabi in Al-Bayan fi Al-I'jaz Al-Quran, he mentions the criteria and the awsaf, the attributes and the description of what exactly, the nature of this challenge between poets. How exactly one poet would have stumped his opponent. How exactly he would have incapacitated and caused his opponent to lose. So the Arabs had great pride in their poetry. That everything all of their pedagogical teaching of texts and sciences was in the form of poetry. That children in the streets would memorize the sab'a mu'allaqat. The sab'a mu'allaqat are what? The poems that were hung from the walls of the Kaaba, and children in the streets would be memorizing them. Thousands of lines of poetry. Today, someone can't even memorize a page of the Qur'an. Forget the Qur'an, someone can't even memorize a page of a book of hadith. Forget a book of hadith. Someone can't even memorize a paragraph from a textbook. Whereas at that time, children, 5 years old, 4 years old, would be memorizing thousands of lines of poetry, because this was the zeitgeist at that time. Not only were they proud of it, it was their way of life. It was their way of life. Both children, elderly, they were all into this, fray of being poets. Now the Qur'an, it came and it, over 23 years, challenged them. And now, do you really think that these people who are so proud of themselves, that they wouldn't respond to such a challenge, if it was so easy, as the critics claim, as our opponents claim, that it's so easy to imitate the Qur'an? It's so easy to do so. So this Qur'an which came and started calling their forefathers mushrikeen and polytheists, and calling out their heresies, and calling out their disbelief and their kufr, saying things about their lineages and their forefathers, that it was provoking them to respond. That it wasn't just something parallel and adjacent to them that they lived concurrent with. It was provoking them, actively seeking a response from them. But they did not respond, and they could not respond. Rather, what did they ask for? Bring down an angel if you can. Let us see you fly in the sky. Let us see you make a garden, or have a garden that we can all eat from, or that you can eat from. Or that you may have a house made of silver and these gems and pearls. If it was so easy for them to imitate the Qur'an, why were they asking for challenges that are definitively and objectively more difficult to oppose than the imitation of the Qur'an itself? That instead of just imitating the Qur'an and getting it over and done with, why were they rather asking, oh, why don't you bring down an angel? Why don't you fly in the sky? أو ترقى في السماء. Were they not asking this? And Al-Baqillani, he mentions in Al-I'jaz al-Qur'an, and he also mentions in Al-Intisar, that this is nonsensical to claim simultaneously and hold simultaneously that the Arabs, they viewed this challenge of the Qur'an as to be so easy, but rather they were asking for something more difficult than it. Common sense dictates what? That instead of asking for something more difficult, such as, if you're really a prophet, if Islam is really the truth, bring down an angel, they would have immediately tried to imitate this Qur'an and bring something like it. Both in terms of the lens of their pride, the nature of the time in Arabia, where poetry was the focal point of their sciences and their knowledge and their discipline, and also with the Qur'an provoking them, actively seeking a response from them. Do you not think that they tried? Over 23 years, not a single person tried? And you think these individuals who come to criticize Islam, they think that no one has preceded them in this? That they come and they say that it's so easy to imitate the Qur'an, acting as if none has preceded them in this. So, of course, people did try. And did they succeed? Of course not. None of them succeeded. And are we just saying this? Are the ulama of Islam just saying that they failed? Is this just word of mouth? No. The ulama of Islam, they go into analysis of these fabricated surah. They go into analysis of these things like al-fil, mal-fil, wa ma adraka mal-fil, that a particular heretic came up with. Or another person, he came up with al-ba'ud, mal-ba'ud, wa ma adraka mal-ba'ud. That they went into analysis of these quote-unquote chapters that they had produced, that they claimed were like the Qur'an. So it's not just the scholars telling you and expecting you to be fully doing taqleed of them, just to believe them without any understanding or any evidence. Yes? Rather, they explicitly analyzed and they went in depth into the fawahish and the ghalat, the mistakes and the inconsistencies in both the grammar and the unanimously precedent balagha at the time, and the balagha in terms of theory as well. They dismantled why these surahs cannot be, anything like the Qur'an. So this isn't just you trusting or relying upon a scholar just because he says so. Rather, he has provided for you his analysis. He has provided for you his verification that this is something fabricated, and why it can never be like the Qur'an, and why the Qur'an supersedes this in every form and every way. Now, someone may say that, today people should, the Qur'an is a challenge for everyone. The Qur'an is a challenge for everyone, as Ustad has mentioned, that the Qur'an is challenging all of humanity, both the Ajam and the Arab, both those who are Arabs and non-Arabs. What we are trying to emphasize is, yes, tamam, this challenge is for everyone, this challenge is for humanity throughout all of time. However, why should we take the criticism or the critique of those who are completely incapable, ignorant and deficient in the basics of the Arabic language, and that their supposed answer to the challenge, their supposed opposition to the challenge, why should we take them seriously? We shouldn't, because as Al-Ghazali mentions in his book Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal, in his discussion on Nubuwah, he mentions that the person who is learned and studied in the field of medicine, that he has studied the books of medicine, he has studied under the doctors of medicine, he can recognize who a qualified medical professional is and distinguish him from who? From pseudo-doctors, distinguish him from people who are talking nonsense. Al-Ghazali, he also mentions that the person who is studied and learned in jurisprudence, that the person who is familiar with the jurisprudence, he can recognize someone who really is a jurist, someone who really is a jurist, as opposed to someone who is talking nonsense, distinguishing the qualified jurist from the non-jurist. Similarly, the people most eligible in understanding the challenge of the Qur'an are who? Those who are familiar with the Arabic literature, the Arabic history of poetry and the poetry itself, the language, the nahu, the sarf, the grammar, the balagha, everything, ilm al-bayan, everything. So these guys, these individuals who have no formal training, nor do they have informal training in the Arabic language, not in its translation, not in its literature, not in its grammar, not in its poetry, not in its nothing. Why should we take them seriously? Instead, we should focus on those who are actually at the top. They are at the pinnacle of the field. And as we mentioned and we emphasized earlier, who was at the pinnacle? Who was at the top? It was the people, the poets at the time of our Prophet ﷺ. It was those people who were at the top. And they couldn't do it. And you expect us to believe that this random guy who's pulled up to Speaker's Corner on a Sunday, that he's magically, supposedly, succeeded in challenging the Qur'an? Of course not. Now someone may say that, this is an appeal to authority. This is, the fallacy of appealing to authority. Rather, on the contrary, it's delegating the matter to your epistemic superiors. Since you have absolutely zero credibility, zero understanding in this matter, we have to delegate the affair to the professionals and the experts in this field, both contemporarily as well as those in the past. And as I mentioned, those who are at the pinnacle, where these poets and these linguists at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, both from the Sahaba and from the Kuffar as well, and they could not reproduce something like it. So this is not a fallacy of appealing to authority, this is delegating the affair to those who are epistemically superior to you. That you either study and then you can enter this discussion, or delegate the affair to someone actually suited to discussing it. Barakallahu fiqh. This is my comments for now.
So this is very a pertinent point here. When they were very masters, can you hear me well? Yeah, I'm checking the microphone. Yes. When you have the Arabs at that time, during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, being the masters of Arabic language in their skills in rhetoric and poetry, and they hear this challenge from someone they have known all their life for 40 years, who has not gone to schooling, any school or whatever institution they had to learn how to read or write. So someone who's unlettered, challenging them to bring some peace, like the Qur'an? What exactly is it that he's capable of when he has not learned the art, the science of poetry, composition, rhetoric, or even the competition they had between themselves, never been partaking to this? So obviously, just imagine you hear someone, challenging a heavyweight champion in a boxing ring. That would be like unheard of. I mean, how can you do so? I mean, you will be totally, destroyed in that match. So when the Prophet ﷺ challenged, meaning the Quran challenged them, they would have not just simply let it go. They would have taken it very seriously. Like, how can you? It's an insult to them by saying you challenge us. So as we know from historical records, what has happened, the best of them, like Uthba and others, the best of their best poets at that time, they acknowledge what happened in terms of when they even send their best. Go and have a look. What is this, individual Prophet Muhammad ﷺ? What has he brought? What is he claiming? And when the Prophet ﷺ recited some part of the Quran, and when he came back and they asked him, what did he say? He could not remember anything apart from the very last statement about the calamity that's going to fall into Ad and Samud, the Sa'iqah. Why is this so? So this is where contemporary scholars have gone into to explain, as well as our predecessor scholars, the very significance of this event. The contemporary scholar, Dr. Ahmed Bassam Sa'i, whose work I am referring to for the last 10 years or so, discussing this subject matter, because he has brought a framework molded from our traditional framework of understanding what the challenge of the Quran is, and for the modern audience have brought a particular framework in the language of the people that they can understand today in an objective way. So just in academic studies that we bring framework, he's done a framework. Volume 1 of his book. This is the book.
So just before we continue, just one final note on these athar and these narrations that we have, that some people may say, and I'm sure everyone's heard of this, that the Muslims, they gathered to eliminate and destroy these narrations, that would embarrass the Muslims. So this is one of the undoubted highlights of the inconsistency of the critics of Islam. That, just to reiterate my point, that some people may say that, actually, there were people that, allegedly managed to disprove the Quran, disprove Islam, but the Muslims, they got together, and what did they do? They supposedly got rid of these narrations. They didn't preserve these narrations, supposedly. And so this really indicates to you the inconsistency of these critics, that when they see something that benefits the agenda and befits the agenda, they will say, this is the principle of embarrassment. This is the criteria of embarrassment. That when they see something that they can reinterpret to their own whims and desires, and they say, that the Sahaba and the Arabs at the time, they preserved these narrations about your Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, out of, in accordance to the principle of embarrassment, that we can accept these things as true. So if you can accept things like, certain examples like the satanic verses that you cling onto, you hold onto so desperately, and you claim that this is participant under this rule of, the principle of embarrassment, that this has been transmitted and preserved just to show that actually there were, certain slip-ups, certain alleged slip-ups at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. So if you are going to hold to this criteria, how can you also claim at the same time that the supposed challengers of the Quran who managed to imitate the Quran and managed to disprove the challenge of the Quran, that their narrations were supposedly not preserved? So if you're going to first and foremost accept hadith, which is another layer of inconsistency that they have, that sometimes they want to accept hadith, sometimes they don't want to accept hadith. They want to accept hadith when it befits them, about Aisha radiallahu anha, about this and that. But when it comes to talking about the veracity of hadith and hadith criticism in the first place, that's supposedly when it's a game of telephone. So do you see, first and foremost, they have layers upon layers upon layers of inconsistency. Now, supposing that they do accept hadith, and supposing that they are committed to this principle of embarrassment, and they say, oh, things like the satanic verses and the night of the jinn, these were preserved, and they have applied to them the principle of embarrassment, or the criteria of embarrassment, to show that actually there were times and events in the Prophet ﷺ's life that weren't all, roses and daisies, and there were some slip-ups here and there that could be criticized, allegedly. So why exactly did these supposed putative alleged narrations of the kuffar of Quraysh managing to disprove the Qur'an, why were these not preserved? That this was probably the most deserving of being preserved. Not things like the satanic verses, not things like the night of the jinn. Something like this, which is a direct destruction, would have been a direct destruction of Islam. This should have been preserved, but it wasn't. It wasn't. So if you're going to cry about the principle of embarrassment and say things like satanic verses and night of the jinn, then you should expect that a supposed disproof of Islam was also preserved. But it wasn't. It wasn't preserved. Meaning that we are justified in believing that no one was able to disprove Islam. Not only do you have positive evidence of people being unable to do so, we have zero evidence of what? That they were able to do so. And I'm not saying that, of course, the absence of evidence is no evidence of absence, but I'm saying that you would have expected things like this to be preserved and transmitted if they did manage to disprove it. But there's nothing like this. So, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil, they did not manage to. Alhamdulillah, this is the beauty of Islam.
Exactly. Very important point for highlighting. Jazakallah khairan, Ustaz Aqlani. So, this is to show you how inconsistent our critics are when it comes to criticizing and critiquing Islam. They are very inconsistent. They choose and pick and choose, like cherry picking whenever it suits them. So this is the approach. I think this is the intellectual bankruptcy of the modern criticism of Islam. I can see clearly. And as we go through the video in very shortly, we will play the clip, the encounter that I had with some polemicists from the Christian side, and we will go through this inshallah. So our viewers, please wait with us patiently before we go and play the clip. But we want to establish some foundation first so we understand what we actually mean by the Quranic challenge. So I was just referring to the modern audience's benefit. There are works that have been prepared by a scholar like Dr. Ahmad Bassam Sai in his book Al-Mu'ajiza. In this book, he's developed a framework of showing how the Qur'an is in comparison to the pre-Islamic poetry and the statements of the Prophet ﷺ himself and the people around. So the humans, as they spoke previously, the pre-Islamic poetry in their literature. So we have thousands of their lines preserved to us now. We can read their poetry in the different editions that has come through. People have memorized and transmitted these and explained these poetries. Some of them, even the 7 well-known one called the Mu'allaqat al-Saba, the 7 hanging poems, was translated by A.J. Arbery, and it was a very well-known work. Even in his masterful English rendition of it, people realized how beautiful these poetries were when they were composed by the pre-Islamic poets at that time. So poetry is something that they took so much pride in, and yet the styles and particular way of composing it was actually quite limited. It's not like free-form poetry that we hear today, but Arabs, Ahmed Khalil, he systematized these forms of poetry, and it is now taught as in Ilm al-Arud. There were 16 types of poetry in which the rhymes and meters are composed in a particular way. So they had very specific way of composing. So if you have something like al-Madid or al-Khafif, al-Rajas, al-Tawil, each one has its own rhymes and meters, and they are actually done in symbols when they memorize it and when they actually show how this is to be taught. This is taught in Arabic literature when those people who actually study it. So it's a very specific, systematized way of learning these poetries of the pre-Islamic poets. And you have also the genre of the prose and the sayings of the soothsayers, the kahin, the kuhan. So you have several aspects of the Arabic literature in the way people compose them as prose or poetry and so on. What's interesting to note is the Qur'an is unlike any of those things. And this is where the challenge of the Qur'an is. The Qur'an did not come in any of their stylistics, any of their way of their literature. It did not imitate any of the ways of the poetry. So scholars of today have acknowledged, and now this is well known in academia, that the Qur'an is its own linguistic genre. It's a unique genre. It's the literature is called the Qur'an. Qur'an is a unique literature on itself. So it is not prose, not poetry, but it has its own stylistics. And that stylistics is the stylistics of the Qur'an. So when the Qur'an says bring something like it, the likeness is read and understood by various scholars in the past, as well as I mentioned, this Dr. Ahmad Bassam Sa'i, and he builds this framework of what this likeness is. The stylistics is so unique that every surah has its own stylistics in terms of the expressions, the constructions. So you have the ta'bir and the tarkib, these Arabic words that are used by him, in terms of how the Quran uses words that were not known to them at all, or words that are constructed from existing words but with a new meaning, in terms of the usage of a particular stylistics called iltifat, a rhetorical shift, which they were not even familiar with. And the Quran uses that so profoundly throughout the pages of the Quran. So all of this composes as a unique stylistics of the Quran, and each surah has its own style. So it is not ad hoc or far-fetched to say, oh, we're just making up our criteria, because when you examine the Quran itself, that's what it's like. To give you an example, when the Arabs speak about the word ahad, the word ahad is used in a negative sense. They say, la rajula, there's no man, or like, you know, how do you say it? If you say, there's no one in this room, for example, using the word ahad, because there is a way they would use as a negative sense only.
So there is la ahada fi dar or la ahadun fi dar. There is nafi of the jins and nafi of one. So la ahada fi dar means there is not a single person in the dar. La ahadun fi dar means there could be not one, but there could be 2, 3, 4. La rajulun fi dari, la rajula fi dari. That's the distinction.
But they don't use the word ahad in a positive sense. So when the Quran says Qul huwa Allahu ahad, He's Allah, He's ahad. So the Quran didn't use the word wahid, even though there's a similarity of meaning between ahad and wahid there. Ahad is used like ahad, off, one off, and so on. But here Allah is using the word ahad. So you cannot use this kind of construction like say He is ahad. Rajulun, you can't say Rajulun ahad. It is impossible in Arabic language that time and even today to even use this construct. You have to say Rajulun wahid, not Rajulun ahad. So when we examine the Quran and we see these stylistics, we now realize that's what Quran means, bring something like it. So when we talk about the conditions, we talk about, let me just share this screen so much easier for people to understand what is extracted from the Quran itself. Can you see my screen? When I say bring a surah like it, the conditions. So we talk about when the Quran says فَأْتُ بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ, bring a surah like it. Like it is the surah of the Quran. So it has to be in the Arabic language, not in Greek or Hebrew or in Chinese or in Bengali, for example, for that matter. It has to be the Arabic, because this Arabic has that stylistics. The Quran is in Arabic, and Arabic of the Quran, composed of Arabic letters, is within the challenge itself, the stylistics that it presents. So it has to be what, as we say, every surah when we examine the Quran is unique in its stylistics. It's different. And this is what the author, the muallif, Dr. Ahmad Bassam Sa'i, has demonstrated and validated, showing how for the academic audience, this is the case. Every surah has its own unique style. One surah is different than the other. That's the very beauty of the challenge of the Qur'an. So when the Qur'an says bring a surah like it, you can choose any surah with that particular stylistics. So that's why the conditions when we say bring something like it has to be in the Arabic language, number one. It has to imitate any surah of the Qur'an, and it has to be comparable in its imitation to the linguistic style of that surah. Because you can't just imitate part of the surah here and part of the surah there, because each surah has its own thematic unity and its style. So that's what we mean by a surah has to be imitated on itself, not a mixture of it or a part of it. And this is what we will see in the video clip that we focus on later, how the basic element of the challenge is not understood. And most importantly, what this work has shown to our modern audience as a synthesis of all of the works that has gone past in our classical scholarship is that each surah has linguistic novelties or linguistic innovations, these new stylistics which Arabs were not familiar with. And remind me, Ustad Aqlani, to show to them that I've actually done a 3-part lecture with the brother Muhammad Ali of Muslim Lantern, in which we went through in details of exactly the nature of what these stylistics are. So I'm going to just show you where this is to be found, but I want to just bore our audience with all that technical details here. It is there. So it needs to be in the way that each surah is. Each surah has, as the author demonstrated, and how did he demonstrate? He actually, from that framework, developed his validation tool, and then he had volume 2 of his book, went through 21 surahs, 20 surahs and with Surah Fatiha, and one large surah, and applied and showed that every single surah has, as he constructed his framework, that the number of linguistic innovation, novelty, newness, far exceeds the total number of words in any surah. So if a surah has 29 words, so the number of new linguistic stylistics will be more than 29. Actually, in Surah Al-Fatiha is about 55 or so, if there's 29 words in Surah Al-Fatiha, if I remember correctly. If a surah has, say, 100 words within it, the linguistic novelty in that surah will be more than 100. And that's across every single surah. So his whole chapter 2 is a demonstration and proof of that framework. Those who are not familiar with the Arabic language, for you there is an English abridgment of his first volume book. It's called The Miraculous Language of the Qur'an, in this way, Evidence of Divine Origin, published by International Institute of Islamic Thought, IIIT, and it abridges and summarizes what this is. So the book is out there for a number of years in the academic world. It is known to the Arabic speaking world, Muslims and non-Muslims, Christian Arabs and so on, for a long time. And no one has, to my knowledge, has come up with a destructive critique of this work, because everyone's praising it. Not only that, we have scholars talking about this in the scholarly forum. Audiobook has been already made on this. Dr. Fadl Sulaiman, in his Bridges Foundation YouTube channel, Dr. Fadl Sulaiman is very well known to the Arab world, as well as those who study the subjects of this qira'at, the readings of the Qur'an. You will see that he he actually went to the author's house in 2021 in Oxford, I think, not Cambridge, Oxford, and talked about these things. And then subsequently, more than 20, 30 or something, a playlist is there that they went through the whole book in Arabic as a series explaining this book. So in the academic world, people are familiar with this, that this is an academic contribution in terms of what constitutes the Quranic challenge in an objective way, easier for the modern reader to understand. So it's no longer like, as people thought, like, oh, it's a matter of beauty and eloquence. No, beauty and eloquence objectively demonstrated in its construction. So when you read these works or listen to this podcast, you will see what we mean. So this is so far I've talked about the 4 conditions, not something that we're making up. This is extracted from the Quran itself, because the Quran says bring something like it. And what it's like is when we read and examine the Quran, we find this is what the Quran is like in its delivery. So the other thing that Ustad Aqalani already touched upon is when the Quran brings some new stylistics, new way of presenting information to the Arabs in their own Arabic language, and yet it is meaningful. It is the most highly eloquent of speech. So it is not something that is gibberish by following a particular pattern. In a way you bring something like this with Arabic letters. It has to be meaningful and eloquent. And this is why any challenge that will bring following the stylistics has to be, as the Quran is, provide meaning and shows the literary excellence. So that was condition number 5. Condition number 6, it has to have a new literary genre, because the Quran came with this unique genre. It wasn't like any of the 16 types of poetry that we mentioned earlier, or any of the statements that they composed of, because they compose, as I said, fixed way of speaking. The Quran is totally new. So you have to bring something like the Quran in a new literary genre. That is obvious when you read the Quran. So bring something like it means bring something like its own literary genre. And the last 2 conditions is that it has to be recognized that this is the new form in the Arabic language and accepted and acknowledged by the Arabic speaking community. So Arabic speaking community could be Muslims and non-Muslims alike, those who are masters of Arabic literature and criticism, because they can then understand what has been composed as a competitor or a fabricated work against the Quran as an imitation. So it has to be something that they accept. You cannot just bring a child's gibberish when the child speaks, at the very moment they learn languages, where the mother maybe understands a few words of the father and so on, and no one else outside understands them well. The Quran, even though it came in this linguistic genre, new genre, yet it explained itself by itself without even asking. Like, to give you 2 examples or 3 examples here, Ustad Aqalani. The word Qur'an itself was not known to the Arabs prior to Qur'an coming in this form. They knew the conjugations of qara'a, yaqra'u, qira'atan, qira'a, how to compose this word qara'a, but they never came up with, in their literature, thousands of lines in the Arabic poetry, this form of the word Qur'an in this masdar. Okay, it was totally unique. Now, having a new word that the Quran introduced, but the Quran then explained what it is. It actually explained it. This is a Quran revealed in Arabic, and this is what. So when people heard for the first time what this Quran is, not knowing what this Quran is, a word they've never heard this before, it explained it itself. This is the beauty of how the Quran introduces when it's new words in the vocabulary. Like even the word surah. We now know what the surah of the Quran is, but in Arabic language, surah is like a fence, not in the way how the Quran uses it. Or even the word ayah itself. It's not the meaning that they are familiar with. So the Quran brought words with new technical meaning, which they did not know this before, and yet still Arabic, in an Arabic form, using the Arabic structure as its basis. That's why when the Quran uses huruf al-muqatta'at like alif lam mim, yasin, or taha, scholars like Dr. Aisha Abdurrahman bint al-Shalti explain why these huruf, the disjointed letters at the beginning of the surah, actually is demonstrative of the proof and evidence of the Quran, showing how the Quran is composed. So it's a functional letter demonstrating how the Quran being composed of these letters, and yet you are unable to compose this construct. Okay, so this is where it comes in, that the Quran introduces this new genre, and yet it's meaningful, it's eloquent. So this is what the conditions are, and these conditions of imitations are extracted I mean, I just put these 8 conditions in a very basic prerequisite for people to understand what it means. Fa'tu bi suratin min mithlihi, bring a similar surah like it, because that's what, when you see, when the Quran is examined deeply and you look at the Quran is in this construction, it shows all of these things. So it's not that simply that some people say, why is that criteria or those criteria not mentioned anywhere? This criteria is extracted, and throughout the video, which we will play soon, inshallah, bear with us patiently so that we understand the basic background of it, that when you understand the Quran itself, you can see all of this criteria already within it, embedded and inherent. You don't need to specify it. And some examples I gave in this video footage, you will see why I use particular example, because it's obvious. No one needs to tell you what that is to bring something like it. So that was what the Quranic challenge is in the sense of the new linguistic genre. And we will go through in details how and why the polemicists actually failed to understand. And hopefully now, the more people are aware of this, the Quranic challenge, they'll better appreciate why this is an evidence for the veracity of the truthfulness of Islam. Because to this day, with these conditions, no one is able to match it. And you'll be surprised when the AI models were quite popular. I even made a video with ChatGPT giving all the prompts and the conditions to make a chapter like it. And after an hour, I mean, when I went back through some of the comments, people were saying, are you going to ask now ChatGPT, do you want to become a Muslim? Because it agrees with you that it's not possible. That's the level of how linguistic models, LLMs and so on, are even unable to imitate anything like this, because that's what people think. Oh, humans maybe cannot, but maybe AI can. No, even AI cannot because of these conditions. So hopefully, having shown you in the English language, introduced you to the major works, contemporary works from this scholar, Dr. Ahmad Bassam Sa'i. His surname is spelled S-A-E-H in English, Sa'ih. If you type in Bassam, B-A-S-S-A-M, Bassam Sa'i, his work will come through. You will see some of the works. He himself personally has explained some of the surahs. So now the scholarly community, which we are aiming this at, hopefully will interact and not shy away from this and simply just ignore it. There's no room and opportunity or choice for you to ignore it more. You can't just simply ignore it, because this is the challenge that incapacitated everyone when it comes to the Quran to demonstrate its divine origin. Is there any point, Ustad Aqwan, you want to mention before we actually go start playing the game?
Yeah, just a quick background or clarification as to these conditions as being extracted from the Quran. Is this something that just modern society is extracting from the Quran, or is there continuity from the early scholars, the early generations, early literature and scholarship from the time of the Tabi'in? And we said, Akid, yes, of course, that there is continuity, that the Tabi'in and the Atba' Tabi'in and those who followed them, even from within the first 100, 200, 300, 350 years, there are many, many books going into analysis of the criteria and the conditions for something to be brought as the Quran, brought to be mithl, like the Quran. And of course, any student of Aqidah who studied Aqidah at even the most basic of levels will know what exactly all the nuances between mithl and adawat al-tashbih are supposed to be in balagha. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. That when these critics, they come and say that it's subjective, that the word mithl, what does it actually mean to be like something? That they may claim that this is your own conditions, that this is not something rigorous or objective or objectively laid out. This is something relative and subjective. And so you may have some conditions, I may have some conditions, he may have some conditions, she may have some conditions. This is completely factually incorrect. That first and foremost, upon the analysis of the word mithl, both from a Shar'i point of view and a linguistic point of view, i.e. from a global context and the agglomerate of local contexts, i.e. في سياق العام
وفي السياقات الخاصة. That when we look at a verse like ليس كمثله شيء, and how the ulama, they explain the difference between ka, what does ka mean, what does mithl mean linguistically, that they explain what it means to have similitude in essence and substratum versus similitude in attributes, both أعراض لازم and أعراض مفارق. And then they say there's similitude in اعتبارات and وجوه and إضافات, that they go deep into what mithl means and tamthil, what exactly it's supposed to be. So upon that and predicated on that analysis, applying this to this فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ, we can gauge an understanding of what the mithl is supposed to refer to. And so it's not something that we are just bringing these 8 conditions that we can see from the Qur'an, this is exactly what the Qur'an is supposed to be like. No. Upon the analysis of the word mithl, this is what is extracted both from the Qur'an as well as the practice of the Sahaba and the Tabi'in and the Salaf and the scholars that came very close to them. And we will show you, we will demonstrate to you, within the first 300 to 350 years, many scholars outlining the criteria of what it means to bring something like the Qur'an. What it means to bring something like the Qur'an, and critiquing, deconstructing and dismantling attempts at imitation, attempts with these fabricated surahs, and explaining why these are nothing like the Qur'an. Why if you bring something like this, that it doesn't match the criteria. And this is, of course, we're going to be charitable and keep it to the first 300 or 350 years. Why? Because these Christians were operating under the pretext of Christianity and Christian criticism. That you can see in the comments right now, people are arguing about the Father, Son and Holy Spirit. So whilst they cannot prove the Trinity within the first 300 to 350 years, we can demonstrate that we do have these criteria for the challenge of the Qur'an within our first 300 to 350 years of scholarship, inshallah.
Okay, so let me share this screen because there's videos, is in 2 different videos, the conversation, because I had a conversation I started with some Christian that went and developed with other Christians joining, then more Christians joined in the conversation, and then more Christians joining. And this is how the usual thing happens in Speaker's Corner. When you speak to someone and the other Christians feel that they're not able to really engage with the Muslim, more comes to their aid and their help and support, and so on and so forth. There are layers of support coming through, and eventually what we'll find is these missionaries, or whatever they call, I don't know, do they call them some missionaries or polemicists that came from over the Atlantic, from the States, I think, and they engaged with the topic that I was discussing with. There was a discussion I was having with someone about how the Prophet ﷺ is a prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with the evidence and different conditions that prove that he is a prophet. And one of them, I said, the Qur'an he brought is something that challenged the whole of humanity to produce something like it. So this is where the discussion starts, and you had all these polemicists joining later to engage with that subject, not really engaging, but shouting over it in their rhetoric, as we will see. So let me just start with one video from a channel, and then we'll go to the video from our channel that we've uploaded. So can you see this screen? You're muted, Ustad Aqlani. Can you see my screen? I'm sharing.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell me if you can hear the sound well. I want to check the sound is correct as well. If I play the video.
Now, so man, now we talked about the miracles.
It's clear.
Okay. So as long as my voice is clear and those people who come later is clear. So there's a tall lady there with a phone on her hand. Is the one that I was having a discussion after I spoke with someone, and the person in white t-shirt with glasses, he was also having the conversation. And there's these individuals like in a stripe jumper or something. They came later, and some others came later. So to that lady, I'm answering what the miracle of the Quran is. So this is the backdrop of the conversation that we'll engage with later.
It challenges the whole of human being, whole of humanity, and the jinns to produce a book like it, or 10 chapters, 10 surah like it, or 1 surah like it. If they can't do it, then they should know that this is from the knowledge of the Creator who has sent it down. So now, why is it? Why is it? I'm finishing, I will tell the criteria. Why is it that for the last 1400 years, people have failed? The people who are initial recipients of the Quranic revelation, they failed to bring a chapter, and people are failing today. The criteria is, are you listening? The criteria is bring a Quran or a chapter of the Quran or 10 chapters in the Arabic language, in the mold of any of the chapter of the Quran. Surah Al-Kahf. Surah Al-Kahf. Surah Al-Kahf. Shall I give you the criteria? I'll give you the criteria. It has to be, the Quran says, فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ bring a surah like it.
What does it mean?
I was just about to.
Oh, sorry.
So, like it means, like the Quran. So, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
So just to show you that the individuals in the middle already is interrupting, not even trying to understand what exactly the criteria is to bring something like it. He's not interested, or from the very beginning, as you can see, the interruptions. And this is perhaps what you've noticed throughout, and even my comments in the discussion itself, like let me finish or do not interrupt. Because if someone is really sincere, you would expect them to listen to you carefully, attentively, and then reply back with a robust intellectual response to the subject that you're discussing. But instead, we will see a common theme and a pattern how they're not even listening, because listening has to be done attentively. Attentive listening is a key, but that's not happening. So what do we expect from these polemicists is something that...
Commonly and frequently when you see someone interrupting like this, there's usually only 2 cases. Either the person has fully understood the mas'ala, he's fully understood the topic of discussion, and he's done with it, he's done and dusted, it's done and dusted for him. He's already disproved the challenge of the Qur'an supposedly, and he has no interest in this discussion, so he's trying to sway it to something else. The other case and the other possibility is that he's completely ignorant. He is completely ignorant of this mas'ala, and because he is inadequate, he is incapable of answering this, as you mentioned, in a robust intellectual fashion. He's incapable. He does not know how to engage in this particular discussion or this topic. He is attempting to sway the topic to something more that he's more familiar with. So these are usually the only 2 things you will see with people like this who tend to interrupt. So as we inshallah, I'm interested to see, which of the 2 types of people this person is.
Exactly. Okay. So the person in the middle, apparently, as people are talking about it, I don't really consume any of the materials, not interested, having known how intellectually bankrupt they are when it comes to their own religion or critiquing Islam. But apparently he is quite well known to the Christian community, and that's why they come here. And one other thing I would mention from the outset is they don't come alone and discuss like a one-to-one discussion, because I don't think they're capable of doing so. This is what we've noticed as a pattern throughout. They bring their whole, I don't want to say circus if that becomes a bit insulting, but that the reality is they bring all these cheerleaders all around, and they position all around, and they would clap and cheer and so on. Every single time, that's what happens in every discussion in Speaker's Corner between these individuals.
Which is interesting, because we were talking about the poets of Arabia. What would the poets do when they went to challenge people? They would go by themselves. They would tend to go by themselves because they had the pride, they had the confidence to do so. So comparing that to now, and as you were mentioning that these people bring their entire hype squad to start jeering in the background, start clapping, dancing around, it shows that perhaps they don't really have confidence in themselves. Perhaps they don't think they're up to the challenge. Yeah. So I'm sure we'll see more of these things being uncovered and unfold as we watch the video.
Yeah, sure. Let me just continue then.
Okay? It has to be in the Arabic language. It needs to be in any of the surah imitations. Any surah. Because each surah, can I finish my point and you can talk? I don't know what way from, I don't know, but it seems like you're very impatient, no patience, learn some patience. So it needs to be in the imitation of any surah of the Qur'an.
So I'm just repeating what I've already, not repeating, giving the criteria that we discussed already. Some of the, out of these 8 criteria, I was not even able to speak and engage with them to go more than these 4 criteria, okay? That was so difficult, as you will see shortly. But I'm laying down what it needs to be in the first place, and it seems like they're listening to understand that, but we'll see whether they really understood what the criteria really have been put forward.
It needs to be in the stylistics of that surah. It needs to be in the way the criteria is. It needs to bring, just like every surah of the Quran does, new linguistic innovation that far exceeds the total number of words in the surah. What I find.
So what you've noticed now, this is something this is set up, obviously. So the lady who was here has quite sneakily disappeared from the scene, and then the other crew, that this individual person here has come through, and they'll all gather around now. So instead of letting the person I was speaking to handle and so on, they will try to engage and I wouldn't say engage, they will try to come and show some kind of theatrics, is the word I've used.
Just a small question. Do none of them ever come to speak one-on-one, or do they always appear in packs like this? They bring all of the people just to attack?
They're not from this country, so when they come, they don't come in a discussion alone. I mean, in my previous encounter with this individual, whose name is Avery, he goes by the name God Logic, I think. So the Christians are quite familiar with him. This person called himself, when I asked him, Mike, and if I'm not mistaken, in the Christian community, he goes by IP or something like that. Okay, so they're very well known. So when they come to discuss with Muslims, they do not come by themselves. They have to bring their whole crowd. And as you will see as we move on, how the crowd comes all over. Just look at, like, there you go, the cameras, and this person there, that person.
So do they not even propose or suggest to go to the side, maybe have a one-on-one discussion? Do they always just, when they see a lone Muslim in the park, they go and hound him, parade around him? Is this their ada, or where is it?
That's the usual that we've noticed in the Speaker's Corner encounters, that when any Christian polemicist that comes from outside UK, for example, this is what happens. So they are known as like celebrities among their cheerleading fans, and they bring them and they come together like that. That's how it is. Maybe, this is how they feel that Muslims will engage with them. When we had a brother called Muhammad Abdul Razak, Yemeni, a good friend of mine, who was approached to talk, and he just totally ignored them because he had some more information about something that I didn't have, about that how this particular individual insulted the Prophet ﷺ in such ways in Speaker's Corner when he discussed with Brother Ali Dawah. At that point, I didn't know this is what happened, but anyway, so I just continued talking to that lady, but the lady, of course, disappeared, and they came to talk. So because the subject matter is quite interesting, I want everyone, and I want to see also how these Christian polemicists, how much of they actually even understand and know, and how they deal and interact with the Quranic challenge. So I just otherwise I had known that this is how they misbehave and insult the Prophet ﷺ, we would have simply boycotted them because they're not even worth our time. People who are sincere is who we should be engaging with, as many people have commented by watching this video, why we are even engaging with them. And this is
it seems as though their confidence is only limited to behind the screen. That when they come, you're mentioning that they come all together and they're hounding one single Muslim. that it would make sense, it would be more justified and understandable if there was a bunch of Muslims there giving da'wah, and then a bunch of them came and it was, a group versus a group. But for them to all arrive like this, so with, you can see the smiles on their faces, as if, subhanallah, and they come to you, they've come to just prey on one single Muslim without fairly or justly or sincerely approaching the discussion, not in an intellectual fashion, not in any terms of or any forms of proper dialectic. They're just there to, as you mentioned, it seems to do theatrics, because it's obvious, since the woman has disappeared and she's been substituted for these other guys. Allah Ta'ala, we'll see.
We'll see. As I said, I mean, I don't mind personally, even if they came with 100 or 20, whatever number they come. Speakers Corner, I mean, we're very accustomed in dealing with a large number of people in the crowd in delivering the message of Islam. So this is something that, I don't mind personally. Some others may do. But obviously, if you want a fruitful discussion, you should have a discussion between only a few people rather than 100 people talking together over each other, and it's not going to be very fruitful. I mean, who's going to listen to whom? And that's the issue. But obviously, the Christian community, they have this kind of.
I am intrigued to see the types of arguments that they bring, to see if there's anything new, that they've set up some sort of precedent, that they have innovated some argument. Because as I think you mentioned, one of their names is Logic or something. So I'm assuming he has some formal training in logic and analysis. So I'm intrigued to see some of his arguments. So Allah Ta'ala Alam, we'll see if he lives up to his name.
You haven't seen if when we go through some of the materials that they're coming up with, you will see where the logic is in the discussion or not. So let's continue.
Evidence for the Qur'an, which is the linguistic challenge. If I were to ask any of you, you won't be able to tell me the criteria because you haven't got a clue. You are so much immersed in your rhetorics, in your theater, that you don't know. So, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
It's our turn now. Umar already did it. Isn't that right? That is true. Umar did it.
So I'm going to continue just making a point there. So he's basically saying that Umar, referring to the Khalif Umar radiallahu anhu, apparently he's already met the challenge. So we will unpack this. Let him finish first of all what he has to say. So he's heard. See. So I even said, you didn't even, perhaps you don't have a clue about these criteria. So I set down what these criteria are. At least he's listened to 4 of them. Arabic language, it has to imitate a particular surah, and in stylistic of the surah, and total number of words compared to the linguistic innovation is more. So he's heard. So his response is given it to him by his friend on his phone, that Umar radiallahu anhu has done it. So how has he done it? Let's have a look.
402. It says, "Our Lord agreed with me in 3 things. I said, O Allah's messenger, I wish we took the stations of Abraham as our praying place. So came the divine inspiration, and take you the station of Abraham as a place of prayer. And as regards to the verse of the veiling of women, I said, O Allah's messenger, I wish you ordered your wives to cover themselves from the men, because good and bad ones talk to them. So the verse of the veiling of the women was revealed." Oh, okay. So Omar said something like the Qur'an, and then the verse was revealed. So Omar met the challenge. He produced something like the Qur'an. Isn't that right?
Yeah, Umar did it.
He did it already.
Are you done?
Just one thing. So, who in history has preceded these individuals, both from an Islamic point of view and a non-Islamic point of view? And we're talking about not, we can see these guys are, they've already started jeering. I'm talking about from a scholarly point of view, and in the literature, who exactly has claimed, as he says, Umar radiallahu anhu, who exactly has claimed that Umar has met the challenge? The narrators of the ahadith, these ahadith themselves, did they claim that he has met the challenge? Did Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself claim? Did Umar himself claim? This is the question. Did Umar himself claim that he has met the challenge? So who is more knowledgeable in this regard? This guy over here, Allah Ta'ala alam who he is, versus Umar radiallahu anhu, the one who's saying these words in the first place, who is more knowledgeable as to whether or not he has fulfilled the challenge of the Qur'an. These people are acting as if the narrators of the ahadith are nothing but, I don't know, game characters or NPCs or AI. Like, they're not real people with real opinions, with real, personalities. Umar radiallahu anhu himself did not claim, did not believe that he has met the challenge of the Qur'an. Yet, someone 1400 years later, these guys, they've claimed, they're talking on Umar's behalf. Subhanallah.
Yeah. And if someone like Umar radiallahu anhu, he himself understood that he brought something like the Quran, then why did he remain as a sincere Muslim throughout his life? That doesn't really add up. I mean, these people don't even have, as I said, individuals like them. Do they really have an intellectual prowess to understand what is going on? Just because he says, for example, God agreed with me in these three things, is he really claiming that, okay, my composition of the Quran, or my composition of words is like the Quran, it matches the Quran, so it is something that I've imitated, there you go, therefore the Quran is no longer the word of God because I've done something like it, because he would have known the challenge of the Quran himself. So that really shows that the basic level of comprehension, as I mentioned in the discussion as well, is lacking from individuals like them, and yet they are presented to the Christian community as intellectual mindsets or minds for their missionary activities. So anyway, what I didn't do is this: I didn't want to digress from okay, what exactly did Umar said and do it. I even said granted, because I wanted to bring to the very attention of did he bring a surah? Because that would have totally debunked and destroyed that he did something like it, even if, for the sake of argument, Umar radiallahu anhu actually brought something, because the challenge is to bring a surah. So what did he do? So I granted them, okay, fine, what exactly? Let's look whether he actually did it or not. And then remind me, so I'm going to make a note of this.
Before we carry on also, when these polemicists who have nothing in terms of knowledge about the tradition of Islam in terms of its scholarship, that they cite these books of ahadith, they cite Sahih al-Bukhari, that any student knows that Sahih al-Bukhari, Imam al-Bukhari, in his Sahih, how does he demonstrate his view of the hadith that he's putting in the bab, in the chapter? He demonstrates his view by putting it in, by putting the fiqh in the tarajum, the names of the abwab. So where exactly does this hadith 402 come in? It says باب ما جاء في القبلة ومن لم يرى إعادة على مسها. That this hadith doesn't come in a particular chapter in reference or in pertinence to the challenge of the Qur'an, or anything to do with the tafsir of the Qur'an, or anything to do with the explanation of the Qur'an. As we all know, in Sahih al-Bukhari, he has, towards the end of his Sahih, he has Kitab al-Tafsir, and he goes through many narrations pertaining to that. Rather, this hadith, it first appears in the topic of Qibla. The topic of Qibla. So, Bukhari, why did he put this hadith here? If this hadith was relevant to the tahaddi of the Qur'an, he would have put it in its relevant chapter. If any of the scholars viewed this hadith as relevant, or supposedly, it has some issues with the tahaddi of the Qur'an, that it seeks or requires some ta'wil or some interpretation that reconciles between the tahaddi of the Qur'an and the matan of the hadith, then it would have been placed in its particular bab. However, this is put in what? The chapter of the Qibla, and the one who prays accidentally, for example, in the desert, facing away from the Qibla, that he does not have to pray again. So you need to be careful and be mindful of where exactly these individuals are pulling these ahadith from. If they, for example, bring some ahadith from the Muwatta, and they try to say that this is this is so important for your creed and this and that, did the author of Al-Muwatta, Imam Malik, did he view this as important? Al-Muwatta is what? A book of fiqh. So you have to be mindful of what these ahadith are actually in reference to, in pertinence to, and not just extract one topic out of a completely different topic. Because this hadith has nothing to do with the tahaddi of the Qur'an.
No. Jazakallah khairan. So let me just share. I mean, so let from the outset we'll share this anyway. This is something that was discussed by our friend and Ustad Farid in his channel Farid Response, talking about how this doesn't even come any close, even if this is claimed to be. So I'm just going to share a clip from there. So this is what is claimed. The hadith on the right talks about, this is Qala Umar, that Allah agreed within three things. Okay, and he talks about this taking the Maqam Ibrahim as a musalla. So this is the first thing. But if you look at the Quranic ayah describing this in Surah Al-Baqarah, the only thing within this particular ayah itself, not the whole surah, just the ayah itself, just three words are in common. Just the three words, Maqam, Ibrahim, and Musalla. And nothing else is there in the construct of his statement. Okay, so that's number one. So he's not even bringing a particular ayah equivalent to an ayah. It's only a few words in a statement. Secondly, the other statement about the divorce in Surah Al-Tahrim, the only thing that occurs common in the surah, as you can see on the left, is a whole a part of the ayah here, and only thing that is common in the statement of Umar radiallahu anhu is these two words, khayran minkun. Only two words in his statements, nothing else matches. Okay, maybe they read English and they think this is it because the Arabic don't match.
Perhaps they don't even understand the English either. Perhaps the muwafaqa, as you've highlighted before, I believe in the translation, the muwafaqa, what does it mean that Allah agreed with me in three places? First and foremost is Umar radiallahu himself talking out of adab. Now muwafaqa just means that Umar radiallahu anhu, he said a qawl, as you're bound to explain, but he said a qawl and the Qur'an was revealed coinciding with that qawl. Now if someone were to say, for example, Muhammadur Rasulullah, if someone were to say Muhammadur Rasulullah and then a verse thereafter is revealed, Muhammadur Rasulullah والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم, the end of Surah Al-Fath, does this mean it's the same thing? It's the same exact scenario that Umar, he said something and the Quran came in that particular wording. So if someone were to say أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله, and then a verse came, as the verse has come at the end of Surah Al-Fath, and it says Muhammadur Rasulullah, it's the same exact scenario. Does this mean that someone has beaten or faced the tahaddi of the Quran, disproved the Quran just by taking the shahada? Subhanallah.
This is the level of desperation of the critiques because they couldn't find anything else, and this seems like we've got something. And what it shows to the people of critical mind, the critical thinking people, that this is a demonstration of the Quranic divine origin, because even the critics which they're about to bring or bringing can't even match even part of a particular ayah or a verse of the Quran, let alone the whole verse. And the challenge is not the verse, challenge is a whole thematic unity called the unit, surah, and they haven't brought anything like it at all. So this is what we've noticed so far. This is the context of Umar radiallahu anhu talking about three things, and they're claiming that this is what has been brought to meet the challenge. So let's continue with this so that we can understand how much they're intellectually capable of grasping the challenge of the Quran.
Just understand what you said so far. That really shows that you weren't focusing and listening to what I said. Just to show to you, I said, challenge.
Okay, so this was part of, and the next part continues on our channel. So if I bring the second bit there.
Before you bring up the video, it's interesting to notice how they are behaving, how they are acting in this debate. They're mocking you, subhanallah, when you as well as all the other Muslims in the park, subhanallah, look at the adab, the difference in the adab, that you have this individual, he comes and he starts dancing around, putting his finger to his ear,
acting as if he can't hear you. Subhanallah. Perhaps this is what their Bible teaches them. But of course, the Muslims know their Bible better than they do.
So we are not going to judge an individual and generalize, of course, we never do. But these are supposed to be their best, as we are told. I mean, this is what surprises. If their best apologists who deal with their own material, their Bible, as well as deal with the Islamic contents with Muslims, and they're supposed to be the best representatives of Christianity, I mean, Muslims should sit down and relax and saying, okay, these are the bankruptcy of Christianity in 2026. You don't have to worry about it, because if that's the level, then there's no need to worry from them, because all they can do is just manipulate people who are vulnerable because of their ignorance and no knowledge of the subject matter, and play with their theatrics and comedy and showmanship. And that's what even is demonstrated in here as well. You can see how when the crowd that they brought along, how they react, even though they should have used their intellectual reasoning and say, look, what is being discussed? I mean, what is it for me to cheer? Well, who am I cheering? What am I cheering for? So we will see. So I just want to continue in our channel now. The discussion continues here.
Just to show to you, I said, challenge of the Quran. Your friend asked criteria. I started giving the criteria. Number one was in the Arabic language. Good.
Is that in the Arabic language?
Number two.
It's in Arabic.
Good. One criteria met.
Okay.
Good. Well done.
So how many people clubbed is the number of people that brought together. So they're all stationed, because you only see a snapshot of the camera angle. They were all around, and that's what it is. So they thrive by this cheerleading or jeering, as you called it. Without this, they don't feel any confidence, and that's what it is.
I fail to understand how these are the forefront, the ambassadors of Christian polemics. When I've seen clips being sent to me from the park, that there are Christian uncles and Christian individuals who are telling them to calm down, to relax, to stop jeering, to stop parading around like this, and to have some etiquette and to have some adab. So it's puzzling as to how good-natured individuals like that are not given coverage, but people like this are given coverage. Maybe it goes to maybe there's a lesson there for someone.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I hope the Christian community who is trying to engage with Muslims in good faith learn from this, that you can't just simply go into a theatrical showmanship to engage with Muslims who are engaging with you on a very critical level of scholarship and substance of the matter. It's not simply like you talk over each other. We're discussing a very subject matter in the linguistic nuances, understanding the very intricacy of this matter, and instead of engaging, what happens? So we'll see and continue.
Next criteria.
So the first criteria, when I said Arabic language, they all were cheering, saying, yeah, the first criteria is met. Okay, so good. So I've given them that. Okay, exactly. This is what you think. Whatever is brought, claimed to be brought, has to be in Arabic. Whether something brought, whether it was a surah or not, this will come later. But Arabic language attempted in that language, that's fine. So that's okay. So the moment I want to talk about the second and third and fourth criteria, just notice their reaction too.
In the imitation of any surah of the Quran. Which surah?
That's just like a surah.
Relax. Listen, ladies and gentlemen.
SubhanAllah, I think they would it would be more beneficial for them if they joined a stand-up comedy club, or after Wednesday's evening they started a stand-up show, because SubhanAllah, this is not how to represent any religion, not how to represent Christianity, not how to represent Islam. So these guys, maybe they Allah Alam.
Yeah. So what we've noticed so far then, so the criteria, my second criteria, which I've already explained to them. Okay, so did they forget, or is it like willingly ignoring what I've said? So I said it has to be a surah. So what they brought, and as you have seen, like 2 words and 3 words, and that's it. And in their mindset, polluted mindset, because otherwise the sound intellect would not have agreed to something like that. They said, they go, second condition is met. We have met the second condition, brought a surah like it. And now I'm pushing back to them exactly, what do you mean? Because they've already decided, like, yeah, let's move on. Clap, clap, happy, cheering, and move on. That's exactly what they do, if I'm not mistaken, in the online world, in their TikToks and whatever they do, because they don't want people to really critique and say, okay, who's going to decide whether it's met or not? You're deciding it by you bringing it and you're making your own decision. And that's exactly what they tried to do. Like, that's it. We've met the second condition.
This is the theatrics. You know, people who are in the committees, that's exactly what they do. I said, the second criteria is this. Any imitation that you bring, it has to imitate a particular surah of the Qur'an. Now, wait.
SubhanAllah, he's become a magician now.
So, which surah is this imitating?
It would be 2, 1 through 5, 66, 5 as well. You're listed right here in the hadith.
Wait. So which surah again?
Surah Baqarah, chapter 2, and chapter 6.
No. So does this mean that they accept hadith as a reliable historical source? So if we were to ask them, do you accept hadith as being reliable as a historical source and a historical method when with regards to the science of hadith and ilm al-hadith, would they say yes?
Yeah,
because they're utilizing hadith right now.
Yeah, exactly. When it suits them, as I said, this is how they're the opportunists in a way. Whatever suits them, they will accept, and when it doesn't, they will reject it. And that's exactly what we are saying here. But obviously, I didn't want to derail the conversation into hadith and acceptability of the hadith, whether skeptics on the hadith or not. So, because they're saying that, so they mentioned this is from Surah At-Tahrim, Surah 66, and Surah Al-Baqarah. So that's what in their mindset, that it's imitating the 2 surahs already. Yeah.
That's enough. Surah Baqarah has how many ayat?
And the reason I asked is now to make them understand exactly what it means by imitating a surah. So I'm asking me how many ayat of the Surah Al-Baqarah is. Obviously they would know it's not just like 2 or 3 lines, it's more than 285, isn't it? Exactly. Some
qira'at 285 verses, some qira'at 286 verses.
Yeah. So when we talk about this, the reason I'm bringing this is to show you that if you're going to bring surah like it means of that particular number of ayat within it. And I explore that bit further later. But as you can see, from the very outset, they don't even understand what it's meant by bringing a surah. They think bring a surah means just bring 1 word, or 2 words, or 3 words in a random occurrence and so on, and you've imitated it. I mean,
this would be consistent with something else that they used to bring up in recent years, the Sana'a manuscript. That if one single manuscript happens to be, for whatever reason, happens to be contrary to the Uthmanic Rasm and the Uthmanic text, supposedly that's proof, undeniable proof that the Qur'an has been corrupted. So them claiming that, 1 word is enough to invalidate the Qur'anic challenge would be consistent with some of the other arguments. And it would, it shows that they haven't improved. Now that even though there's some people here called logic or whatever, it seems that their logic has not improved whatsoever. So yeah. I'm more interested to see how they say.
Yeah. So they let's see whether they understand my point about like why it has to be similar number of ayat if you're going to match something like it.
Right? Did you bring 20 ayat? So cross, dismiss. That's it. So now you realize the criteria number 2 failed. Try again.
Kicking the goalpost. Yes. He's now running. He goes.
So now, as you realize, these people are fit to be comedians, not academic discussion holders. So now I asked you, the criteria of anyone imitating the Quran, I am explaining because you have a comprehension skill lack. When you lack comprehension skill, I need to explain to you what it means.
Can you explain after we respond?
Yes, you can. Explain. I'll finish. You continue. No problem.
You just went for like.
No, excuse me. Because you lacked basic comprehension skill, let me help you with that. So the criteria. Hello. God respond.
Appreciate it. So listen, ladies and gentlemen. So at first it was that the verse has to imitate any surah.
I didn't say verse.
Yeah, you said it has to imitate.
Strawman. I didn't say verse.
Did he not say?
Did I say verse?
It has to imitate a surah. Yeah. That's what you said.
Did he imitate a surah?
Yeah.
Which one?
Okay.
So he is very excited over a false conclusion. So he's jumping to conclusions basically. So this person clearly has not received any formal training in logic or analysis, because he doesn't understand the premises. He can't track the argument. He's refusing to listen to the argument. Nor does he understand the necessity of the consequence. Nor does he understand the conclusions themselves. Rather, he hears it has to be in Arabic, and that's his first, his only tick box. He doesn't understand clearly the difference between necessary conditions and sufficient conditions. He's acting as if, because it's in Arabic, now it's time to jump around and wave your hands and mashallah, supposedly he's disproved the Qur'an. Whereas a necessary condition here is that it has to be in Arabic. That does not mean it's sufficient. All of those criteria in agglomeration, as together in one group and one set, that is what demonstrates and forces sufficiency. But these two, as soon as they hear it's in Arabic, and as soon as they hear it has to be, what was the second condition?
So, bring a surah like it, a whole surah. Surah, it's not a part, only words in a surah.
An entire surah. So not only do they not understand what a surah is, under this false pretext and this false understanding of surah, they're excited, as if they've proven that the Qur'an has been disproved, that the tahaddi of the Qur'an has been invalidated. Why? Because they're treating necessary conditions as sufficient ones. So clearly this individual, logic, whatever his name is, has zero formal training in logic. And I'm interested in his formal qualifications. If someone could tell us, inshallah.
I don't think he has any, but that doesn't matter, because his discussions will demonstrate whether he has any of these skills to bring on the table. So let's see whether he's understanding and tracking. Why am I saying it needs to be like the surah itself? If you bring surah number 2, 286 ayat, it needs to be of that length, because that's how it will be like it, similar to it. You can't just bring one word and say I've done something similar. I mean, that's the basic level of comprehension deficiency. So let's see.
No, he only came up with some verses. That's not an imitation.
You're not hearing us, okay? You gotta pay attention. All right? I know this is hard for you. Guys.
Come here again.
So listen, here's the issue, ladies and gentlemen. The issue is that not only does the Quran say bring a surah like it, it also says bring something like it. Yeah. So if it imitates a chapter, if it imitates a verse, that qualifies. Correct. So now,
hold on one second. So why have they drawn the line at something being in reference to at most, or at the least being a verse? So if they're claiming that the Quran says bring something like it, and suppose we do taslim of this supposed premise, that we say, okay, working under your framework that the Quran supposedly says bring something like it, and you're claiming it can be a surah, it can be a verse, in the strange accents, why have you drawn the line at a verse? Why can it not be half a verse? Why are you not saying like a quarter of a verse? Why have you decided to do tarjih of the fact that a shay, supposedly the something, ends at a verse? Because it's nonsensical. You're arbitrarily deciding this limit and this boundary as to what bring something like it is, and what the lower bound and the infimum of something is supposed to be. So if they were to be honest and sincere and be consistent with what something means, then they would have to accept that the Quran, when it says something, it could be in reference to one word even. But they know if someone brings one word like the Quran, that's not invalidating the challenge of the Quran. That is nothing close to invalidating the challenge of the Quran. So they have arbitrarily drawn the line at verse, when the Quran has objectively, definitively provided what? Provided the criterion that it has to be what? When it says to be hadith, it means at least a surah. At least a surah. And what's the smallest surah in the Quran?
3 verses. So not only are they departing from the objectivity of the challenge, they are strawmanning the challenge itself and arbitrarily imposing their own misunderstandings. So why should we take these individuals seriously? Why should anyone take these individuals seriously? This is what we all need to be mindful of.
Yeah, precisely. So when the Quran uses the word hadith, the scholars have understood, and throughout the centuries, if you were to consult any of the tafsir, it will tell you it refers to what the Prophet ﷺ has brought, the Quran itself. It's not like a single verse. This is not an explanation from the context, because they were saying, the mushrikun, the polytheists, oh, he has invented himself, he's brought it by himself, he said it himself, and the Quran then challenges, bring some sayings like it. Sayings means whatever he's saying, the whole Quran. So the scholars have explained the hadith referring to the Quran itself, not a part of an ayah or a word and so on and so forth, like they have not. So I don't think even a Christian Arab would understand in this way. So this is the problem.
Even more, the word hadith is what? What's it supposed to be? It's supposed to be ism al-jins, a genus. Now, what's the aqal of that? What's the minimum of that genus and what's the maximum of that genus? So clearly, the maximum of the genus in context is the Quran. Now, what's the minimum? Do you have any proof as to what the minimum of the word hadith is in reference to? What the extension of the content of the word hadith, what it's referring to? If you have proof that is referring to one verse, then tamam, bring your proof. If it's something analytically derived, that you have done your own analysis and proved that the minimal constituent of the word hadith is one verse, then bring this proof. However, you cannot just arbitrarily decide that that is the lower bound. Otherwise, it's equal for me to say, rather it can be half a verse, rather it can be 1/3 of a verse, it can be 1/4 of a verse. Why would bringing that not be disproving in the Quran? Rather, we stick to the objective criteria given to us by the Quran, so as to not fall into these logical fallacies such as tarjih bila murajjih and all of these things. And the Quran tells us, فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ. Very easy to follow.
Exactly. So the Quran actually gave very clearly, if you can't bring the whole Quran, then try 10 chapters. Or if you can't try 10 chapters, there's one surah. So that is the minimum level of what they have to bring. And the minimum level of a surah is not like 286 ayat of the Quran. The surah that has minimum number of ayat is like Surah Al-Kawthar. Another surah is like 3 ayat. This is how small some of the surahs are, and that itself is enough for someone to bring in the stylistics of that surah. But obviously, for our Christian counterpart here, their understanding obviously is clearly lacking on this subject matter.
A surah, well, we have here Umar is imitating multiple surahs. Yeah. He imitates chapter 2 to where it even becomes a verse in chapter 2. Let them finish. He imitates chapter 66 to where it becomes a verse in 66. So if he is saying something that makes it into the Quran, how is that not an imitation of the Quran? Okay? Now, to respond, this is, as I said, not really understanding what the criteria is. When you imitate a surah, like Surah Al-Ikhlas, listen carefully so you can learn.
It's concerning how confidently they speak. This is one of the reasons why people tend to listen to them. That even though that what they're saying is absolute nonsense, clearly demonstrable nonsense, saying that because he said a few words from this surah, it's imitating the entire surah. Because he said a few words from this, suppose he's imitating the entire surah. Clearly, it's absolute nonsense what they're spouting. And it's not even a verse. As you showed, it's not even a verse, it's a part of a verse. So, because they're speaking so confidently, people are deceived into thinking that there is some weight to what they're saying, either dialectic weight or epistemic weight or whatever they're saying, whatever weight we're talking about, when in reality they have nothing to say. So people need to be mindful of, just because someone speaks eloquently, just because he's taken some public speaking classes, doesn't mean he's correct in what he's saying. It's upon you to listen to the content of what he's saying and not the tone of his speech, not the eloquence of his speech, rather the content of what he's actually saying.
Exactly. So that's how they thrive. They've learned theatrics and this kind of showmanship. I'm sure this is a formal training they may have on this subject matter, and this is exactly what is demonstrated among the crowd, and the crowd cheers them up, not knowing exactly what the content is on this. So he's saying he's done 2 surahs actually imitating by bringing in total 5 words, and then imitated the whole surah, or not whole surah, 2 surahs.
Christian apologists, for some reason, they don't understand the criteria. Right. Okay? If a surah has 3 ayat, if a surah has 3 ayat, any imitation of that surah, if you bring an imitated chapter, it has to be at least have 3 verses. If a surah like Surah Al-Baqarah has more than, listen, I am going to, you know what, brother, it's okay. Now, look at how the comedy is being exposed. They said Surah Baqarah number 2. Surah number Baqarah does not have 3 ayats. It has more than hundreds, right? That means any imitation of Surah Al-Baqarah has to be equivalent with the number of ayat.
This is how, even to the very basic level ABC, I have to bring down to make them understand it. It's surprising, like, this is required for someone of so-called high-level apologetics in the field of missionary activities, that I have to spell it out to like kindergarten kids. Children in kindergarten, this is what it is, because they don't even understand the very basic format of what it means bringing a surah like it. Surah means equivalent to number of ayat. No, you can't just bring 3 words or 2 lines and then claiming that you've brought an equivalent whole surah. So that's what we have been seeing so far.
This hadith did not bring that, so fail. Surah 66 equally is not only just 3 ayat, it's more than that. So even that failed. And what I said, not only you have to bring an imitation like the surah, but also every chapter that you imitate, because they're all unique, which you didn't even know. Every chapter is unique in its stylistics that you have to bring. One of the stylistic feature is this: each surah of the Qur'an has linguistic novelties, newness, that far exceeds the number of words in that surah. So if a surah like Surah Al-Fatiha, if it has 29 words, the linguistic novelty will be 30 or more. If a surah has 15 words, the linguistic novelty will be 16 or more. This is across every single.
So here, this person is nodding. So he's clearly understanding what I'm saying. Okay, I mean, it's not rocket science that I'm explaining in terms of how propulsion happens and so on, with all this science and physics and maths. So basic explanation about what this means. I'm even giving them with some number examples. Would they understand this, and would they be able to respond to and saying, yeah, we've done something, having acknowledged that the first example was a failure by bringing, like, the example of Umar radiallahu anhu? Are they going to bring something like it, or are they going to simply just go over in their rhetoric? We'll see.
So now you have to bring an imitation of a surah that has equal number of verses and far exceeding the linguistic novelties within the surah. Has Umar, the example, I'm finishing in 30 seconds. Okay. Have the example that you provided, did it show that what he brought equates to the number of verses in the surah? The answer is no. So you fail. Did it match Surah 2, Surah 66? Failure. Okay. So you have utterly failed to bring an example of an imitation. Okay. So now, what do you have to say?
Thank you. we have a lot to say, actually.
Take your time. Let's see.
Okay, so number one, Mansoor, this criteria that you're coming up with is completely ad hoc.
No.
Yeah, so now, when you say no,
so where has he got this idea that it is ad hoc from? Because this individual has demonstrated his not only ignorance in Islam and the Islamic tradition, he's demonstrated his ignorance in general and in absolution. Not only is he inadequate at following and tracking an argument, he's inadequate in basic analysis, basic comprehension, basic understanding. But now he's making a grand claim that it's ad hoc. This criteria that you've brought is supposedly ad hoc. So I'm interested, did he substantiate where he got this idea from? Because he's made the claim now. We can back up our claims. He's made the claim that it's ad hoc. Where has he gotten this from? I'm interested to see.
Okay, let's see.
Calm down. Okay? Calm down. Calm down. You got this.
So you come down as well? Yeah? So let's make a note of what you say. Go ahead.
Yeah, make a note. But here, look, I don't want us to like trade monologue. I would like us to engage, okay? Because when you say no, I would love to engage with this, okay? Like for example, when you say that your criteria is not ad hoc, but you have substance behind it, can you show me any verse in the Quran that says that the verse or whatever you bring that's like the Quran has to, one, be equal to the amount of verses in a chapter? Can you show me where the Quran says that?
Sure. All right. So if I say, bring a phone like it, and
So this is where I'm using the example to demonstrate that the Quran doesn't have to spell out all of these criteria and condition by saying to be surah al-Misli, as we have done.
Another thing also is, why are they so hung up on the Quran itself being, giving this explicit criteria? When the criteria is given, the criteria is easy to be understood. Yet why are they so? This is akin to someone saying, why does the Quran not contain information about aliens and dinosaurs? It's practically identical. That why should the Quran be the one to explain? Why can it not be the Prophet ﷺ giving bayan, giving tafsir as to what this challenge is supposed to be? Because we don't believe as Muslims as the Quran as being the only masdar of Sharia. We believe in what? At least therefore Quran, Sunnah, Ijma' and Qiyas. And Sunnah is what? The Sunnah explains the Quran. And we have from the Sunnah explanations of what this tahaddi is. That people tried and they failed. We have from the Marwiyat that people tried and they failed. So why are they so caught up on the Quran itself explicitly outlining, bullet pointing that this is condition 1, condition 2, condition 3? It's sufficient. Yes, the Quran is sufficient in extracting this and abstracting this, these conditions. Yet from the Sunnah we have bayan of this. We have clarification of what the tahaddi actually is. So not only has this person restricted Islam and Islamic scholarship and Islamic understanding and fahm to the Quran because it suits him. Notice that he's using ahadith when it suits him and he sticks to the Quran when it suits him. That in reality he should consider ahadith and Sunnah and the Quran in totality. Yet he's using hadith when it suits him and he's sticking with the Quran only when it suits him. So this is a demonstration, a clear demonstration of his inadequacy, either his inadequacy or his complete ignorance. Yes, that some people, these people, At-Taftazani mentions these are qasir al-aql. Those who are Arabic, they will understand what this means.
So what I'm about to demonstrate now with the phone example is, if let's listen to it, and it will be obvious, inshallah, to the people of critical mindset why I don't need to explain anything further, but even just one statement is sufficient for making that challenge.
bring, look,
So I said, if I said bring a phone like it, and then somebody brings in response to this claim a microphone in the other hand, would that be like it? So my initial statement didn't have any qualification or qualifier like, oh, it has to be in this shape, on this nature. I simply said, okay, here's my phone, bring something like it, and I brought a microphone. Would that be similar? So if that isn't obvious to people like that, what similarity is intended to or intended for, then I don't understand even how people can miss, even the basic comprehension of that.
even just this simple statement.
Ask for Quran verse, brother.
I'm giving you an analogy to understand.
We asked for
Right?
Quran verse.
You're interrupting me now.
No, go ahead. We're letting you. As long as you bring a Quran
So
verse.
come down and relax then. Okay, it's my turn to speak. Right. If I say bring something like this phone, and somebody brings like this, now would that be like it?
It's not a phone.
So
Hollywood would love these individuals. They would be great actors. SubhanAllah. They'd be, mashallah, if polemics and whatever rubbish that they have going on doesn't work out, inshallah Hollywood is open for them. Because look at their theatrics. It's like they're making up for the inadequacy with these, they're like drama, they're in drama club. It's like you're in drama club in school. SubhanAllah. Look at how he's standing even.
Yeah, okay. let's see whether they even understand that. Okay, so he says that it's not a phone. Okay, that's precisely the point. So I didn't have to explain, like, you have not brought something because my condition was X, Y, and Z. I didn't give any conditions. I simply said bring a phone like it, and it has become self-evident that this was not like a phone because it's a microphone. So even in the absence of any qualifiers or any conditions being given, one knows exactly what a phone is and what a not phone is, like a microphone. So they understood that part. So I hope, in my subsequent examples, they would understand exactly as I develop the understanding of what is like or similar, that they get it, or would they ever not get it?
Why? Because this particular phone has a particular shape and a structure, color, and so on and so forth. This one doesn't match.
Where do you say that?
Why are you interrupting rudely?
Because you're not giving the
Why are you interrupting rudely? Look at this. They interrupt, and it's okay. Hello, don't interrupt.
So engage.
I am engaging, don't interrupt.
So what worse than that?
Excuse me.
Look, I'm willing to see.
So you see how they're interrupting in my explanation. I've already given them a verse, to be Surah min mithli, and have they forgotten already? No, they haven't, because what they're after is basically this kind of rhetorical style to interrupt so that you don't actually finish your statement.
Shut up and listen, man.
So then give me the verse.
I am.
Okay.
So now, as I demonstrated, when the Qur'an, hang on, don't interrupt, have some manners.
It's like he's looking for support from his people because he knows he's in himself is incapable. So he's looking around for his fans to see that, cheering him on, yeah, go, this and this, because he in himself is incapable.
He's looking for the cheering fans. That's exactly what he's trying to do. So when he's asking me, demanding which verse, I'm actually even like I was just giving him, quoting this verse. I was quoting this verse again, not even a translation, the original Arabic of the Quran, and yet it goes beyond them. Like, you haven't given me anything. What was I giving them? I was giving exactly what the Quranic ayah is talking about.
Bring a surah like it.
What does that mean? What does it mean?
Subhanallah.
I am answering and replying, and we find this Christian apologist.
Now they're diverting to, is the Quran clear or not? It's clear for those who have a sound intellect and a sound mind. Clearly, these individuals who have come here to play around and mess around, who can't track a basic argument. I've been searching these guys up. Apparently, they're running away from little kids online that they don't want to argue. They don't want to debate. Little children that destroy their arguments. Now here they are going in circles, mocking you, insulting you, and now they're saying that the Quran is supposed to be clear, right? Well, of course the Quran is clear. The Quran is clear, especially in this, and it's clear for who? The people with sound aql.
I was just giving them the verse, and even like someone in the comment sections, I'm sorry, I'm not following your comments. We will bring you on the panel after we finish this video, so you can really directly ask us and engage with us if you really think you know exactly how the Quran has been imitated. So I've given them the verse. Okay, this is the section of the verse which talks about bring something like it, and still it goes beyond them, as if they can't even hear it. I'm quoting Arabic. Even people in the comment section saying, where's the verse? Giving me the verse. This is the ayah of the Quran that I've been talking to.
Just, as you can see, rudely interrupts every time I'm trying to speak. So now, I expect these individuals would have some manners, and let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, as I gave the verse in Surah Al-Baqarah, it says, فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ.
Bring the surah like it.
These people, hello, do you have a zipper for your mouth?
I don't, sorry.
Get one.
If you have a verse, that was
Right.
So, I had to, politely tell him, in a way that he doesn't get it. How many times have I told him, okay, don't let me finish? So I've asked him, has he got a zipper for his mouth? And he says, no, so just get one. Even that, he didn't click. He didn't track like what I was saying. Like,
it's not surprising, because I've been looking, as we're watching, looking at some clips, and recently it seems in a debate he's reduced his own disciples to, and I quote him, he calls them low-key stupid. So he's called his own disciples, not only has he insulted his prophets and whatever, but that's part of Christianity. Now him, from his own autonomy and his own volition, he's come and called his own disciples stupid. So someone like that, who has no respect for his own religion, why would he have respect for himself? He doesn't. He clearly doesn't have respect for himself.
Okay, so let's see whether he's trying to understand what the examples, the analogy I'm giving, watering down to a kindergarten level, to see whether they can actually get it.
So I gave you a verse, bring a surah like it. And I am explaining to you why this one phrase, like it, explains all the criteria that I have brought so far. This more, excuse me, got a zip off of your mouth, man. I'm speaking. Right. So now, I can't speak with people like that. They don't let you speak. So when the Quran says bring a surah like it, this to be surah min mithl. Mithl is, as I showed you an example, bring a phone like it, right? And I didn't say anything. And then
just a small comment on this. He constantly brings up this, whilst you're saying that the Quran is sufficient, this one verse, فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ, this word mithl is sufficient in demonstrating this criteria and to be able to extract and abstract this criteria from the verse itself. Yet he's saying that where does the Quran say this? Tamam, then we say, okay, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ, and the Quran does the Quran explicitly say that Allah is not Allah is not a statue, Allah is not a human being, Allah is not an animal, Allah is not a monkey. The Quran doesn't say this. All of these beliefs and all of these understandings and principles can be extracted from the verse لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. Similarly, this verse فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ, all of these principles can be extracted from this verse. So somebody who is qasir al-aql, that is incapable of understanding, is not worth discussing with. But unfortunately, for the sake of impressionable, vulnerable people, as we mentioned in the beginning, and as Ustad mentioned in the beginning, that these people, they, unfortunately, they are impressed by these rhetorics and theatrics. We have to discuss with these people, even though basic understanding, flies past them.
Yeah. So what the reason? I mean, you probably have known, if you've watched my videos at all and over the years, I don't really 100% engage with some insincere people and trying to bring them to some kind of senses. I use them as an educational tool to help others who are watching to understand the subject matter that I'm discussing, because sometimes you realize that the person you're engaging with is not going to really use anything useful or even be ready to be a recipient of some kind of accepting reason and intellectual understanding of the subject that we're discussing. It goes over them, or they deliberately don't want to. So what I do, I continue using discussion along with them, so that the whole discussion can be exported, and the word, I can't forgotten the word, is something that it can be then transmitted elsewhere, but people can then follow and understand and learn. And that's why videos like ours from Speaker's Corner has helped our brothers and sisters somewhere in an African jungle, in a village, or somewhere far in a remote area in Indonesia or somewhere. They're watching this and they're learning. Why? Because they can follow through the Islamic Muslim argument that the Muslim person is speaking and where the substance is. So it's not that always you're focusing on that individual. So I'm using these individuals, bring it down to kindergarten level to make them understand, in a hope that those people who are sincere, those people who have, the light of intellect left, where they can actually understand and decipher between right and wrong, truth and falsehood, they can think and ponder deeply on this matter, and if they can be then ready to receive the guidance. So it's up to them. But anyone who's insincere, anyone who's just here for fun and joke and comedy and so on, of course they're going to benefit. So many of our work in Speaker's Corner is aimed at other people, our audience who will be benefiting this outside of this particular local context that we're discussing with someone. I hope this makes sense when people are saying, why are you engaging still? I mean, towards the end, as you will see, I at some point I draw a red line and I stop, because it doesn't benefit anyone at this point, because they're just simply, going over the same thing in their rhetoric, nonsensical rhetorics. But I persist until some point where at least I can deliver this message. So maybe someone will pick this up, someone will understand that is the intent behind it. So I explained to them in terms of how, so far, when I say bring a phone like it, and somebody brings a microphone, it's not going to be like it, without even me explaining what the criterion condition is, just to show you that when we say something like it, and I present you the product itself, the product upon scrutiny, in this case, is just a simple observation. You would know that this is what it's like, and the microphone is not like that. But are they really understanding it in between themselves? In what world now, in bubble they're going on?
You'd expect one of the advantages of bringing multiple people is that at least one of them could get the argument. At least one of them they could understand, even if the others don't understand. But it seems it's flying over all of their heads.
Yeah, I mean, that's what surprises me. I mean, they seem to be the best, apparently, their representatives. But people were clearly fooled by that and deceived. They should get their money back. But anyway, enough of talking about them as a person. Let's go into the subject matter and see whether they're able to engage with the substance.
And they bring this, right? You would not demand, oh,
Is this like it? Is this a phone like it?
what do you think? No.
So this is something able to be predicted immediately as soon as you made that analogy. And as you were mentioning, you started talking about with the restriction, without restriction. So just going into actually what the verse is, فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ, that if Allah Azza wa Jal were to just say فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ.
If you just slowly continue, give me 1 or 2 minutes. I'm going to just back very shortly, inshallah. Okay, just continue speaking, but I'll be back very shortly.
So, if Allah Azza wa Jal were to say, bring a book without any qaid, without any restriction or condition or shart or sifa or anything, anyways, غير مقيد, it was mutlaq. The amr was mutlaq and the object was mutlaq. That Allah Azza wa Jal, if he were to say fa'tu bi surah, then tamam, that if someone were to bring any surah, then khalas, you would have met the challenge. But Allah Azza wa Jal has, with a phrase, with a restricting phrase, with a qaid, he has come and says fa'tu bi suratin min mithlihi, or kitabin min mithlihi. Yeah, that the restriction here and the criteria here is that it has to be similar to what? It has to be similar to the Qur'an. It has to be similar to a surah. Now the question now is, which Ustad Mansour was trying to explain to these individuals, what exactly the criteria of similitude is. What exactly determines and grounds what it means to be similar to the Qur'an. Now, them bringing a phone and saying, oh, I've brought something similar to it, is a false equivalence. Rather, it's something more aptly described by the usuliyin in usul al-fiqh as being something al-qiyas ma al-fariq. They call this al-qiyas ma al-fariq. The qiyas is with something that is wrong. The analogy is something that which is falsely imposed in the analogy. That if the question or the challenge was to bring a phone, bring a phone, then tamam, that when this individual brings a phone, he has met the challenge. But if the challenge is to bring a phone like it, what do you mean by like it? What's the criteria of likelihood and similitude here? That as anyone who studied balagha in ilm al-bayan, they know about the adawat of tashbih, and they know about the intricacies of al-mithl. Bringing something of the same genus or within the same set of genera of your particular referent object is not bringing something like it. if I were to say, if someone was to say, bring, if they had a human being and they said, bring a human like it, and then someone brings, I don't know, when you have a man, someone brings a woman, or when you have a man, someone brings, when you have a woman, someone brings a man, or even under this pretext of generic similitude, i.e. under the genus, if someone were to bring a horse and a man, then under the genus of animality and the genus of animal, this would have sufficed the similitude. This is precisely what they're doing here, that bringing a phone like it, phone is a genus, it's not a species. Anyone who's familiar with the 5 universals, particularly with the genus, the species and the differentia, they know that the crux and the pivot of similitude and difference is predicated and grounded and supervenient on the nature of this differentia, this fasl. What exactly distinguishes a man and a horse despite being under the same genus of animal? It's the fasl, it's the differentia. So when Ustad Mansour, he says to bring a phone like it, is the phone that Avery bought, is that phone like the phone that Ustad Mansour has presented? And if you claim it is, does it match the criteria that I have outlined to you as to what similitude entails? Yeah? So bringing something of the same genus is not bringing something like it, because there is necessarily between those two phones a differentia, a fasl between those two constituents of that common genus that distinguish them from being similar. And as I mentioned, similitude is pivoted and predicated on this fusul, yeah, these differentia. So if this phone was able to match the phone that Ustad Mansour has presented in a substantial, relevant way, both in its substratum, both in its essence and its attributes, both in its accidental attributes, both in its essential attributes, as well as doing what the phone has done itself. For example, if the phone has innovated something, Ustad Mansour's phone has innovated something, then that is a criteria for this putative similar phone that's being presented by Mr. Avery over here to possess. That this must also innovate something, bring something new that makes Ustad Mansour's phone obsolete. That going back to the main discussion of the Qur'an, if Allah Azza wa Jal, Jalla fi ula, if you were to say just bring a book and you bought a book, then khalas, you met the challenge. Since what? Bring a book means what? Bring anything with 2 covers, pages in between, and then writing in the pages, and then you bought a book. But upon this qaid of similitude, of being mithlihi, and we've outlined the criteria of being mithlihi, if it does not meet those criteria, then you have not faced the challenge, you have not understood the challenge, nor have you succeeded in assuaging the challenge. So first and foremost, what is the determiner of likelihood here? Ustad Mansour has tried to explain to these individuals time and time again the criteria of likelihood, the determiner, the murajjih, the preponderator of likelihood here. And yet it flies over their heads. It flies over their heads. And another thing that I wanted to mention is that they've claimed it's ad hoc. It's not ad hoc. And as I've mentioned in the beginning, there's continuity from the Salaf, from the time of the Sahaba, up until now, that this codification of these criteria has persisted throughout the entire tradition. Throughout the entire tradition, it's been maintained. Recently, in the modern framework, that the ulama have concisely condensed these criteria. As we mentioned, they're all necessary conditions. They're not sufficient in themselves. They've condensed all of these necessary conditions into, as Ustad Mansour has demonstrated, those 8. Those 8, and some have different renditions of these conditions, yet you will see a continuity from the beginning of Islam and the beginning of the Islamic tradition up until now. And so it's interesting to ask the question, do these individuals really believe that no one has preceded them in this? Do these individuals genuinely believe that no one has preceded them in trying to imitate the Qur'an with such false, weak and fragile attempts, that when you ask them this question, I wonder what they would respond to you. That do they really think that they're the first to try these things? That all of these feeble attempts, you will see that from the time of the Sahaba, people were making, trying to bring something like it. But they understood the criteria. At least they understood the criteria. These individuals don't even understand that it has to be at least the length of a surah. At least the people in the past who tried understood the criteria and brought something that would have been the length of a surah. Like Al-Musallim al-Kadhab, he says what? He says, يا ضفته نقي كم تنقين لا الماء تكددين ولا الشراب تمنعين. He says he makes it the length of Surah Al-Kawthar. And in other riwayat, he doubles down. He doubles down saying that this is a surah. He adds certain ayat by saying, نصفك في الماء ونصفك في الطين. He understood the criteria. فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ. Why did he not just bring 3 words like Avery is bringing and this other individuals bring? Why did these individuals who tried in the past not bring half a verse? Because they understood the criteria. This is the disparity, and frankly the dichotomy between the intellectual capacity and the political sphere that we have today, as opposed to the people of the past. And not only Musaylimat al-Kadhab, other people also, just to quickly finish off, people that were not even fasih, people that were Bedouins, that they came and they would say things like أَلَمْ تَرَ كَيْفَ فَعَلَ رَبُّكَ بِالْحُبْلَى أَخْرَجَ مِنْ بَطْنِهَا نَسَمَةً تَسْعَى مِنْ بَيْنِ شَرَاسِيفَ وَأَحْشَى. And then another person would say أخرج منها صبيا يسعى بين الصفاق والحشى أليس ذلك بقادر على أن يحيي الموتى ألا بلى ألا بلى. And another person would say الفيل ما الفيل وما أدراك ما الفيل له ذنب وثيل ومشفر طويل وإن ذلك من خلق ربنا لقليل. And another person would say الباعوض ما الباعوض وما أدراك ما الباعوض له مشفر عضود في الدماء يخوض فهو للفيل يعروض. That these people, every single attempt that you see is at least the length of a surah. But these individuals, they fail to understand the challenge itself. So why should we take them seriously?
Yeah, this is precisely, the level of intellectual bankruptcy of the critics of Islam in this era, 2025, 2026. Now we are here. So the polemics that they're becoming have come down to such a lower level. It shows that they're not able to engage even to the basic level arguments, let alone the higher level argumentation and higher level details in any subject matter. So that's the reality. He's now bringing a phone, and we'll see whether his phone is something similar or not. We will see. We have got with us our beloved brother, Dr. Sarmad. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. How are you, brothers?
MashaAllah, thanks for joining in your very busy schedule. I thought
I have to say something. I highly appreciate and utmostly regard and respect your patience. that really requires somebody who is in control of their composure, and that's why I always said, and I will continue saying, that I'm not somebody who is fit to be a da'i, because sometimes I might lose it, actually, especially when you're speaking to people on that level and you're speaking to them seriously. You're giving them the respect that is due in this particular context. Speaking in public, addressing an audience around you, and literally you are speaking to somebody who is below any level of critique. I'm not going to choose any words for it.
Sure.
Let the wild imagination of the audience just fit the way they want.
I will continue speaking to you, inshallah. I'm just going to let Ustad Aqlani know that I've just prayed Asr. Please pray your Asr before the time goes, and then you can continue with you, inshallah. So we'll wait for you when you come back, and then continue the clip while we are talking with our brother Dr. Sarmad as we speak. Is that okay?
Yes, no problem.
Yeah, let's go and come back later. When you come back, just say I'm here back. So, Brother Sarmad, what I have done so far, and our audience, as we say, we will bring you in once this is done to a sufficient level of review. We'll stop. We don't need to continue at the end. If you want towards the end, you can say continue. We'll have a look. But we want to hear your views from people in the comments, Muslims and non-Muslims, because this is what should be now really engaged with. now that the Christian Christian apologists have entered this domain, this field of Quranic challenge, you have no way not to talk about it. You have no excuse not to engage with it. And then this will be something that will really enlighten you, saying why this is an unbeatable challenge of the Quran for all times, for every generation until the world's going to come to an end. Why? This is the divine hallmark. It is the divine signature why the Quran is true, why it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And unless you understand this challenge, you will be just running away, running like people who have no idea what's the evidence of Islam is. And this is why we're discussing this. So the brother Samad, I went through at the very beginning, establishing first how the framework is developed for modern readers today by our contemporary scholars, synthesizing all of this work that's gone by in terms of the challenge of the Quran and bringing now in an objective fashion for the modern reader. They did this objectively before, not just simply saying eloquence and beautiful, but demonstrated objectivity. But now for the modern reader, something that you can see, these are the constructs. This is how it differs from the Arabic poetry in this linguistic expression or expressions, tarkib and ta'bid, and this is how it's different, and Quran needs to be imitated in this manner. So I've gone through some of the details and talked about how the author, Dr. Ahmad Bassam Sa'i, has validated his framework for the academic scholarship out there with his second volume of the book, going through 21 chapters and one big chapter, 21 small medium chapter, and one large surah of the Quran, and showing how every single one of his criteria that I mentioned here, especially the criteria of the linguistic novelty and innovation, which far exceed the number of words, he's demonstrated that by going through chapter by chapter, surah by surah. So this is what, for some reason, our Muslim audience are not still tracking as well. So we want Muslims to engage with this. So I mentioned earlier about this book. I'm not sure whether people can see this, but I've highlighted it in so many times. Let me, if I can show it by not blurring my screen so you can see it still. So if I bring this, so this is the book called The Miraculous Language of the Quran, okay, published by Bassam Sa'i IIIT publication. So English language, an abridgment of the first volume of his work. I've mentioned this many times, and especially in the Bangla stream, those who are familiar with, it's available as a PDF document. You know, if you want to, it's there for you to go and read. And Arabic material is out there also. So you need to really engage with this material and understand what the challenge of the Quran is. So from your experience with the Samad, until we bring our Ustad Aqlani into discussion to review the clip a bit further, what are you noticing? Why, I mean, in your opinion, why are they not tracking the argument? Is it because they know that by going into this area, it's an utter failure, that's why they want to avoid it purposely, or is there something else?
Allah knows best, brother, but I could tell you that from what I read so far in the book you're referring to, the book is not easy to understand for people who are not engaging in the material that's being presented. So, for example, when it says in the book, there's a very good part, one of the criteria that he presents to solidify or to basically consolidate his argument. He says that if you change the words in the Quran, in some of the verses, with parts from other verses, mm-hmm. It wouldn't stand. It still wouldn't stand. You know, you would feel that there's something that is incorrect. Even if you don't memorize the Quran, even if you memorize none of these two verses. So this is something that wouldn't be appreciated for somebody who's not actually engaging in the argument to start with. So they're not actually addressing the criteria that's being presented or proposed by the author. I think they would just get lost. And it takes a lot of sincerity in order to go through the book, as well as systematic approach, I would say. I, with all due respect to whoever considers these Christian, people who engage in polemics, whoever consider them to be a source of presenting any information or any credible information, with all due respect to their audience, I don't think that these people actually have this kind of approach. They are good, as you said, in like in theatrics, good in rhetoric. Some of them are, but a real intellectual discussion, a back and forth, giving your opponent even the benefit of the doubt when they might say something wrong, or they might say something that is not serving the purpose they would like to get through. Like how we discuss amongst ourselves Muslims sometimes, when we discuss somebody who's not adhering or holding our position, we say la mashahata fil istalah. The terms are not the matter here. What matters is the actual idea that you're trying to present. This level of sincerity in discussion shouldn't be expected from these people, of course, but I don't think it's even within their capability. So it's to me it's almost the kind of approach, the realm that they are fit for is not this kind of discussion. This is something that's completely different. It's like having, for example, a car and something else, and you're trying to race them both. That other thing than a car might actually be something that a car wouldn't beat in its own realm. But these aren't two different genres. These are two different, entities. And I honestly, this I actually believe, and this I came to after, subtly or silently watching people like Avery, for example. Initially, before he gained a lot of attention, he would do anything to get attention. So this kind of personality tells you that if I'm having an academic discussion with somebody, even if they are not going to listen to what I am, or not accept what I believe in, or not accept my idea, these are not the fit people for an academic discussion. These are not people on whom people might rely to present or gain any knowledge, gain any insight about anything, other than just listening to what they like to listen to. So it's basically just, being in an echo chamber, but with fine tunes, with tunes that probably appeal to your ear. If you're somebody who prefers rhetoric, you could probably listen to Avery if you're a Christian, or a Christian who prefers theatrics and comedy, they could listen to somebody like IP, right? But these people have no content to present. And I'm saying this with, after watching some of their material previously. Take Avery, for example, somebody who would, in order to attract Muslims into a discussion, he would put a price, astaghfirullah, on Jesus Christ. And he would say, I would give you $100 if you could convince me that Jesus Christ wasn't God. So is that what Jesus Christ worth to you, $100? You could just abandon your religion, abandon Jesus Christ for $100? Or you expect people actually to convince you to leave? It's all telling, There's sometimes people don't actually need to tell you what they believe in, but it's quite sufficient. If you listen to them silently, you would know what kind of person they are. And then this was a live manifestation of what kind of people you had to deal with. That's why I highly commend and respect your patience. But if I were you in that situation, I don't know what I would have done, because I don't have this skill to be able to hold my composure when somebody is being so disrespectful and so demeaning. May Allah reward you for it.
That's how the reality is in terms of how they engage the material. Because they just learned certain skill to engage in discussions and get lots of money from their sponsors or whoever they're actually giving them money. That's what it is. It's a money-making enterprise. I think they're called grifters, or I'm not sure if that's the right term.
Right. Yeah.
Without that, they won't survive. So they have to show the showmanship, the theatrics, and the comedies. Otherwise, if they don't have all this cheering around, no one's going to listen to them. Because if they went for an academic debate and they were totally silenced and debunked and refuted, that would be it. So they thrive on this kind of comedy and theatrics. Anyway, let's go and see if we can.
Before we carry on, just to finish my point about the ad hoc whilst you are gone.
Oh yes,
It's interesting how these guys, as Sheikh Doctor told us, that these guys are basically reaching above their level. These guys, they need to stay in their own lane, because once they have seen that people much higher level than them have tried and failed, attempted, came nowhere close to succeeding, they should have realized that this is maybe not a discussion I should be entering, especially since they are completely ignorant of everything. They're completely ignorant of everything to do with Islam. So what they should have done, after having seen their predecessors and their seniors come and try to engage in this discussion, in this particular polemic, and they failed, these guys should not have tried to step up, because they're reaching much too high for themselves. And they keep on mentioning that it's ad hoc, but they genuinely have no right to claim it's ad hoc, or to mention anything about ad hoc when it comes to Islam. They have absolutely no right when their entire core doctrine is ad hoc. Definitely, categorically, the way they have introduced these new counting methods after Peter Geach and all of his relative identity and all of these things, this is definitionally ad hoc. That prior to these couple of decades and centuries, who exactly engaged in counting the gods in this particular sense just to justify the Trinity? It seems as though rather it's quite obvious that you've reinvented the wheel, you've revised your entire paradigm and framework just to preserve some conclusions of yours. And obviously that's completely irrational, it's nonsensical, it's not sensible whatsoever, and no one should pay any attention to this. So these individuals claiming that this tahaddi of the Qur'an and the conditions in pertinence to that are ad hoc, they have no right, because the very crux of their religion, which is what? The Trinity and the Incarnation, their understanding of its putative coherence is what? Is ad hoc, because they have decided to count gods differently, that we count gods by division. And of course this is where the response by the Muslims comes, is why do you count persons by numerical identity, but you count gods by essential identity? That you count persons as three, even though the persons are inseparable from each other, and you count gods as one, even though because you claim under division that God has to be one. Yet you claim and count persons as three. So all of this is ad hoc. So you have no right, they have no right, to claim that the tahaddi of the Qur'an, which has been in our tradition from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, that the people who came and they tried these criteria have persisted from that time. So it's not ad hoc, and they have no right to claim it's ad hoc, and they should really focus on their own religion and proving that it's not ad hoc in the first place. As for how it's not ad hoc, then perhaps inshallah we will give some narrations, give some aqwal of the ulama of the early scholars as to what and demonstrate as to how exactly it matches the criteria Ustad Mansour has put forth. And one final thing is that building upon this, they've seen their predecessors fail, so why are they stepping up? They should know this is a discussion to avoid. This is something that even the heretics, they knew. In the beginning of Islam, they knew that they saw their predecessors, those people, the top of the top, the poets, they saw them fail. So the people after them that decided to claim nubuwah, that decided to claim wahi, they didn't even dare to claim that they also had scripture along with it. That Musaylimat al-Kadhab, that when he came and he claimed that he had wahi and he came with something like the Qur'an, and all these things, people after him who claimed the nubuwah, like Al-Mukhtar ibn Ubayd al-Thaqafi, in the time of the Tabi'in, that this individual, when he claimed the nubuwah and wahi, and that Jibreel would come down to him and Mikael would come down to him and tell him things and order him things, He did everything in terms of heresy, claiming prophethood, that Allah had chosen him after the Prophet ﷺ. But he didn't dare, he did not even dare to say anything that he has brought something like the Qur'an, because he saw his predecessors failed. And this is not just some random individual. This person was known for his fasaha. Al-Mukhtar ibn Abi Umayd al-Thaqafi was known for his eloquence and his fasaha. He was known to be someone who was a linguist, eloquent in the language. So he had dakhal, he had some studies, he was learned in the language and its theory and its practice and its practicality and its, the linguistics of it. So he wasn't just any random individual. Him, despite his heresies and despite his claim to nubuwah, did not even dare to say that I have brought something like the Qur'an, because he knew that everyone would have disproved him immediately. Everyone would have falsified what he was saying immediately. He was terrified. That any student of fiqh, in fact, anyone who's seen and has read and gone through Ibn Qudama's Al-Mughni and Sharh Al-Kabir, and you go to the mas'ala of Qira'ah Khalf Al-Imam, and he mentions a narration from Ibrahim Al-Nakha'i, who was who? Ibrahim Al-Nakha'i was who? The teacher of Hammad, who was who? The teacher of Abu Hanifa. That Ibrahim Al-Nakha'i says that أحدث الناس القراءة خلف الإمام في زمان المختار. That he says that in the time of Al-Mukhtar, why? Because he would lead the people in Salah during the Dhuhr prayer and the Asr prayer only. He would not recite anything from the Qur'an. لا يقرأ حرفا من القرآن. Why? Because if he were to claim he was a Nabi, he would try to, people who claim Nubuwah, what would they do? Either they claim they brought a scripture like the Qur'an, or they would try to add on to the Qur'an. They would try to add verses into the Qur'an. As we have from the Athar and from the Marwiyat, we see that they would either try to bring something new like the Qur'an, or add and modify the Qur'an. And this individual, Al-Mukhtar ibn Uwayd al-Thaqafi, he did not even dare do that. So the people, they started suspecting him. So as you can see, that people, when they see their predecessors, people who are their epistemic superiors, fail in this regard, they will not try to step up to the challenge, because they know they are incapable of stepping up to this challenge. So despite these, either these individuals don't, Allahu A'lam why they're doing it, probably because of the money. Yeah, as Dr. Salman had said, they would throw their religion away for $100. So probably because of the money. But genuinely, there is no reason for them to engage in this discussion. And it's incredulous for them to engage in this discussion, since they have no, credibility in anything. They don't even understand Arabic, let alone the Nahw and the Sarf and the Balagha needed. SubhanAllah. So that's just the final note I wanted to add in this regard.
And for the audience sake, I'm sorry, brother, to intervene here, but for the audience sake, probably for people to understand who Al-Mukhtar is, I think he was the same person who led the army of Al-Tawabin, right?
Against the Al-Hussein.
Al-Nasibi. Revenge, yeah. So that's one of the major fitna that happened. And then they fought a lot of Muslims and killed a lot of Muslims.
And this person, despite all of this fitna and claiming Nubuwah and Wahi, he himself did not dare claiming that he has brought something like the Quran. But Avery over here, mashallah, he stepped up to the challenge, and so far he's not doing very well at all, is he?
Yeah, it's just how they want to water down, brush it aside. That is their strategy. And now, inshallah, from now on, we want our Muslim brothers and sisters really engage with this. Bring this as your primary evidence for Islam. Why Islam is true, because Qur'an is unimitable. If you don't know why so, as I mentioned, get these books. If you know Arabic, get Al-Mu'jiza, 2 volumes by Bassam Sa'i, an English translation that I mentioned also from the same author, The Miraculous Language of the Qur'an, Evidence of Divine Origin. At least it will give you the objective way of demonstrating how the Qur'an is not imitable to everyone else, whether they understand the language or not. You can use different analogies. Why this is important? Because you need to really show to the people that even speech that we are talking in the language that we're using in English, we have our own styles. We have our own approach, how we use, how we talk, the number of words in our vocabulary. You can clearly say, okay, this is the style of Mansour, this is the style of Brother Sarmad, this is the style of Ustad Aqlani, in terms of how we speak. And this is well known in literature, and when they do textual criticism, for example. How do we know the letters of Paul, whether this particular letter is his forgery or not, because it doesn't fit his particular stylistics. And that's why the scholars would say it cannot be the letters of fault. It doesn't follow his stylistics way of writing. So it is known in terms of how our stylistics are there. So it's something that we can actually match. So if you try to learn a particular way and so on, you can actually match people's style. And that's why some of the writings, even though they were forgeries, people realized much later that they were forgeries, because they were so much similar to the original author's works. But later on, by very nuanced and very detailed investigation, it came out that these are actually not the original author's work. So what happened was, some people did forge other people's work. Many works were like this, forged in the name of other authors. So what it establishes is people can imitate other people. So in a logical way, it's also logically possible for the Qur'an as a speech, particular speech way of presentation, should be imitable. The question is, why is it not able to be imitated? That's what we're asking. We're asking not because some unseen forces is stopping you from imitating, like the word, the sarfa, the theory that people had before, but it is the structure that you cannot imitate. The moment you bring the structure imitated in, the language becomes not comprehensible. It becomes like gibberish. It doesn't become acceptable to the Arabic speaker. That's exactly why it's not imitable, because if you imitate its structure, whatever you bring in, it becomes a laughing construct. That's where the challenge is. How is it that the Quran, in only the Quran, this particular structure is meaningful, is eloquent, in terms of the highest peak of eloquence? No one can fault it. And yet, when you want to imitate that stylistics, it becomes something like totally nonsensible, unsensible, not comprehensible. So this is what Muslim brothers and sisters from now on, you need to engage and really tackle this with any people that you engage with in terms of presenting the evidence of the Quran, because you have been really away from this, the primary evidence. And I want to bring this to your attention so that we can know that this is what incapacitates people from imitating the Quran, thereby demonstrating that the Quran is from the divine origin. You can't say, you can simply say it's magic, like what the Arabs of the old said, without able to explain how the construct can be not imitated. They found it easier to say it's magic, because that's the only way they can rationalize it, justify it, their incapacity, by calling it magic. I mean, if you want to do that, those critics out there, if you want to believe in magic, that's up to you. But if you're really an individual of critical thinking, you should ask yourself, what makes human beings across centuries totally incapable of imitating it? And the Quran brings not one challenge once, several times, with that level of confidence and saying you cannot do it. This is where, when people become a Muslim, they become Muslim by informed choice, by critical thinking, not by theatrics and comedy, as we are to discover a bit more. So let's continue and see.
Brother, to your point, I just wanted to highlight this verse in Surah Yunus, where the mushrikeen of Quraysh actually have the exact same argument that these people have, which is that he was telling you that it was ad hoc, and I'm not going, basically what he's saying, in other words, is that I'm not going to comply by your rules because you have to bring up other rules that I agree to. Now, what did the mushrikeen of Quraysh say? They said in Surah Yunus, verse 15, وَإِذَا تُتْلَى عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتُنَا بَيِّنَاتٍ قَالَ الَّذِينَ لَا يَرْجُونَ لِقَاءَنَا ائْتِ بِقُرْآنٍ غَيْرِ هَذَا أَوْ بَدِّلْهُ. Change, bring another Quran, not this one, or just change it. Why? Because we're not going to comply by these rules. We're not, bringing us this eloquence and this sort of structure that is, incapacitating our linguistic skills. That we're not going to agree to. So bring us something else, and then we could discuss. So, subhanallah, as we say in Arabic, millat al-kufr wahida. The kuffar have the exact same mindset. And when I listen to these people every single time, and they think that they brought a new argument against Islam, it consolidates my iman and my faith even more. Because when you go back to the Quran, you say, subhanAllah, this was said in the Quran during the time of the Prophet as well. The exact same idea, the exact same concept. Subhanallah.
We have one individual commenting, I mean, when the link is open, I hope you join our panel to see whether you're able to really hold some ground. So you're saying, look, this is still ad hoc, and we don't know what ad hoc is, and we are being subjective. And throughout this discussion, I can see that, I mean, I'm just following through some of the comments there. These individuals, let me tell you
But you can explain to us what ad hoc means, inshallah. He can explain to us.
That's what I'm saying. When you come on to the panel, and we'll see, and then he's saying, look, the new number one argument, Quran is really awesome because I like it, and you can't make another book like it, children's religion. So you think the criteria is all about like because I like it? I mean, if this is the level of comprehension that our critics have, I mean, what do we say about this? The same thing over and over. I'm saying, why they lack comprehension skills?
It shows they are genuinely lacking in the intellectual prowess and capacity that their predecessors had, that they call themselves, you'd see, I've seen recently that this new generation of polemicists, they love their philosophy and they love their logic, but they've had zero formal training in either of those disciplines. That this individual commenting does not even understand the difference between the necessity of the consequence, nor does he understand the consequence itself. He can come up, inshallah, and
we'll see.
He can explain himself.
Be invited when we soon open up the links, inshallah, and you join us, and we'll see. We can have a very fruitful intellectual discussion if you're able to and capable of having one. So let's continue with some more. I think the whole video is throughout like this, trying to water it to a kindergarten level from my part for them to understand, and they're constantly failing or willing deliberately not to understand it. So this is
now how did I?
So what was this? If we remember, if we just go back a little bit, how they're cheering themselves.
What do you think?
So the discussion was about. So he's brought a phone. So I'm making a point. Okay. If I say bring a phone like it, and he says, oh, there you go. He actually brought a phone, and then I asked them, okay, is it similar? To their cheering, what would you understand? Are they saying no, or are they saying yes? They're saying it's yes. So let's actually see what made them say it's yes. Is it like the example of if I say, okay, here is a cow, okay, with 4 legs, bring an animal like it. And then they say, oh yeah, there you go. 4 legs. And he brings an animal, a horse, and say, there you go. It's like a cow, just because it has 4 legs. So that's the level of similarity I think they're able to understand. But let's see what how he brings his phone and see whether he's able to make it. So they are saying, yeah, similarly, all of them cheering up themselves that, yep, he's brought a similar phone, and I'm saying no, and they're surprised for how I'm saying no.
Now, so now how did I know? So how did I know? Wait, it's not arbitrary. So let me explain. When we say like it, what's this
Basic
like
logic.
Now we know why Christians are really lacking comprehension skills.
Similar.
Hang on. Bring it back again. No, bring it back again. Bring it back again. No, bring it back again. Now, I want to demonstrate the lack of comprehension that you guys have. Bring it back again. Are you lack memory as well? I gave this Surah Al-Baqarah. Can I borrow this one? Okay, bring it closer. Bring it closer. Turn it like this.
Let's raise it up. Together.
No. Turn the other way. The other way. Is it like it? Yeah. Is it like it?
So Muslim crowd who are listening, they're saying no, because they can clearly see obviously in front of them. There's an observation one can make. It's not like it, because the sizes are different, the number of cameras are different. One is probably an Android and one is an iPhone. So no one needs to explain to them that what sort of likeness is. They would probably say they definitely say it's not. But the Christian crowd, they are all agreeing that it's actually like it. So
I'm interested to see if they would hold the same standard and rank of similitude between, if someone were to ask, is Avery like Mansour? If someone were to ask this question, would they also shout yes? Because they bought a phone that's Samsung, and they compared to an iPhone, whatever it is, a phone for a phone. Tamam, okay. Then would they also agree that Avery is similar to Mansour? Yes or no? If they say yes, then if they say no, then why not? Why have they said that the phones are similar, but these two humans are not similar? What exactly differentiates them? What exactly differentiates the phones and does not differentiate? What exactly differentiates the humans and not the phones? So they're arbitrarily introducing these criteria despite the criteria being already outlined. And so this is their tactics. They try to sway the conversation, strawman it to be their own, their own little narrative, their own little fairy tale. That they will say that they bring their own criteria, and if the Qur'an doesn't match that criteria, then supposedly the Qur'an is false according to them. Why should we care about their criteria?
So the point being, in terms of the criteria, I've constantly been reminding them it needs not spelled out, because the Quran itself is a product in front of them to be examined, to be understood. And when you examine and understand the Quran, you know exactly what it's like and how it's unlike the others. So to bring something like it is to bring the product when you actually examine it, when you look into it, when you uncover it, when you unpack it, you will see how it's like. But for them, it's like he's going to say soon, oh, it's got a screen. They got it similar. Because two phones have the same screen, that means they are similar.
It's like when Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, as I was mentioning when you were gone, bring a book like it. If they brought a book that was just two covers and inside it is pages and just a bunch of writing, if Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala were to say, bring a book, then okay, you've brought a book, but bring a book like it. So despite having the form of a book with its two covers and its multiple pages and its writing inside, what exactly is the substance of what you have brought? And how is it like what I'm asking you to bring? That's the question.
And I think the best way for people who are sincere anyway, you don't have to be a Muslim, in order to listen to this argument. But if you would like to know what the other side, what they believe in, you have to allow the Quran to speak for itself, right? Because the Quran is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's speech is the source where this challenge is coming from. It's not coming from Brother Mansour, it's not coming from any of the brothers, right? Now, when the Quran uses this word, this particular word, mithl, when it's presenting the challenge, as for example in Surah Al-Baqarah, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks to the people and say, oh people, if you are in doubt of what we have revealed to him, to our servant, فإن كنتم في ريب مما نزلنا على عبدنا فأتوا بسورة من مثله. Now, this could be linguistically dissected as something from its genre, not it particularly, because this min is what they call, min al-ijmal, I think, in Arabic. That's a certain term anyway. So it's basically that it's something from this genre, from this type. So فَأْتُوا بِسُورَةٍ مِّن مِثْلِهِ, meaning from something like the Quran. The structure and everything that you are defining the Quran as, the source of your proposed, lookalike surah has to stem from the same source, from a similar source, sorry. So it's not just giving something that is similar to it, or just close or proximal in proximity to it. It's actually the same genre. This is one of the ways to dissect the word. Now, of course, there are many other linguistic ways to understand it, but this is one of the ways to understand it. Now, take the exact same challenge in Surah Yunus, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا كَانَ هَذَا الْقُرْآنُ أَن يُفْتَرَى مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ ولكن تصديق الذي بين يديه وتفصيل الكتاب لا ريب فيه من رب العالمين. And then he says, when he's challenging them, فأتوا بسورة مثله, without min. So bring a verse that is exactly similar. That is not a copy, not just, you copy paste. No, it has to have the same characteristics as the surahs of the Quran. What is the difference between the two? That first verse in Surah Al-Baqarah, as I said, one of the ways to understand it is that it has to be from the same genre as the Quran is. But this one is talking about the verse itself, that it has to be mithlihi. It's not saying, so this mithil in Arabic is not as like in English, because there's only one like in English. In Arabic, we have mithil and mathal. And in the Quran, again, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ تَدْعُونَ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ عِبَادٌ إِيش عِبَادٌ أَمْثَالُكُم. They are like you. They are just servants like you. But he's using the word amthal, which is the plural form of mathal. مثل الذين وَاضْرِبْ لَهُم مَثَلًا, which is a proverb or an example as it is something similar to. It is like. This is the interpretation of the word. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not saying bring mathal to the Quran. Bring something that is similar, a book that has words and is in Arabic, and that's it. It's giving you mithil, which is completely different. When you translate, you might want to translate it as like and like, as and as. That's completely fine. But if your problem as a language, you can't just project your incapabilities and linguistic limitations on the language of the Quran. Now, you could argue that, well, in Arabic, did anybody else understand it this way? That would be a different discussion here, because we are discussing the language of the Quran and the challenge of the one who revealed and authored the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the challenge he's presenting to people. Now, whether you would like to contest that actually nobody else in Arabic understood this way, fine, we could take that discussion in another realm, but this is here we're discussing what the Quran is challenging you to do. So in order for you to be sincere enough, you have to adhere to the conditions that are being portrayed by the Quran, be very inquisitive and very pedantic with the words that are being used in the challenge, in order for you to shed a light on what really the challenge of the Quran is. The challenge of the Quran is not to, bring me a content in Arabic, as you, Brother Masud, said. It's not about, as the example that's really laughable. I mean, when I heard this argument first time this morning, I was really, astonished. But then I thought, well, who am I even hearing from? It's these two guys. So what should I expect? But anyway, so what their argument basically breaks down to the following. There is a prophecy or something that Umar ibn al-Khattab said, which is similar to what is mentioned in the Quran. And that's what the Quran is talking about, being like it. What is the similitude between the two? Between Umar ibn al-Khattab's recommendation to the Prophet ﷺ, or his opinion on 3 different occasions, and what was mentioned in the Quran? It's the content, it's the idea, it's the suggestion that he made. That was in line with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decreed later on. But is the language the same? No, it's not. It's not the language. It's not the genre of the language. You could say that the Arabic is that Arabic and this is Arabic and that was Arabic. Yes. But that's like, as probably, one of the examples that I always, or analogies I always like to use, is like, comparing ice cream to, I don't know, some, Arla milk products. And he would say, well, the chocolate ice cream of Magnum is comparable to a pack of Arla's milk with chocolate flavor. Why? Because the content in both is the same. Both of them have milk as essential ingredient. So that's why I'm comparing. We're not asking you to compare 2 people who spoke Arabic. We're not asking you to do that. We're asking you to compare the miraculous structure of the Quran. Nobody is saying, it looks nice, that's why it's comparable to the Quran. If you don't understand Arabic language and you don't read it, I could tell you, as somebody who does, that reading Al-Mutanabbi's poetry, for example, would just take you to magical places, or reading for Imr al-Qais, for example, or even reading for Quthair Azza. I mean, Quthair, I really love, because of his passion and his, the way he make his analogies in his poetry and whatnot, and how he sincerely loved the woman he was in love with. But that's not what the Quran is talking about. It's talking about the structure. Why? Because as we said, it's talking about mithil and min mithil. It's not talking about mathal or amthal. And Allah knows best.
A beautiful explanation. I hope people focus and really look back on this point that Brother Sawad has made. It's a very pertinent point to understand. So let's continue a little bit more, because it's going to be a bit repetitive like this, but let's see whether their analogy is something that they're trying to succeed in bringing something like this phone, and if that is how the Quran can be imitated.
Only the Christians,
Hey, do these both have cameras on the back?
only the Christians,
They both have screens?
hang on, only the Christians are saying it's like it, but not no one else, as you've demonstrated.
So do they both have a camera?
Wait,
Please.
wait. Remember.
No. Do they have a camera on the back?
Look. How many cameras?
It doesn't matter.
It does. It does.
Yes, okay, good.
How many cameras?
Do they both have a screen?
How many cameras?
Do they both have a screen?
How many cameras? How many
Do they
cameras?
both have a screen?
How many cameras?
Hold on. Do they
How
both have a
many
screen?
cameras?
Do they both have a screen?
How many cameras?
Please.
You've noticed that now he realized the cameras are different in these both phones,
He would destroy his argument. That's why he's not answering.
because they are not similar at all. Initially he says, oh, it's got cameras and it's got a screen. How many times did I ask this question? How many cameras? 6, 7 times maybe already.
I wonder if they realize that this decimates the idea of transcendence of God in their own creed. Because if they're going to say that, God has this particular attribute, whether or not it's identical to its essence or not, God has this particular conception of an attribute, and you have this particular conception of an attribute. God is love, you have love. So you've made similitude between yourself and God, meaning if you can do that, then tamam. If you are similar to God and you are imperfect, then okay, God is also imperfect. So they're not realizing that under this particular framework of similitude, this weak, feeble, fragile, loose, flaccid framework of similitude, they're undermining their own religion. But they lack the capacity to think beyond anything that's just right in front of them. Yeah, and maybe the last 30 seconds of their day, they can't think of anything beyond that. Its entailments, its what it would mean for other parts of the religion. Because if they claim that similitude was this simple, to be similar is this simple, then tomorrow you tell them what? That God has love, you have love, you're similar to God, you're imperfect, thus God must be imperfect. Since there's similarity, an imperfect being and an imperfect being can never be truly similar. So what? You're going to undermine all of your religion just to do some theatrics at Speaker's Corner. So again, these people are not consistent, and this is what we are seeking the Muslims to remain consistent in their arguments and to be able to point out these inconsistencies that these individuals, these actors, they bring. This is what the Muslims need to be trained in doing.
Muslims need to really avoid these polemicists and engaging with them at all, not engaging with them at all, because that's what is giving them the, the continuation of their theatrics. If we avoid and totally leave them to their comedy, no one's going to listen to them. Their own crowd will get bored after listening to them because they have no really substance. How much emotional, I don't know, how much are you going to emotionally fool your own crowd? Sooner or later they will find out that all you're doing is just singing and dancing like what you do in a church, and that's it. When it comes to real ideas and substance, it's not there. So when it comes to this phone example, what is being illustrated here, that even if you bring something similar and say similar, the number of cameras are different. But what he's trying to say is, oh, there you go. It has got a screen, so it's similar. So if you bring a book which has 2 covers and it's got letters inside, does it mean you brought a book like it? If I said, like, bring a book like Harry Potter's, and you bring a book, Charles Darwin's The Origin of the Species, and you say, look, it has 2 covers, as Ustad Aqlani earlier on said, and it's got letters of the alphabet. So there you go. I've brought a similar book like it. So they should be now both similar. That's the level of similarity that they understand. And when it comes to the Qur'an, if they just hear someone talking Arabic and bringing in 2 covers, they will say, there you go, with much. If this is what they understand, and these people were traveling back in time and they met those Arab poets, the Arab poets would really be so much ashamed that they probably faint in their shame. That this is what you understand by that? You insulting us? That this is how you, so we bring it like this? So, Ustad Aqlani, if I may ask you, in terms of how the previous, earlier generations, when they understood the poetry competitions between each other, how did they actually bring one to the other? Did they imitate in a style like this, or one said one word and the other simply didn't say anything? Well, is there a particular way or a pattern they consistently used and utilized so that it is something that is understood in a competition like that? A closer example is like a rap battle in poetry in modern times. In earlier times, done.
As Dr. Sarwad, he said, many poets like Al-Mutanabbi and Imr al-Qais, they would challenge other people to the only modern equivalent is like a rap battle. Yeah, that they would go line for line, bar for bar, basically. That they would say one line, one hemistitch, one misra', and the other guy will reply with one misra' as well. And then ulama, both focusing on the Qur'an in terms of the Quranic sciences, as well as those ulama in their books of adab, and the books of literature, and the books of poetry, they talk about these things. And this is not just post-Islamic poetry, this pre-Islamic poetry, Jahiliyyah poetry as well. The Al-Khattabi, he brings many examples in his book, Al-Bayan fi Ijazi al-Qur'an, whether it's the competition or the challenge between someone like Imr al-Qais and Al-Harith ibn Taw'am, that he brings these people, or Sha'bi versus certain poets, and he would comment on these things and say, this is how a mubarah is supposed to be, this is how a challenge, a match. Yes,
I think he mentioned Al-Farazdaq and Lakhtal as well.
Yeah, a couple of people, many, at least 4 or 5 examples in his book of how a mubarah is supposed to be, how a challenge, how someone is supposed to challenge the Qur'an. Yes, that he mentions that this is a complete literary rivalry carried out line by line, hemistitch by hemistitch. For example, Imr al-Qais and Al-Harith ibn Taw'am. And he says the one who and he says, he outlines some fawaid as well. He says that the one who is challenging the one who offers the challenge, meaning the responder to the challenge, has it easier for him in the literary rivalry. Why? Because the one who begins the challenge, he is basically free to choose whatever path he wants. But choosing one path may basically doom him to failure. He may choose something that his opponent is more better than him at, or more suitable than him at. Whereas the person who's responding, he already has a set framework. The person who's responding, in his response, has a set framework based upon what the person outlining the challenge has decided the topic is going to be. And so, commenting on these things, he mentions that Al-Harith, he surpassed Imr al-Qais to the extent that Imr al-Qais, he swore that he would never engage in these poetry battles and these challenges ever again. Now, who determines who has won? Who determines who has won in this particular challenge? Now, I'm going to read to you this particular challenge, and I want you to see in yourself that probably nobody, in fact, the only people that would understand this, this literary challenge between 2 poets are those engaged in the material, as Dr. Sarwad said. That the ones who are not engaged in the material, they will not be able to fathom anything at all about it. That Imru al-Qais, he begins line, he says a line, then Al-Harith, he says another line. Then Imru al-Qais, he replies with one line. Then Al-Harith, he replies with another line. So Imru al-Qais, he begins by saying, أحاري ترى بريقا هب وهنا. Then the other one replies, كنار مجوس تستعير استعارة. Then Imru al-Qais, he replies, أرقت له ونام أبو شريح. Then the other one replies, إذا ما قلت قد هدأ استطارا. Then he says, غمض بجانب العبلات منه وبات يحتفر الأكم احتفارا فلم يترك ببطن السي ظبيا ولم يترك بعصتها حمارا كان هزيزه من وراء غيب عشار وله لاقت عشارا فلما أن على شرجي أضاخ وهت أعجاز ريقه فخارا فلم ترى مثلنا ملكا هماما ولم ترى مثل هذا الجار جارا. And upon this final line by Al-Harith, he says, فَلَمْ تَرَى وَلَمْ تَرَى مِثْلَ هَذَا الْجَارِ جَارًا. What does Imru al-Qais say? That I swear I will never engage in any battle of poetry ever again. Now do you think that the average person, whether they are Arab or non-Arab, Ajam or non-Ajam, that they see this thing, they would understand anything that's going on? What do you mean Imru al-Qais was defeated in this? What the hell was going on in this? They wouldn't even understand. So a person like Avery and this other guy over here with the chair, you think they would understand anything about this? So the people who understood why Imru al-Qais was defeated by Al-Harith, they are the ones who were the poets, the senior poets, the masters of linguistics. Similarly, when it comes to the challenge of the Qur'an, so what do we do? When it comes to the challenge of the Qur'an, who do we delegate? Who do we delegate it to? The result to. That if Avery comes and he claims, this guy has imitated me in the challenge of the Qur'an, who the hell is Avery? Who is this Avery guy? So if you don't even understand the combat, the literary combat between two poets, and why one of them concedes to the other, even though it sounds the same to you, it all sounds the same to you. When one guy says فَلَمْ تَرَ مِثْلَنَا مَلِكًا هُمَامًا, and the other says وَلَمْ تَرَ مِثْلَ هَذَا الْجَارِ جَارًا, it all sounds nice. Who said what? You don't even know. Only those practiced and are experts in this field will be able to tell why one supersedes and is superior to the other one. Similarly with the tahaddi of the Qur'an, what would we say? That the people that the best of the best tried and they failed. So when a guy like Avery comes and says, this guy's beating the Qur'an, you shouldn't give him nothing. He means nothing whatsoever. Yes, and then Al-Khattabi commenting on this, he says هذا مباراة عجيبة. He says this is an astonishing contest and a complete literary rivalry carried out line by line, misra by misra, hemistich by hemistich. Al-Harith possesses an advantage over Imru al-Qais. Why? Because the one who begins a poem is free to choose whatever path he wishes, whereas the one who completes it is constrained and restricted to answering within the direction already set before him. For that reason, Al-Harith surpassed him, especially through the fine similes and imagery that are absent from Imru al-Qais. That Al-Harith employs techniques and asalib and this and that Imru al-Qais doesn't have. But the unpracticed individual, the untrained individual, when he hears these things, will he be able to point these things out? Will he be able to point out that Harith used this and Imru al-Qais did not use this? Of course not. And it was because of this that Imru al-Qais swore never again to contend with a poet in such a rivalry. And then Al-Khattabi, he mentions some criteria. As Ustad Mansour, he asked, how did the predecessors and the scholars of the early generations, the early centuries, Al-Khattabi was in the 300s AH. How did they understand the criteria? He explicitly says this, and he explicitly it's as if he, subhanAllah, through his firasa, he foresaw some guy called Avery will come and he made this stupid argument that he says that this is the criteria. In particularly referring to this particular discussion with Avery, he says to compose new speech, produce an original meaning, matching the opponent in wording and competing with him in meaning, so that the eloquent judge can determine which of the two is superior. This is unlike someone who merely takes portions of his opponent's speech, removes them from their place, substitutes one word for another, joins some parts to others with a degree of embellishment and polish, and then claims that he has matched his opponent and produced a counter composition. One form of such opposition, is that two men compete in poetry, or a sermon, or rhetorical discourse. One of them speaks about a matter that is a subject of dispute between them, and the other produces a rival discourse that parallels the first or surpasses it. Meaning it has to be either equivalent, at least necessarily at least equivalent to the first, and surpass it as well when it comes to the Qur'an. Judgment is then made between them according to what the comparison of equality and superiority requires. And as we mentioned the criteria time and time again, what exactly is this criteria of equality and superiority? That if the Qur'an has brought linguistic innovations and linguistic novelties, similarly you have to also bring something in your text or scripture or your fabrication that will make the Qur'an obsolete, that these are no longer new things. You have brought new things that has left the Qur'an in the dust. And Ibn Qutayba ad-Dinuri, he says, even earlier than Al-Khattabi, 100 years earlier than Al-Khattabi, he mentions, he was in the 200s. He mentions this, that the critics have attacked the Qur'an and followed its ambiguous passages, weak understandings, dull perception, flawed knowledge of the Arabic language. And he's talking about the Arabs. He's talking about the Arabs. That these critics from the Arabs have dull understanding of the Arabic language. What about someone like Avery, who's supposedly a high school dropout? With their own imagination, they attributed to it things such as linguistic error, solecism, contradiction, impossibility, and poor composition. And Ibn Qutayba, he mentions that I have responded to them with arguments refuting them regarding this, and like clarifying the proper interpretations in his other books, Ta'wil Mushkil al-Qur'an and Al-Mansub ila al-Masail. And then he mentions the criteria that we've been mentioning time and time again. He mentions that the speech of the Arabs is what? It includes revelation, gesture, concision. It includes omitted elements for brevity. And I'll read this in Arabic so that those who are sincere, those who are studious will be able to understand and maybe draw some lines to usul al-fiqh, draw some lines to other disciplines where they recognize some of these asalib and they recognize some of these qawa'id. That he says, وكلام العربي وحي وإيماء وإيجاز فمنه محذوف للاختصار ومزيد فيه للتوكيد ومكرر للإفهام ومستعار ومخلوب وعام يراد به خاص وخاص يراد به عام وواحد يراد به جمع وجمع يراد به واحد واثنان ودعاء لا يراد به الوقوع وجزاء عن الفعل بمثل لفظه والمعنيان مختلفان وماض من الفعل يكون لمستقبل الزمان ومستقبل يكون لماضي الزمان ومفعول على لفظ الفاعل وفاعل على لفظ المفعول ولفظان مختلفان والمعنى واحد ولفظان متفقان ومعناهما مختلف ولفظان متقاربان ومعناهما مختلف ولفظ مستفهم به وهو تقرير ولفظ مستفهم به وهو تعجب ولفظ مستفهم به وهو توبيخ ولفظ خرج على مذهب الأمر وهو نهي ولفظ خرج على لفظ الأمر وهو تهديد ولفظ خرج على لفظ الخبر وهو دعاء مع أشياء كثيرة يطول تعدد. So he says there are so many other things, and this is just a portion of what he has described about the criteria of the speech of the Arabs. This is the criteria of what the Arabic language is supposed to contain. And to explain it in English, he says that the speech of the Arabs is certain things like gesture and concision. It includes omitted elements for brevity and additions for emphasis, repetition for clarification, metaphor and inversion, general wording intended for the specificity, and specificity intending for generality, singular used for plurality, and plurality used to mean unity or dual, talab, request, not intended as actual occurrence, supplication not intended as actual occurrence. For example, قاتلهم الله أن يؤفكون, that some of these asalib used doesn't mean that you're making dua Allah to destroy them. This is something out of tawbih, out of admonishment and repudiation. That certain ad'iyah talab al-ma'na wa ala ghayri zahirihi, that the intention is not just to say may Allah do this and that to them, it's out of repudiation. Then he says supplication not intended as actual occurrence, recompense for an action, i.e. jaza, when you have a condition, a shart, and you have jaza al-shart. Imagine these guys, they don't even know these basic concepts from nahwa and sarf. When is something majzoom, when is something mansoob, when is something marfu, when is something majroor. They don't even know this. So jaza al-shart not expressed in the same wording while while the phrases differ. Then while the wordings are the same, they are synonymous. They're not synonymous. They are a homonym, basically. You have homonymity. And any student of usul al-fiqh knows about al-alfaz al-mushtaraka, the mushtarak term, that the word is the same but the meanings differ. Then you have another time that the words are different but the meanings are the same. Then you have the past tense used for future tense, and the future tense used for past tense, and the object expressed in the form of a subject, and the subject expressed in the form of an object, i.e. an object expressed in terms of its agent, the maf'ul in terms of its fa'il, and the fa'il in terms of the maf'ul. And the two different words with one meaning, two identical words with different meanings, two close words. Al-alfaz al-mutaqariban is what? That the roots are very identical, instead there is iqlab in one of the letters. For example, qaf ra ba and ra qaf ba. You just switch the ra and the qaf around, but the alfaz are mutaqariba. Why? Because they are similar in pronunciation. The letters are the same, but they are rearranged. They are a simple permutation of it. Yes?
Yeah, like رقيب and قريب.
Yeah, like رقيب وقريب, they come from رقبة and قربة. Yeah? قاف رابة and رقبة. Two close words with different meanings. Then there's also interrogative wording, i.e. al-istifham, used for affirmation. Al-istifham, interrogative wording used for amazement. Interrogative wording used for rebuke. Wording that comes in the form of an imperative but is actually a prohibition. For example, if'alu ma shi'tum. If'alu ma shi'tum. Is Allah ordering you to do whatever the hell you wish? No, of course not. Then there is exactly in Surah Al-Kahf, فَمَنْ شَاءَ فَلْيُؤْمِنْ وَمَنْ شَاءَ فَلْيَكْفُرْ. Whoever wants, let him disbelieve. Is this Allah ordering you to disbelieve? Of course not. Yeah. So interrogative wording that comes in the imperative wording rather that comes in prohibition. Wording that comes in the form of an imperative but is actually tahdeed, a threat. Does somebody have any examples?
أفأنت تكره الناس حتى يكونوا مؤمنين.
Words that come in imperative but come, it's actually a threat. Wording that comes in the form of a statement was actually a talab, a request, a supplication, along with many other patterns, too many to list. And what is Ibn Qutaybah? He finishes this discussion of the Arabic language. He says all of these modes, كل هذه المذاهب, are found in the Qur'an. All of these modes are found in the Qur'an. For this reason, building off of what Dr. Samad he mentioned earlier, he says for this reason, no translator is able to render it fully into any other language, as earlier scriptures were translated. Whoever examines it without knowledge of what God has specifically granted this language will fall into the same misconception that those critics fell into. And then he brings many examples, and he says that if the person without ilm, النظير بغير علم, looks into this, what سوء فهم is he going to understand? What false interpretation is he going to take? And he gives his first example is this: يا أيها الرسول بلغ ما أنزل إليك من ربك وإن لم تفعل فما بلغت رسالته. And he says that an ignorant individual may come and say that your Quran is so, is basically saying along the lines of an analogous to someone saying, يا رجل, oh man, eat this food, أكل هذه الطعام وإن لم تفعل فلم تأكل. And if you have not, then you have not eaten. You see the comparison here. يا أيها الرسول, يا أيها الرجل بلغ ما أنزل إليك من ربك أكل الطعام وإن لم تفعل فما بلغت رسالته فلم تأكل الطعام. And obviously this seems as though this is futile. This is frivolous. And then he goes pages upon pages discussing this. So he says that minimally, that what he has described in the Arabic language, that entire list that we went through, this has to be found in your imitation of the Quran, your attempt at an imitation. That if this is not even found, then you haven't even superseded the Arabic language, let alone the Quran. If you can't even do this, and if your imitation does not consist of this, you have not even managed to match the Arabic language, let alone the Quran itself. Subhanallah. And this is not just, we mentioned many, all of these criteria from the early ulama. Yeah. Even before that, from Qatada, Abdul Razzaq al-San'ani, he says in his tafsir, he says, قال حدثنا what? قال حدثنا معمر, his teacher from Yemen. He says, عن Qatada, he says, in the tafsir of this verse, فأتوا بسورة من مثلي, he says, what does this mean? He says, حقا لا باطل فيه ولا كذب. Now someone usually would translate باطل and كذب as the same thing. But then he says, حقا لا باطل فيه ولا كذب. Meaning that the purpose of what Qatada is saying is to differentiate between what batil here is and what kadhib here is. So to understand it means there has to be no inaccuracy in it. Inaccuracy of any sort. No batil means there is no inaccuracy of any sort. No invalidity, whether in the balagha, whether in the nahu, whether in the sarf, or the whatever. Yes? ولا كذب, and it can't contain any lies, and this is obviously connected to the other mu'jiza of the Quran, which is connected to the akhbar of the of the future and the past. So as you can see, that I provided for you who? Abdul Razzaq from Ma'mar from Qatada. I've also provided for you Qattabi. I've also provided for you Ibn Qutaybah. And all of these criteria is condensed by the criteria given in this book, the Al-Mu'jaza, in these 2 volumes, is condensed into this. That the Quran came with something new. It left Arabic, it basically left their precedents and their unanimously accepted understanding in the dust. So basically, since the Quran innovated linguistic precedents that the Arabs, when we say they were not familiar with, what do we mean? We mean that they were familiar with the roots. But as you know, the Arabic language is very rich. Yeah, they're very rich. That even one verb has So many different patterns and awzan, and every wazn has different nuance, every wazn has different entailments and semantic intentions. Then what's the difference between fa'ala and fa'ala and af'ala and fa'ala and istaf'ala and infa'ala and if'alla? All of these, they don't mean the same thing, even though they're the same verb with the same roots. They have different semantic intention, they have different semantic content and entailment, and you can extract a different understanding from it. So, for example, the Arabs...
You never give example of the difference between fa'ala and fa'ala, for example, from the Qur'an. And if there's...
even from different qira'at, yeah? قُتِلُوا and قُتِّلُوا. قُتِلُوا and قُتِّلُوا. In one qira'ah, those who are fought and killed, yeah? Those who are killed, yeah? قُتِلُوا, those who are killed. In one qira'ah, they will have the reward with Allah. قُتِّلُوا, those who are oppressed, those who are oppressed and fought without necessarily having been killed, yeah, without necessarily having been killed. Another thing is وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى
Nazala, for example, is a good...
أنزل and نزل. Perfect example. أنزل and نزل. What's the difference between الوزن الرابع أنزل and الوزن الثاني نزل? أنزل means something being, again, it's an active form in a verb, that it basically means something revealed all at once. Anzala mean in terms of one entire portion. Nazzala, there is this idea of emphasis and tawkeed, that meaning nazzala meaning in partitions, in multitudes. It was revealed in multitudes. Yes.
Tabat of zaman, as they say in Arabic, which is basically slowing down of time of the action of the verb. You know, during the time of the duration during which the act actually took place. So nazzala denotes this, as you said, denotes the slowing down, you know, like its own part.
Gradually.
Yeah, gradually, different occasions. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for example, this is actually, I came across very recently. And this, subhanAllah, you know, being a Muslim is all a learning journey. And that's one of the things I love most about Islam, besides it being, of course, the truth. The absolute truth. But some of the things that really attract me is the learning journey never stops. So only recently, I always thought, you know, that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Qadr, إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَاهُ فِي لَيْلَةِ الْقَدْرِ, that He revealed it on the night of Qadr, I always thought that, okay, this was the first night that the Qur'an was revealed to the Prophet ﷺ in the cave of Hira. And then when I read the entire argument behind it and how it is based actually on not only language, of course, but even ikhbar from the Prophet ﷺ, reports from him, actually blew my mind that it's quite obvious, linguistically obvious, that he didn't say nazzalna, because the Quran was tanzil and not inzal. So, subhanAllah. And sometimes, you know, you take your skills, I'm talking about myself, of course, you take your skills for granted and think, you know, that I'm not going to learn anything new. But subhanAllah, you know, just reading the Quran never stops teaching you things.
SubhanAllah. So again, just these examples, just to finish off this point quickly, before we carry on the video. Like, as the doctor was bringing up all of these examples, nazzala, anzala, and then I mentioned qutila is to just be killed, qutila is to be fought violently, qutila to be fought violently, and you see how there is difference, there is a distinction in meaning. Qutila means to be slaughtered or massacred or oppressed violently. Qutila is just to be killed in any fashion. So there is distinction in meaning. The Arabs were familiar with what? They were familiar with the roots, but they were not familiar with the wordings being used in those particular awzan. For example, إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ خُلِقَ هَلُوعًا, ha, la, lam, ayn. They were not familiar with this in this particular form. إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ خُلِقَ هَلُوعًا. And Allah does tafsir of this word in the next verses. And the Salaf would say, whose tafsir is better than Allah's tafsir himself? He says, إِذَا مَسَّهُ الشَّرُّ جَزُوعًا وَإِذَا مَسَّهُ الْخَيْرُ مَنُوعًا. This is the meaning of halu'a, that إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ خُلِقَ هَلُوعًا. That they were familiar with the roots, but they weren't familiar in this particular awzan. For example, the word Qur'an as well, qara'a, you know, one opinion is that it comes from the root qara'a, one opinion is that its own masdar. But if it does come from qara'a, they were not familiar with it being in the form of Qur'an, even though linguistically it's sound. Linguistically, morphologically it's sound. This is the key, morphological soundness and coherence, as well as linguistic and semantic coherence. And this is precisely what Al-Khattabi and Ibn Qutaybah and all these people, they mention, that they knew the words, but they didn't know them in those forms, even though those forms were linguistically, theoretically, and practically sound. So when Allah Azza wa Jal, He mentions things like alameen, what does alameen mean? We all know what alam means. We all know what awalim means. But alameen, plural of a plural. Most people, I'm sure most people don't even know this. In Arabic there is jam'. You have masjid, masajid, and what? Yes, masajid.
جمع الأجناس.
Yes, you have masjid, masajid. Everyone's heard of masajid. No, but then have you heard of masajid? Which is jam', as Doctor said, jam' al-adnas. So alameen, things like this in particular forms that people knew the roots and different forms of them, but they didn't know them being used in these first foremost, they didn't know these forms. Secondly, they didn't know them being used in this particular context, in this particular environment, scenario, and surrounding lexicon. So this is, we've gone through a lot of the criteria, and we can see the continuity to the modern scholarship and the contemporary framework that Ustad Mansour has demonstrated to us, and we can see based on the words of the early scholars that it's a basic transfer. It's a basic transfer. That's it, inshallah. Barakallah.
Just to highlight maybe some examples to illustrate some Muslims to understand in terms of what we mean by how the Qur'an has a different stylistics. So everyone's familiar with Surah Al-Fatiha. We read every day because you have to read at least 17 times a day if you're reading all the Fard Salawat. Now, even in Surah Al-Fatiha, the number of linguistic innovation there, it'll be mind-boggling if you listen to it. When the surah starts with like Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, Alhamdu, the Arabs at that time, they did not use the word hamd, praise, with a definitive article like with
Just one comment on this. The ulama, they go so deep into why things like, why is alhamd here used instead of thana? Why is hamd used instead of shukr? What's the difference between hamd, shukr, thana? Why was alhamd used here? And even the tafsir of surah, the first verse of surah Fatiha, if you assume that basmala is not the first verse, then even alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen, books upon books upon books on just this first verse. And this is the scholarship that we have in Islam, as opposed to someone like these two individuals in the clip.
So the Arabs would say like hamdan. This is how they would use in nakara in an indefinite sense. And
usual adverb form.
They brought the definitive form in this way at the beginning of a sentence or beginning of the jumla. The Arabs are not familiar with this. If you look at the writings that historically that's come down to us, this is not how they talked about it. And when it ends with like Rabbul Alameen, the Arabs only knew one alam meaning world, and the Quran introduced a word Alameen, as Aqlani just referred to, is not in their vocabulary. Like 300 years ago or 500 years ago, English did not have the word globalization. They may have something word like globe, which means our world, but globalization is a new construct, new word used in modern day from this word globe. But globalization, which now has a different meaning from globe, even though there's a similar root level meaning there. So it was known to people. People in the past, you cannot find any of the literature about globalization.
So the key is that it's still morphologically sound. Upon the surf, it's still a valid thing. It's not like the Quran came and made up new forms and new patterns. This is sound morphologically.
Exactly. So it's used the Arabic language as a base, as a the root of it, from their roots, as you say, root letters, and then derived new meanings, new words, and it explain what it means. So when, for example, the Quran talks about the surah about Musa alayhi salam, I think, who is Rabbul Alameen? And the Quran explains, Ma Rabbul Alameen. Yeah, قال رب العالمين, and then Quran explains رب السماوات والأرض, something along this line. If you remember the ayah, explains what is رب العالمين. Yep. So this is how the Quran introduces.
قال ربكم ورب آبائكم الأولين. قال ألا تستمعون. قال ربكم, and then he said, قال إن رسولكم الذي أرسل إليكم لمجنون. That's when Pharaoh was speaking to Moses.
Yeah. When the ayah talks about ما رب العالمين, and then the next ayah gives us the answer. Rabbul Alamin, he is the Lord of all of this. If you remember the ayah clearly.
قال ربكم, I think it's قال ربكم ورب آبائكم الأولين.
But even there's another one.
قال رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إن كنتم موقنين.
إن كنتم موقنين.
So if you look at the construct in Surah Al-Fatiha, this is something that they were not familiar with. It's not their traditional way of talking. It's not in their vocabulary. When it talks about like Maliki Yawmiddin, everyone knows what it means, but at that time, the Arabs would not even fathom to say something like that. Why? Because the word here means he is the master, the owner of the day of judgment. Now the Arabs knew that you can be a master, owner of your horse, of your house, of your sword, of your property, but you can never be master, owner specifically of time. You cannot be owner of a zaman. You cannot be owner of a second or a minute or a month or a year. You can't own that. So they never used this in their language. But the Qur'an came to show you that God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He's the owner of that day. He owns that day. So this is something that they could not even imagine thinking of how to construct a particular saying like that. And
another important thing to remember, another important thing to keep in mind, if I may interject, is that the Qur'an isn't meant to be first and foremost a rhyming scheme. Just because it rhymes doesn't mean that's its primary purpose. Rhyming is something posterior and derivative. It's something that comes as a consequence, but not as a primary or from the awaliyat. The Qur'an, as Prophet ﷺ said, both in the hadith and the Qur'an, وَرْسِلْتُ بِجَوَامِعِ الْكَلِمِ. This is meaning that he's meant to be rich in meaning. Is meant to be rich in meaning. So people misunderstand when they, as you will see, and as you've probably seen, many people when they try to imitate the Qur'an, they try to make it rhyme and follow a particular rhyming scheme and sound nice. And Al-Khattabi all the way 1100 years ago, he mentions this, that these people, these imitators, that they they make their rhyming first and foremost, they make it a rhyme and they make meaning precedent. So they make their meaning contingent upon their rhymes, whereas in the Qur'an, the rhymes are contingent upon the meaning. Perhaps not even a rigid contingency either. It's loosely contingent on the meaning. The rhyming is just there for ease of memorization. And even then, even something as simple as this verse, what is muddakir supposed to be? That the people, would you expect individuals who bring these arguments to know that the word muddakir is supposed to be mudhtakir? مذتكر from إذتكر يذتكر, but because of ثقل اللسان and because of ثقل اللسان كثرة الاستعمال, مذتكر in the Arabic language became مدكر because ذا and تا, the makhraj is very close, so ذا and تا became مدكر with a shadda on the dal. Would these people even know this? Of course they wouldn't. So this is the Arabic language. How far away and how further are they from understanding the Qur'an itself, which supersedes the Arabic language in every single way. Subhanallah. So just one thing to keep in mind, the Qur'an did not come primarily as a rhyming scheme. It came as something rich in meaning, deep in meaning, layers upon layers of meaning. Whereas the imitators, Al-Khattabi, as he mentions, that they make their saj'a first and foremost, and they make the ma'na tabi' to the saj'a. They make the meaning posterior, derivative, and contingent to the rhyming. That's why you see a lot of the fabricated surah, the meanings are either nonsensical or they're not deft whatsoever. They're being used, the asalib are being used in incorrect places. For example, in his analysis of the surah Al-Fil, Al-Fil, ما الفيل وما أدراك ما الفيل, Al-Ba'ud, ما البعوض وما أدراك ما البعوض. He says that even a child could understand how stupid this is, because the uslub, الشيء ما الشيء وما أدراك ما الشيء, this uslub is supposed to be when the shay in discussion is so impossibly not able to be described in words. It's transcendent of words. You're not able to, it's like our language is too limited to describe the reality and the nature of these things. Al-Qari'ah, mal-Qari'ah, ma adraka mal-Qari'ah, al-Haqi, mal-Haqi, ma adraka mal-Haqi, all these things. That these events, or these ashya, they are so impossibly not able to be described. They're not able to be described in language. Our language is too limited to demonstrate and describe them. So this uslub, why is it being used? Al-fil, mal-fil, ma adraka mal-fil. Does humanity not know what fil is supposed to be? Does humanity not know what an elephant is supposed to be? So things like this. Another thing, ألم ترى كيف فعل ربك بالحبلى.
Alam tara. When is this uslub used? Alam tara. Alam tara is used for uqubat, for things, have you not considered what your Lord has punished in terms of these people? Alam tara kayfa fa'ala rabbuka bi ashabil fil. So you saying the hubla, كيف لطف بالحبلى, basically that you are doing ikram of the hubla, خرج من بطنها نسمة يسعى, things like this. You're doing ikram of this. You're making it a noble thing. So why are you making a noble thing and attaching the uslub of alam tara to it? So this is very easily an easy way to catch out, fabricated surah and demonstrate why they can never be like the Qur'an, because they don't even understand the asalib in Arabic, they don't know the asalib of the Qur'an. So this is the main point. Just because it rhymes doesn't mean it's similar to the Qur'an. Just because it rhymes does not mean it's similar to the Qur'an.
I think to your point, brother, when it comes to the rhyming, and not the rhyming being like the primary goal behind the verses, we don't need to go too far in the Quran to see this. I mean, just in Surah Al-Fatiha, the first surah of the Quran, you have we start with Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. The verse after it doesn't rhyme. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, it ends with a meme, not with a ya nun. It ends with a ya meme. And it's not following it's close to, but not the stylistic of poetry. If you want to take it from a completely neutral perspective, like a linguistically neutral perspective, yes, you could say that there is some proximity to it, but no poet would even dare to change, or to mention a word at the end of the verse of the poem, and change the last letter to a new letter in the verse that follows. No poet would do that.
Based upon your point as well, Sheikh, just as is known to the student of poetry and literature, they know that the grammar rules or the sarf rules in poetry slightly can be modified or differ to normal prose. That for example, even in the Qur'an, لَنَسْفَ عَنْ بِالنَّاصِيَةِ, there's different types of tanween in the Arabic language. There's around 7 types of tanween. 3 of them are used in normal prose and 4 of them are reserved for poetry. So the rules of poetry can differ from the rules of prose. Whereas the Qur'an, if it was poetry, why does it not borrow from these extended rules in poetry? Why does it not borrow from these things? So the poetry, first and foremost, to even enter this discussion, one has to know about the different literatures and the different genres, as Sheikh was mentioning before. That poetry is its own genre. It has its grammar rules, but it has something additional to that as well. It has rules additional to that, especially when it comes to the tanween and the endings of the lines and the abiyat, and also
even the grammar bends. I mean,
of course, yeah,
could bend grammar by the end just to rhyme what they say, الضرورة الشعرية, for poetic necessity.
And exactly, yeah. And these people engaging in these discussions, they don't even know this. They have no knowledge of this. Whereas the Qur'an, when you're discussing, is the Qur'an like poetry? Is the Qur'an like any of the 16 ash'ar? Is it like anything of the abhar of poetry? Is it like anything from prose? And the Qur'an being its own genre, to be able to claim and assert that the Qur'an is its own genre, you have to be able to draw a comparison between and demonstrate, upon that comparison, why it's an invalid comparison to poetry and prose. So if you don't know anything about poetry, if you don't know anything about prose, how could you then enter into a discussion about the Qur'an? So these simple basic facts which are unknown to these individuals, and unfortunately unknown to the general public of the Muslims as well, which is why, as Brother Ustad Mansour is mentioning time and time again, that the scholars, the ulama, who are familiar with these things, they should enter the fray and they should enter the discussions more to spread their knowledge, to spread their understanding for the da'wah, and to remove the shubuhat, so that someone can have iman khaliyan an zalali. Like Ibn Taymiyyah says, al-imanu is supposed to be what? Khaliyan, empty from any zalal, any slip up, any misguidance, any problem, any issue. Yes? So this is necessary for the ulama to engage, but subhanAllah, will they engage? That's up to them, inshallah.
But at least from our discussions on the subject matter, people will understand that, okay, it is not on a surface level discussion only. The Qur'an has been challenging the Arabic speaking community from the very beginning when it came, and anyone who speaks Arabic should appreciate and understand the gravity of this challenge. If you are non-Muslim, what is your excuse? You don't have any excuse. You simply just, remove yourself from getting into it because you don't want to somehow encounter the defeat, which you know that this is the reality. And that's why, I even send this book to one of the Orientalists that I discussed with on Twitter at some point and didn't hear a response back. In terms of what is your views is, because, he has to then become polemical and say, I don't accept it, whatever. But a scholar, an Orientalist, of course, he doesn't want to be polemical. So his silence tells me volumes because he's not saying anything. He could have just simply given me a critique or something like this, like he always does with lots of things. But in this case, he's very silent. So this is what we are asking. Our critics, our opponents, if you call yourself opponents and critiquing Islam, get your scholarship to discuss the subject matter and ask them why they themselves are failing to bring a surah like the Qur'an. Why? To give you an example, Dr. Anish Shorosh of the Christian community, he actually understood the gravity of the Muslim pressure on this challenge to the Christian community who are Arabs. So he thought, okay, let us do something anyway. Let me produce something. So collectively, he produced this book called Al-Furqan. Okay, Al-Furqan. And this was so heavily criticized, even myself, I went through. It took me about 20 days every day. It was like after work, coming through and section by section, 1/3 or 2/3 of the book, then I gave up. It was so boring. What I found is it's all full of plagiarism. So this is not an original work like how a poet would respond and bring something similar, how someone would bring something similar like the Quran. He is basically just using a Quranic ayah, changing a word in its form, for example. So if it says you, he will say us. You see how he change the pronouns and keep the phrase the same. Like if it's something like, like fi jannatin na'im. I'm not sure this is what he used, but think about this. Fi jannatin na'im, he will keep that whole construct from the Quran and then add something at the beginning, something in the middle, a little bit change. So when you hear it, you will find like it sounds like the Quran. It sounds like the Quran because it's plagiarized from the Quran. So his whole book, I've shown this many times in English and in Bangla channel, how this Furqan is a plagiarization of the Quranic ayat from different places. So that is a real demonstration of how they fail, and they have to do what we call sadiqa, the stealing. Plagiarization is a stealing to come with something similar to the Quran because you can't bring anything of its stylistics. So that's the reality. Your scholars today, contemporary scholars, are failing. What else do you expect? Because it's not imitable. This is something that you have to confess and admit and say, I can't say anything rationally because there's no rational explanation for it. The closest I can say is like it's magic. If you don't want to believe in the Prophet ﷺ being unlettered and have this Quran to him from Rabbul Izzah, someone who has challenged the whole of humanity and you can't match it, what explanation do you have if you don't accept it? You have to really switch your intellectual abilities and say, look, maybe this is magic, like what they did. Okay, but you, people who are engaging with us Muslims, you have to admit and confess we can't bring anything like it, because when we show to you what the criteria is, which is not ad hoc, how many times we have to explain to you, then why are you failing? Ask yourself. If you're really sincere, you should have become Muslims long time ago, like people in the earlier generations did, by reading the Quran, realizing it, that this is not something human beings can produce. So let's return back to our video footage and see how much we want to go through. But I would like to remind Ustad Aqlani, it's time for Maghrib as well. And if you haven't had anything to eat at this minute, please do so, because it's going to be probably a long as well. Take your break. while I continue with Dr. Sarmad.
Inshallah, continue, Dr. Sar. If that guy comes back, inshallah, then the guy who was saying the earlier in the comments, please try and bring this guy up.
I don't think it's very repetitive now. Same thing going through, just going to some portion of it, and you can come back and join, inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
So I will play this and.
How many cameras? Now, right now. Okay. How many cameras? Do they both have a screen? How many cameras? We want to know the answer. How many cameras?
Do they both have a screen?
How many cameras?
Do they both have a
How
screen?
many cameras? So, do you think we should be able to speak to these clowns? I asked him a question. How many cameras? And he's avoiding it.
Wireless.
How many cameras? Are they both wireless?
You see how he's avoiding the question, because the moment he answers, he knows his game is up, because the similarity ends there. The cameras of my phone and the camera on the other one are different number of cameras within it. So you can't say this is similar, because similar has to be like at least the same number of cameras. How they work is a different thing. So he's avoiding this purposely, because he's seen back of my camera, phone, how many cameras, and he's seen the other phone. So he keeps repeating, oh, screen, Wi-Fi, everything else, right? Apart from the question I'm asking. So this is why we find engaging with individuals of this nature very, very difficult, because they're not very sincere. When they realize, well, their mistake, they don't want to admit it. They want to just waffle it away.
And to your point, Brother Mansour, I always find it difficult to engage with them. That's why I always say I'm never going to become a da'i. I don't have this capacity of dealing with these people who are just ridiculing you when you're speaking to them. You're being sincere, being respectful, and all you get back is. And that's why my consolation to this is always to remember the Prophet ﷺ. So imagine the Prophet ﷺ being the man who everybody knew he was, and then people who are so close to him, from his own, kinship-wise, like Abu Jahl, for example, or Abu Lahab, who was his dark uncle, and then they would not only ridicule him, but they would harm him physically, and then they would prevent him from even speak or preach Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's words to people. And that's why I say, when I was young, I always thought that, and this is something probably I shouldn't be saying, but I have these thoughts sometimes, why are the Sahaba so much, highly elevated to that status? I mean, yes, they gave up everything. They were with the Prophet ﷺ, and they supported this religion from the start. Yes, that I understand. But there were people who did the same as well later on in life. But then when you grow up and understand that these people, they have to put up with this kind of rhetoric, this kind of attitude, day in and day out, from the closest of their families, their neighbors, people who would, respect anything in them but them being Muslims. And, you start thinking, would I ever be even close 1 inch to that status, or even think about that? Would I even be close to that? Would I even have the composure to put up and have so much patience and endurance as they had? Of course not.
We won't be. So this gives us a flavor of like how the prophets, the Rasul and the Anbiya, how they had to deal with people like that. I mean, they're just their progeny, the Kuffar's progeny in terms of their attitudes and behavior. The messengers went through even much more, and inshallah, we learn from them to be more patient, and this is what we all trying to do. We have to compose ourselves, have the composure, and not mock, ridicule, and insult to the level that they're doing. I often just tell them that this is what you're doing. You're just comedians and clowns. I mean, this is my level of really showing them that they really are not able to have any academic discussion. How can you have an academic discussion with a comedian, with a clown? A clown, by their nature, is not very serious. So you can't have a serious academic discussion with clowns and comedians. And that seems to be what the most or the bulk majority of the Christian missionaries that we encounter anyway. So when I was just continuing on this issue of like how many cameras he's bringing.
So now, as we realize, Christians, when they get stuck, they will not respond. I ask you, how many cameras? How many times did I ask that question? More than once, more than 5 times. How many cameras?
Let's see. I think 1, 2, 3, maybe 4.
How many cameras here?
5 cameras. Let's see what it is. 1, 2, 3.
Is it similar?
Yes. They have cameras.
So notice now, he's saying it's similar. So that means if you want to say bringing anything like it, you can just, doesn't matter. If you have a camera, a video camera, camera from a phone, camera from your laptop, camera from your iPad, doesn't matter. It's all similar. That's it. You've matched it. If you bring something like, imagine now, his wife, no, that would be personal. Okay, let's leave this out. I apologize for even bringing this example. Imagine someone's wife asked them to bring something from the shop, okay? And he brings something similar. She says, okay, bring me a bag like mine, a bag, okay? A purse. Purses. And he brings a suitcase. He says, your purse holds things. The suitcase holds things as well. Your purse has a handle. The suitcase has a handle as well. And I'm sure that particular individual will have a very nice time with the wife then. Yeah, because this is a level of similarity that they understand. Okay, that's the level of comprehension. But they won't do that in their ordinary life. In the ordinary life, in their everyday living, they won't behave this kind of foolishly, excessively foolishly, because they know that they will get really hard time. But because now he wants to somehow just belittle the Quranic challenge, and he's going through this kind of foolish similarity game and saying it's the same, even though he knows himself. If you look at his expression, if you were to zoom in, you would have noticed it, but you're only seeing from an angle. That's what I see from them. So he's saying they're the same.
It is like it.
It's not like it.
You're not saying they are identical.
So if you can't get the basic skills of comprehension, then we can't help you. So when we say, for example, Surah Al-Baqarah, does anyone know how many ayat in Surah Al-Baqarah?
Where does the Quran say you would have to match the number of ayats?
So he's asking again, why do you have to bring the same number of ayat? Then how is it then like it? If somebody says, bring a car like it, and you bring a toy car, he says, does it matter the size? He wants a car, right? And then you bring a toy car.
Yeah, I think it's a classic way of what do you call it? That you use similarity in words in order to win just a point in the argument. And when you say, oh, this is like and this is like, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he says in the Quran, خالق كل شيء, or when the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam in Surah Al-Baqarah, that's a good example. When he spoke to the disbeliever said, Ana ahyi wa umit. I allow life and I take life. Because uhi means that you allow life to be, as it would mean to bring life into something out of nothingness. So this simplistic way, which is probably befitting for a simplistic mind, they might be, they might think it's sufficient for them and say, well, yeah, they're both similar. Whereas Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam was telling the king, or telling whoever was the disbeliever in this verse, he was telling him he was breathing life into something that was not living, meaning conforming and changing the nature of things. And all he could say is, well, I bring this one, kill them. I bring the other one, I wouldn't kill them. I do ihya and imat as well. I allow life and I take life. So it was just rhetoric, this discussion. And that's why the Prophet Ibrahim والسلام, told him, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings the sun from the east, bring it from the west.
Exactly.
Because it's a simplistic mind. It's not really simple. I mean, I would have understood if he was really as simple-minded as he sounds in his arguments. I don't think he's that, he has this little of a limited IQ. I don't think he does, but he likes to sound like one in order to appeal to people and be funny, and good rhetoric and whatnot. That's fine. Then you are not fit for this particular arena of discussion. You might go and discuss anything but religion, what people should believe in, what people should follow in order for them to find truth, or go, or you would be either taking them to heaven or to hellfire. And surely the way you are behaving yourself here, Mr. whoever your name is, you're leading people to hellfire. Not only with your very demeaning way, but in the way that you think is just, a simple matter. Even if I'm a little bit off tangent, because I believe in Christ, he would forgive me. But are you really going back to your fundamental teachings in Christianity?
They're not sincere. But
sincere to, I don't think he...
For them, this is all about making money and be famous. This is all about an ego trip, okay? And these are soon to be all destroyed by themselves, okay? Because the pride and the ego, one has it, destroys the owner itself sooner or later, and they will realize this. No one needs to debunk their argument. They themselves will be doomed and destroyed by their own pride. This is what happened to Satan or Shaitan. So in the comment section, you will see some of the trolls. His cheerleading fans have come through, and I'm wondering, haven't they ever thought how many cells in the brain that they have to understand what's going on? I am totally dismantling these individuals that they don't even have they don't even have the understanding of a kindergarten level school children, let alone they're talking about cooking and baking. Sorry to say, I mean, I don't use this word, but what I was doing is frying them, okay? So if you really want to know what was happening, your particular individual, your actor, your however you see him, like someone in the seat of a god or something like this, I've been frying him. He's been fried, not just cooked and baked, fried properly. But I have not been using these words, and I don't use this word. So if you really want to really understand what was going on, listen to the contents rather than just simply blindly cheerlead and jeer. That's what all you're capable of. Don't be a fun boy or a fun girl. Okay, as a man, don't be a fun girl. Wake up to yourself and say, look, I don't have to listen to and follow blindly these individuals who might be taking me to hellfire. Let me think for myself at least once. That's what we want. So purposely, I have not used these words in the discussions, in the debate, like, okay, yeah, baked and cooked, but that seems to be the current contemporary fashion. Like, oh, look, you baked and cooked. In what? By what and by who? Your apologists are being schooled and educated, even in English language, let alone the Islamic content of the Quranic challenge, and you don't even see it, then what else can I say? Sometimes I think we need to spell it out, okay? So I'm educating your leaders and your theatric individuals who are doing comedies, educating them in English language, educating them on basic logic, educating them on basic comprehension skills, and showing them how they're not, as Dr. Samad said, fit to have any discussion in subject matter, but rather they should have confessed, crying and weeping, saying, yes, we acknowledge that no one can match the Qur'an, no one ever has, not even our scholars who spoke Arabic language as a mother tongue in the past as Christians or Jews and so on and so forth. You have to come to this conclusion. But the fact that you are only comedians and clowns, clowning away, that's why you are fooling your audience. But the audience, I'm sure some of them are smart enough to notice and pick this kind of theatrical.
Brother Mansour, I think most of what they say is honestly coming out of ego. And we have to understand something, and probably I usually have this at the back of my head when I'm speaking to people who disagree with me. I do believe that people are different in the way of perception of things and the world around them. And it's a known fact that people, when they are not intimidated, but questioned, intellectually undermined in the way that they believe and see things around them, they would have some sort of anxiety building up inside them. And there are ways to encounter anxiety. Now, there is a mature way, of course, either by implementing a mode of just sublimation and say, well, this is something bad, but I'm going to turn it into something good. I would go and learn more about my religion because now I'm anxious. I don't know if this guy with this Mansour who is, blaspheming Christianity or whatnot. I don't know if he's speaking the truth.
I'm speaking for 2 minutes or so, inshallah. I'll just pray Maghrib and come back to you, okay?
Inshallah.
Okay, just carry on. Carry on speaking, inshallah.
Inshallah. So the way that some people have to encounter this anxiety might be different, as I was saying. So some people would be mature in their attitude, and they would say, well, I don't know much about Christianity. I don't know the fundamentals. We're speaking to somebody who just takes it for granted since they were little children. They always believe that whoever wrote the Bible, what it's called, the New Testament, they were disciples of Jesus Christ. And you can't just, deny the direct eyewitness testimony of these disciples. Then, because if you do that, then you should be questioning your own Qur'an, which is a fair point. But that's not actually the fact when it comes to the New Testament, you see. So what you should be doing as somebody who would like to implement a mature way of encountering this anxiety that naturally builds up, anybody should have and should develop this kind of unsettling feeling, did I really believe, did I follow what's correct and intellectually valid all these years, or am I just, following blindly, or have I been just following blindly? And one way of having a mature way of dealing with it is to turn it into something positive, increase your knowledge. You would think to yourself, okay, maybe I don't know enough. Maybe I should go and learn. Another way probably is just to say, you know what, it's just too unsettling for me, and I'm happy with the way I am. I'm not going to question anything. And I admit to myself that I'm a blind believer. That's fine, intellectually speaking, not theologically, of course, because theologically, if you're on the wrong path and you keep telling yourself this, you'd be leading yourself to hellfire, of course. But intellectually, at least, it's what we consider to be a mature way of dealing with anxiety. What we see, however, in this unfortunate video is something that we call immature way of dealing with anxiety. This is a completely immature attitude. And there are many manifestations of this. But, being theatrical and funny is just a way of, or being, for example, subtly aggressive, which we call, passive aggression is one way. Another way is to, be theatrical, which is called acting out, for example. There are many ways of dealing with this. The bottom line is, whatever is happening here on behalf of the non-Muslims in this video is quite telling, psychologically speaking, because you're not dealing with the subject matter. You're not systematically tackling your opponent. And whether you're correct or incorrect in the way you're doing things, that would be up to the audience to decide. Not to you and not to Brother Mansour, with all due respect, right? But the audience could be the judges. But what is happening here is something that is, first of all, illogical, or it's a logical fallacy. You're just appealing to empathy, to feelings of people, and just using provocative language sometimes, or provocative gestures, as we will see later on this video. It's way too disappointing, I must say. And my sincere advice, listen, I lived with Christians for many years. in my home country. And we always had, like every now and then we'd have similar kind of discussion. And some people, including, not unlearned or uneducated Muslims, might become theatrical as well sometimes, in my own experience, right? But nobody would commend them. They wouldn't find a supporting audience simply because these are not the people who should be representing me or my religion. So my appeal to sincere Christians is to think for a while and ask yourself this: do these two people who are trying to build up or develop an argument against Islam, are they your representatives when it comes to Christianity, and are you proud of them?
Sooner or later they have to realize this, because they're not doing any good service. So in terms of Christian apologetics, it's become so bankrupt that the Muslims will feel really pity on them. Like we had a tradition in terms of long time we discussed theology higher level, but now it seems like all these rhetorics, comedies that people are involved with, if you can present in a particular way, showmanship, then you win. It's about win and battle, but not really the substance matter. So the days of Christian evangelism on that part, it's over. It's demonstratively over. So let us continue and see. So what I was talking about here,
285.
That's right.
285. If I bring a surah,
Surah Baqarah is 286. This is
286. Yeah.
286, yeah.
Showing the Quran is
hello, listen.
detailed.
That's
Is
right.
it clear?
That's right.
The verses
It
are
is clear.
well explained.
So
now he's going into, look how he's moving. He's blaming others of moving the goalpost, and now he's blaming taking somewhere else. Is it clear? Is it detailed? That wasn't even the argument. The argument is bring something similar to it, and now realizing that this argument, the conditions that are brought have failed, he wants to go somewhere else. That's the level of how they're coping.
Come in and explain them, proving Islam is false. Thank you for doing it.
you are rhetoric is something else.
Everyone, thank you.
That's what it is. It's all about rhetoric.
So as you see, the cheerleading fans are clapping for what? What is the subject matter discussion? What has he refuted? What has he debunked? What has he actually replied? Nothing. And yet they cheer themselves. That is exactly what our Muslim brothers and sisters should be aware of and learn. But they are a bunch of individuals from some kind of circus. That's all they bring, and that's all they take along with them. A circus with them where they think they can cheer themselves and clap themselves out of a discussion which is in an academic level. They're not capable of that academic discussion. So all that they're doing between themselves, clap, hey, that's it, we made a point. But what? What was the point that we were discussing? Ajib, this is so strange.
Again, I would have to commend your composure and your self-control, but I think for the brothers and sisters, you should always remember what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in Surah Al-Imran. لَتُبْلَوُنَّ فِي أَنفُسِكُمْ فِي أَمْوَالِكُمْ وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ وَلَتَسْمَعُنَّ مِنَ الَّذِينَ أُوتُوا الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكُمْ وَمِنَ الَّذِينَ أَشْرَكُوا أَذًى كَثِيرًا وَإِن تَصْبِرُوا وَتَتَّقُوا فَإِنَّ ذَلِكَ مِنْ عَزْمِ الْأُمُورِ. And this is a great test. And that's why I avoid putting myself in these situations, in all honesty, because I don't want to fail that test. So I try to avoid it. It's not a correct way, probably, but I don't want to be put in that position because it takes a lot of patience, a lot of endurance.
The audience, what you mean here, you won't have that patience not to engage with them in their level, because the way what they're using
Exactly.
their comedy.
Exactly. Because to keep yourself here, you're speaking, there's a very good, I think a befitting or quite relevant saying here. I think it was attributed, I remember Descartes for some reason. I don't know if it wasn't. But anyway, so the argument said that it's no different sitting with, being the only sane individual, sitting with a group of insane people, or being the only insane human being or individual sitting with a group of sane people. Because when you're alienated and you're speaking in a way that should be understandable for people. And what you're saying here, brother, is understandable to anybody. But the audience, the Christian audience, is acting in a very, very bizarre way, and probably in almost like a cult mentality kind of behavior. And that's why I wouldn't want to be put in that position, as I said, because it would take of me a lot of self-control in order not to be theatrical as they are.
Exactly.
And, you know,
that's the point. That's the point I was making the audience understand, that okay, it's very difficult not to engage in their level. So they scoop down so low, and they want to bring you to this. It's a provocation to even act like them. You know, Islam is far, far removed from this kind of foolishness and the low-level moral behavior, the ethical behavior that they have, and that's why we don't need to stoop down that much. And what you're fearing is, you know, why are we going to? So we'll keep our standards high. And when a circus like this, you know, they try to pull you down to act like a circus animal, and that's the reality. Unfortunately, the Speaker's Corner has been like this for a while with these particular Christian missionaries, like that with their counterparts. Maybe this is how they train themselves when they want to engage with Muslims. Allahu Ta'ala A'lam. So let's just continue.
Hang on, who's clapping? Only the Christian crowd, the fun girls. The fun girls. The fun girls. So the challenge was, bring the surah like it means. If a surah has 285, like it will be how many? 285. That is the basic comprehension skill our Christian counterparts lack. I can help you with that.
Okay.
Learn how to, engage with language.
Okay.
Now, secondly,
No, Mansour.
I'm not done. My second point. My second point is this. My second point. You didn't fail.
1 point at a time, bro.
That's good. But you failed.
Okay, you can say that.
Now, my next point.
Oh, let's
We move on. My next point.
move on right after this. Respond. Go ahead.
He's going to need additional response? Go ahead.
So now listen, everybody, check this out. So we just demonstrated that Mansour's criteria, he pulled it out of his ears, came out of nowhere, and
Despite explaining so much from beginning, middle, and still this is what the coping mechanism is, because they expect at that time their fun boys and girls will forget discussion. They would only listen to what the individual Avery is going to say. Oh, we have demonstrated that I have pulled it from myself. I've told you exactly, looking at the product, we can see what the conditions, criteria are. Despite this basic comprehension skill they lack, he's going to still play with his fun boys and foul girls. This kind of, denial, there is a word for it. It's a cognitive dissonance in a way that you outrightly deny something because you can't accept it, because accepting means you understand the gravity of the challenge of the Qur'an, and you don't want to show it to your crowd, but oh yes, actually Qur'an challenges like that and no one can match it. That's the level of denial, and that's the reason why they keep on denying.
just made it up.
Just one point here, Brother Mansour. I think one of the things that we have always to remember when speaking to theatrical people as the individual here, you should always remember that this is a person who believes that three distinct individuals are one individual. So if he's ready to reconcile that logical fallacy and call it a logically valid argument, that's perfectly, we shouldn't be even surprised of what they would say next. Because I always say this, there's a very good saying that I heard many times from Sheikh Uthman al-Khamis, may Allah preserve his life, from Kuwait. Mm-hmm. And he always used this, when engaging in polemics with other sects. He would tell this golden rule, really, to me anyway. He would say that there is a vast difference between speaking to somebody who believes and then looks for evidence, as compared to those who look for evidence and then believe. The people you're speaking to in this video, brother, I think they fall. I know that they fall under the first category. They believe in something, and they would, as you said, deny. They would have cognitive dissonance. They wouldn't listen to reason, or they would rationalize things that obviously from a neutral perspective look completely irrational and illogical. But they would still rationalize it and say, well, there's a way. I mean, if you put this to this and talk about this and this. Okay, so all of this gibberish you've been preaching to people for the past 2 years, where did he get it from? He's actually projecting his own dilemma and the way he has been using his own approach with Christianity and trying to project it to you in this video. Because if you ever saw his videos recently talking about Trinity and whatnot, and how he would philosophically try to make it coherent or rationalize it, this is exactly, I mean, of course it fails on a logical perspective, but this is exactly what he's doing. He used to pull things out of his own ears, as he said, and try to reconcile Trinity in order to make it look as if it's logical. And he's criticizing allegedly you for doing this. So what have you been doing about your Trinity for the past year?
Yeah, he actually diagnosed it very well, self-projection of his subconscious belief and putting on someone else. And that's the reality of how the Christian polemicists we encounter almost every week in Speaker's Corner. Okay, let's hear some more.
Qur'an, where it gives you a criteria of what a surah like it means. Bring anything like it. He doesn't know what that means. So when we bring something like it, like when Umar brings 3 verses that was so much like the Quran that Allah stole it from him and put it in the Quran, he says, oh no, that's not what it doesn't meet the challenge. So where do you get it from? He doesn't know. Just like, hold on.
So you notice how he brings the same thing that I debunked properly in the discussion that we had today, that Umar radiallahu anhu did not bring 3 verses like the Quran.
Exactly.
A few words here and there. I showed the clip from Brother Farid from Fight Response channel, and he's saying this 3 words in one and then 2 words in another is like bringing 3 verses. This is how delusional these people are, because this video was actually made for them and they've watched it, they've seen it, and yet still they can't see what is obvious in front of them, how they are deluded. So the level of delusion has gone on a different level. Okay, so delusion from the apologists like themselves, these 2 individuals that came from the States, and the people who follow them and hang around them, the level of delusion that they have. They can't see the obvious, that how they don't understand the subject matter and how they are totally being destroyed intellectually. They don't see that. Instead,
but I assume they're referring to the hadith of وافقت ربي في 3 أو وافقني ربي في 3.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. And how are these verses even?
Exactly. There's the 3 words in one and another 2 words in another one. Okay. This is the level.
It's not even within the corpus of the hadith itself. Take any other riwayah than the one in Sahih Muslim. I think this is from Sahih Muslim. Take any other riwayah, any other wording, any other phrasing of the hadith. There is not even something close to suggesting that he said something that looks like an ayah or a verse.
Exactly.
Nothing of that sort. How did you jump just from only a content of what Umar anhu said to that being an ayah? Why wouldn't you take, for example, what Prophet Yusuf alayhi salam said then in his time, and then say, well, that's an ayah in the Quran that Yusuf said, or that's something that happened, for example, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, when he made the challenge with the unbelievers after the Romans fell short during the battle, and then he challenged them, and he said that no, the Romans or the Christians would actually win. And then the verse was revealed. So why wouldn't you say that about Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu? It's the exact same example.
They will bring examples like that out of desperation, not knowing how the Arabic is used in both cases. And the fact of the matter is, when the Quran talks about hadith, because they think hadith means just 1 verse, And if you look at the context, hadith referring to the whole sayings, the Qur'an itself, and all the mufassirun, they talk about this hadith refers to the Qur'an. So the Qur'an doesn't bring to your attention a challenge. The minimal content is just one sentence, one verse. It's one surah. That's minimum. If you want to bring more, bring 10. If you want to bring the whole Qur'an, that's your maximum that you can bring. That's what the Qur'an says.
So by his logic, he's actually saying that Jesus, peace be upon him, according to him in his New Testament, according to him, Jesus made a plagiarism when he made an analogy of the sign of Jonah. And when he said, as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights. So would any Muslim argue that, oh, but Jesus didn't actually know that? He went to the Old Testament and actually plagiarized that verse from there, and then he made some sort of who wouldn't even listen to this? I mean, you have to be, with all due respect to people who believe in what he says, they would have I would have to be somebody who is intellectually incapacitated to make this argument.
That's exactly the case. That's exactly the case.
Or insincere enough, sufficiently insincere, as if, to use anything as an argument against somebody that I don't agree with. And if that's, and this is I think he's the second group rather than the first group. I don't think he has any intellectual problem, to be honest. But all he does is using rhetoric in order to gain as many people as possible.
So what we want is, we've heard of these comedians enough. It's boring now. We ask the Christian community to bring someone who would be able to engage with us intellectually on the substance, on the subject matter. Because all these boring comedians, we're bored. So boring that these people, really people will become allergic to in their boredom. They don't have any way of discussing intellectually. So is this what the church, the Christian community have produced? Get your money back from your training agencies. They're not training them well. I mean, if you want us to train them, have a discussion with us and they will become Muslims if they really are sincere. But of course, they're all comedians. So you can't really train comedians. They can only be trained to do more comedy. So our humble request to the Christian community, if you really want to engage with Muslims, get someone else. Someone else at least knows the basics of argumentation and discussion and subject matter they're discussing. Don't send to us boring comedians and clowns. People don't give any ear to clowns and comedians. Those who do are themselves clowns and comedians in the theatrics. So if you want a Christian circus, apologetic circus, missionary circus, call it that so. Then we will have some entertainment. But Muslims are not here discussing for entertainment. So don't send these boys that you have. Send some real men who can talk on the subject matter, engage intellectually, engage rationally, engage academically. Unfortunately, these people...
I'm sorry, Brother Mansour, but I have to tell you my own perspective of this. I lived with Muslims in my home country, mostly Orthodox, of course. We had some Catholics as well, but we never had Protestants. And that's why probably I'm not even familiar with this kind of discussion with the Christian. This you hear only from Protestants. And the reason for that is that Protestants have no respect for any rules of engagement. With all sincerity, I mean, they follow somebody who rebelled against his own church, who rebelled against his own pope, and who was, just calling the Pope Satan and whatnot, and like the big havoc he created within Christianity and the big schism that came out of it. And to many people, especially during this period in time, where the holy book to Christians was forbidden, nobody could read it except those who knew Latin, because translation or interpretation of the of the Holy Book was completely forbidden, and you had to be somebody who's learned by the church, supported by the church, and sponsored by the church in order to be trained, into this kind of skill or discipline. So that's why it appealed to people, because all of a sudden they have now something that is, equivalent to the Holy Book in their own language, something they could understand, and it wasn't really difficult as Latin was to them. The reason why I'm trying to highlight this is that they cut all the ties with the tradition, and therefore they found themselves, in a luxurious position to make up their own rules. And this is the mindset we're dealing with here. This mindset is a replica of what you see in sects who claim to be Muslims or had Muslim roots and left Islam, like Qadianis, for example, and people like that. It's the exact same mindset. No adherence to any rules of engagement, no adherence to the tradition. You don't respect language. I don't respect anything but what I believe in. And it has to be true, and everything you say I'm going to bend in order to reform it in a way that is compliant with my own belief. That's why speaking to these people in most of the times would be a waste of time, unfortunately, except for those of them who are sincere, of course.
So the reason I'm going through this very discussions that I had with some kindergarten level mindset of people, not understanding, have to really bring it to that level, is to show the Muslims that why you're engaging with these people. Stop engaging. So next time it comes, we just simply ignore it, because enough of airtime we've given you. You don't have any substance. You boring comedy. Your comedy is really boring. Enough of your comedies. We don't want to entertain you anymore, because what you're entertaining us with this nonsense, it doesn't really help. So as you will now see how he uses these scripts. These are all scripted, the training that they have to cheer their cheerleading, the fan boys and fan girls, to clap and so on. Yeah, we got this point, but not even understanding what was going on. So he is just making a statement. There you go. I've demonstrated that I've made ad hoc, even though I've quoted the ayah of the Qur'an, explain how this ayah by itself demonstrates all the conditions inherent within it, because the product itself is its explanation. This is how the Qur'an is. When you look at the Qur'an, it's not like any speech. So when you want to imitate it, you can't just bring some normal speech like people do, because Qur'an is not like that. When you read it, you see it as obviously as it is.
Just like when we show with the phones. The phones are not identical, but they are similar. They are like each other. They are screens. One is an iPhone, one is a Samsung. That's a difference. But they're both wireless. They both have screens. They both have headphone jacks. They both charge. They are like each other. So when you say bring something like it,
imagine these two individuals. I say, look, let me bring something like you. So I bring a dog. He says, look, the dog eats and you eat as well. And the dog excretes just like you excrete. The dog talks and barks, makes sounds like you make sounds. So there you go. I've brought something similar to you. There you go. You're like a dog. Would that be kind of similarity that would be acceptable to the critical mindset? People who are critically thinking, saying, actually, these two individuals, they're like a dog. That's very similar to them. Or if I bring a donkey instead, right? Like how the donkey misbehaves certain times and they're misbehaving, you can put a lot of similarity. Does that make sense that I've brought something similar? This is the level of desperation. I mean, how deluded one can be. Let me just move on and I can make some comments, inshallah, because that's how boring it become at the end.
Don't know what that means. And if you can't show us a verse in the Quran that shows this, then what's the problem, IP?
Well, then the Quran is not clear.
So I've responded. So here's my reply to you.
He adds to the Quran. He is proving the Quran is false when it claims to be clear, when it claims to be detailed, when it claims its verses are fully explained. He has to come along and explain the verses, showing the Quran is wrong.
Right, here's my reply. If you just move in just 1 second here. If I say bring a tripod, that's another one. Bring a tripod like this one, and you bring this. This has 3
Let's see whether they can comprehend this example. So tripod, of course, has 3 legs. That's why it's called tri. And next to it, there was a monopod, 1-legged monopod with a camera on it. And obviously, the base of it has 3 things as a base, but the stick is 1 stick. Let's see how they make things similar, because I want to show an analogy how they're dissimilar. If I said bring a tripod like it, I don't need to explain to you, oh, bring something with 3 legs and something so on. I'm just showing you the product, bring something like it. The product, what you witness, is 3-legged thing that holds a camera. So if I bring a 1-legged thing that brings a camera, no sane individual with any level of critical thinking will say they're similar. Okay, that's something that didn't need to be spelled out. What's the criteria? You just simply say, look, this is my product, bring something like it. When the Quran says bring something like it, this is the level of comparison I'm trying to make to them, for them to understand the product itself, demonstrate to you what it's like. The criteria is inbuilt within it. It has to be like this, meaning a tripod is with 3 legs. But our Christian comedians, would they get it?
What are they called? What are they called? Legs. And you bring 1-legged tripod, monopod. Now, I don't need to explain to you, oh, I have to say in details, bring a 3-legged tripod, because that already is a 3-legged tripod. No. That's a base.
So they're looking at the very base of it, like on the ground, touching on the ground, because a monopod, it needs to be stable. So there is an anchor, like a 3 things, that stabilizes it when you're holding it. They're pointing to that. Oh, there you go. It's similar. Now, how on earth and what on earth would an individual with few brain cells would think that a monopod is like a tripod? Imagine I ask someone, go and buy me a tripod, and you buy me a monopod.
Yeah, it's I don't know, even I don't even find the proper word to describe it.
Let's just enjoy what the comedy is all about.
That's a base, it's not like. So this is called a monopod. Now, I didn't need to explain you in detail when I said bring a tripod like it, because you know you can't bring a monopod.
Is that really
like, why interrupting? Why interrupting? Now, as I know I'm explaining, so when I'm explaining, bring a surah like it. A surah, I'm replying to you, so be patient. A surah of the Qur'an has certain number of ayat within it. Each surah is unique in its style. So a surah might have 285 ayat, might have 3 ayat, and so on and so forth. So when I say bring a surah like Surah Al-Baqarah, it means it needs to be exactly that number of verses in length, because that's going to be like it. When you say, oh, but I brought a chapter which is in Arabic, of course that's a basic requirement, because it has to be in Arabic. Like a phone has to act like a phone. It can't act like a shampoo. Can it? It can't act like a shampoo. It has to act.
So I had to even bring examples like this for them to understand. I mean, the basic comprehension skill they lack is unbelievable. I have to say, like, a phone has to act like a phone, like a shampoo. Maybe that will click. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. If I bring a shampoo, that will not be like a phone. The phone has to act like a phone. I mean, this is the level that you have to really water it down for them to understand. And they're supposed to be higher level, top-notch polemicists, or what they call themselves, missionaries, whatever, evangelists in the world. When are Muslims going to wake up and ignore these comedians and clowns? I mean, what else do you want to see demonstrations of their comedy?
I mean, just one point I have to highlight here. So when the Quran says bring a surah like it or bring 10 surahs like it, the Quran mentions the term surah, which was not even known to Arabs.
Yeah.
Nobody during the time of the Prophet ﷺ knew what a surah was before the revelation of the Quran. So by definition, when I'm telling you bring a telephone, and you're somebody, and you tell me bring a telephone like mine, and I'm somebody from the 18th or 17th century, how would I even understand what they're talking about unless you show me the product you're referring to? The Quran talks about something called surah. The Arabs didn't even know what the surah is. Even the name wasn't even used in any known source of Arabic literature prior to Islam. They knew what a sur was, like a fence. This was musawwar. They knew what that was, something that is well defined and having preserved boundaries by a fence that is actually defining it. But they didn't know what something called a surah was. So when the Quran tells them, bring a surah, they have to go back and ask, what is a surah? And what do you mean by a surah? And then the Quran would reveal, like in Surah An-Nur, for example, Suratun anzalnaha wa faradnaha. This is what a surah is. So the Quran is giving you something that's new, a new product that never existed before. You have to comply by the rules here that the Quran is putting for the challenge because it's using its own terms. So saying that, oh, this is something like it, no, because this is not even close to being a surah. A surah is defined in the Quran as the Quran was revealed. I don't even understand why this is difficult for people. Yet again, I say that may Allah reward you.
Yeah, and we demand the Christian community to send us really, not just boring comedians, but let us engage with people who have at least some knowledge on this subject matter or any subject matter when it comes to Islam, rather than this people who performs theater better. And send them to theaters and circuses. This is where they will shine and get better, and you'll have a lot more cheerleading. But when it comes to discussion with Muslims, we will just show our pity.
That's the basic requirements of a phone if you're going to bring like a phone. But when you go to the details, your phone is not the same size, like the same surah. Surah has a size. Surah has a number of ayat. So if you are even honest to yourself, you would know when this Quran says bring a surah like it, it has to be like these characteristics of the surah. Then my second point, because you failed on the first one. My second point is this.
Is this black
I
tripod?
said,
Are they like each other?
every surah.
So notice I'm ignoring him about bringing black tripod and red tripod. The issue is showing you first that you have to understand that, okay, there has to be at least a tripod has to be like a tripod. So you'll have a contender, okay, this tripod can be like that, and then we'll look at the differences between them. A black and red is already a distinguishing difference, so we can talk about this. But the point I want to make is how whatever you bring for the Quran imitation, it needs to be like the surah, okay? So you might say something, a statement of happiness or statement of sadness, but still has to be a statement of the stylistic of the Quran. This stylistic. You can't just simply bring like a shampoo and say, hey, we've got this Quran, or one word or two words from someone and say we've matched it. So that was the point. So he's not really getting the analogy why I've used it, to make sure that the Quran has its own stylistics and you need to learn what the stylistics are and then bring something like it. He's not willing to know what the product is and how many times I have to explain it.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're going to respond.
Excuse me, I'm not finished.
Is this
I am not.
in this tripod?
I'm not finished.
You're
I'm
going
not
to your
finished.
second point.
I am not finished.
You're going to the
I
second
am
point.
not finished. If you keep on interrupting, speak to the trees.
I'm gonna speak. I am speaking to a tree. That's what it's like. Yeah. Are these?
Did you get that? Did you get that? So this is the level of insult they are willing to go.
That's what they are. Okay, so Samadbai is going to come back in a few moments, so I'll just continue with myself. So as you can see, I asked him to, like, if he's really going to keep on interrupting, go speak to the tree, because the tree will listen to all your rants. And then he calls me a tree. So that's how they're accustomed to just continue to hurl insults to people and so on. But that's probably what the Christian apologists and polemicists are all about. I mean, this is the level of their basis of morality.
This is the worst of insults.
So,
Look,
what I'm saying,
And I ignored it, of course.
the second point that I earlier said, I want to re-emphasize again.
One is
I
red,
said,
one is black. Are they alike?
Each of
Are
the
they alike?
surah has in its own linguistic style.
Let me ask everybody else. Hey,
All
guys,
right, what are you
are these
speaking?
two tripods alike? Yes. Can you answer?
Would you stop interrupting me?
I will. I promise. If you answer this
No,
question,
no,
I'll shut up.
you already interrupted me, so stop
made your first
interrupting.
point and you tried
Stop
to go to
interrupting.
your
Thank you.
second.
Stop interrupting.
Aren't you
So now,
engaging?
stop interrupting.
These are
You-
the levels of the Islamists.
Now,
They
so
cannot engage.
that's the level of.
Now, who is speaking? We cannot engage. You're not engaging with me and listening and letting me finish my points, showing you the criteria which you are so reluctant to hear. And now you're saying I'm not engaging with you? Wake up, people. I mean, how many times are you going to really, cheerlead these individuals? I mean, enough of how these boring people are deceiving you.
Christian premises, only theaters and comedies, not real substance engagement. So I said, each surah has a particular structure and style. A surah has a number of verses. If you're going to imitate it and say, there you go, that's an imitation. The imitation criteria will fail if you don't bring the same number of ayat. The Arabs at that time, when they were dealing with each other, like in a rap battle, in poetry, one poet speaks, composes something, the other poet replies. He doesn't reply in Chinese, he replies in Arabic. And he replies in the style, in the theme of that particular poetry. When the Qur'an says this Qur'an is unlike anything that they knew, you have to bring a imitation of the Qur'an, which is going to be in the stylistics of the surah. One of the important stylistics of the surah.
Oh my God.
Let's see whether they understand this important stylistics, which I'm trying to highlight. I mentioned it already. It goes over their head because they know that if this is understood, they're utter in failure. Why? Because you can't bring anything like this particular criteria. And that's why, because they've heard this, I've been talking about this for over 10 years, maybe. Some of the videos I talked about is available already on this issue. And so they have heard. It's not that they haven't known about it, but they want to move themselves away from engaging with this point, because this is clearly, when you look at the product, the Quran, each surah has this linguistic novelty more than the number of words within the surah, and no one can actually bring something like that level of depth in terms of frequency of linguistic novelties, because they know it's not possible. It's not possible, and that's why they want to avoid hearing it.
I said, which is going over your head, is this. Which is going over your head. He's interrupting. He's interrupting.
Yeah, I'm about to interrupt.
Yeah.
You just go.
Hello? You can go. You can walk away. You can walk away. No, you can walk away. So,
we're gonna have a
the point was.
I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds. And then we're jumping
No.
in.
You don't give me anything. You can walk away from my.
No, I'm gonna be right here. You got 30
Okay,
seconds.
I'm going to speak to the crowd then, because I don't want to speak to some guys like this. So, as I said, one of the important criteria of each surah of the Quran is that.
Notice their strategy, which obviously fails on their own, flat on their face. Like they want to control now in terms of like, oh, I'm going to give you 30 seconds and so on. When we engage with someone and say, look, that's it, let's move on to the next point, they either will say, no, we'll keep on doing it until they feel comfortable. But when it comes to us, for example, like imagine I said, okay, fine, you've made your point, let's move on. They don't do that. If I say, okay, I haven't finished my point, they say, let's move on. Because they want to play their own way, their own game. They want to know when, they want to tell you when they feel comfortable to move on to the next point, and when they don't. That is not sincerity, because when the point is made, it's already been said so many times, then that should be what we moved on from the point to the second point. But they're not engaging, they don't want to engage to the second point. So here, what you notice is they're giving me this time, or 30 seconds, and let them count. Who cares? Because I'm not here to entertain you. I'm going to talk about the subject matter as I've been talking, and online and offline, so that people at least understand what the challenge of the Quran is, and notice their reaction.
Surah has a specific linguistic stylistics that denote total number of words and innovation, when you compare them, when we compare the innovation, the total innovation exceeds the total number of words within that surah. That means when you have a surah being imitated, you have to bring a point that is with the point. Novelty far exceeds the total number of words in the surah. Now, were they able to bring anything like it? The answer is, of course they can't. As you realize, these people can't engage with my criteria. They can't engage with the criteria. All they bring is fangirls, comedians and fangirls that bring a theatre. And in this theatre, they cheer themselves. And that shows these people, they lack intellectual ability to engage with Muslims who bring substance. All you're doing is nothing but rhetoric and comedy. So now, as we've demonstrated, are these tripods alike? Yes. I want you to answer that, bro. Is this black tripod and this red tripod and this gray tripod, are they similar? You expect me to answer when you really totally ignored me? Comedy, theater. That's all you're capable of.
Interesting, as you can see, the cheers from the crowd. That's what it's all about. For them, is theater, theatrics, and performance. It's not about engaging the subject matter, but alhamdulillah, those who are listening and those who live, this is now archived as a a document of or some kind of information in terms of audio, visual, that people would see that I'm repeating exactly the criteria that I want people to hear. This is my fourth criteria, if you've understood sequentially, that the number of linguistic novelty or linguistic innovation, newness that Qur'an has brought in any surah of the Qur'an is more than the words within that surah. And they don't want to engage with that. So did I care about his theatrics and so on? I make this point. How did he benefit? Just cheering themselves up. That's the level of delusion one can see coming from these particular polemicists and their crowd that they bring, not realizing that you have to now, having this being discussed as a criteria of the Quran and not an ad hoc, as you claim, which is extracted directly from the Quran by looking at the product itself. And I've given you the names of the author of the book, the names of the book, Al-Mu'ajiza by Dr. Bassam Ahmad Sa'i, an academic himself, engaging with the academic crowd, academic community in Arabic language. You have no other resort, you have no other excuse but to engage with this material. So your scholarly community, because you're a failure, you're a comedian, so who cares about what you think? You don't even know the subject matter. But your scholarly community now have the moral obligation to engage with this material. They are on a moral obligation because they cannot simply ignore it. Muslims have brought this on the public front. Now you have to engage with this. You have a moral duty and an obligation as a Christian scholar to engage with this material. If you don't, then the whole world will look at you this. Your utter failure is demonstrated by your utter silence. Your silence will indicate your utter failure. So that's why we're saying we want to bring this material out in public. So talk about it, make reaction videos, whatever. But the reality is the challenge of the Quran is unbeatable. Why? As we have explained and demonstrated, as Brother Sarmad and Ustad Aqlani explained, to the level of depth that an academic would want to hear. This is the challenge of the Quran, why it's not something that people can meet. So your theatrics, we've heard enough. Your comedies, we have seen. But is there any substance? Because soon you will see that I will say enough of this and I will leave. Okay? And I even gave them an opportunity. At the end, you realize, I will see when I talk about it in terms of timings, because they realize that, you know, this kind of talking over each other doesn't work, because he's talking over me, doesn't want to listen to me, but interrupts, and he talks over it, so it doesn't work. No one benefiting from it. And you will see this gentleman here, I think it's, if I remember it correctly, an Orthodox Christian, George. He comes in the discussion to help mitigate this kind of, you know, block that they're creating themselves, to help people to learn from this exchange and see what happens.
Is there anyone? Is there any Christian who can engage with a Muslim without comedy and theatrics?
Okay, all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
So look at the admission. Look at the admission. I said anyone who can engage without comedy. So they bring forward someone who said, meaning the other guy, Avery, you know, he's agreed subconsciously that, yes, I have been performing all that time with comedy. Let me bring someone who probably will engage with you in an academic manner. So good admission. Thank you. Well done. At least one moment of that discussion, you have been sane and shown some sanity, that, okay, even though you're a comedian, but at least now, you know, you've recognized your limits. This comedy itself has a limit. But how about that particular individual, Mike, or Mike, he said, Mike, I think his name is, he said, apparently well known to the Christian community. How is he going to perform? Comedy again, or actually engage academically? So let's see, because we're almost coming towards the end of the discussion, and see whether he's going to be far better than the comedian behind him.
Right. Good. Well done. Right. As I said, as I stated, one of the criteria
Just look at
is to bring
his
something
hand gesture.
like any of the surahs of the Qur'an. What is it? Each surah has stylistics. And when we read, because only thing that you can look, still going.
Come on,
Start.
come on.
I thought you could.
So this is the level of how they're listening attentively. Academic discussion. Imagine he went there with someone to discuss in an academic podium or platform, and the other speaker is speaking, and he's doing this. Yeah. People will laugh at him. I mean, are you from?
Maybe that's the way he found Christ, by being disrespectful and comedian. If this is what Christianity teaches you, then this should be a sufficient evidence for anybody who's still a Christian or considering Christianity. I don't think anybody is, to be honest, but anybody who doesn't, adhere to a religion and has been looking into Christianity, this particular attitude should be sufficient evidence for you to be representative of the kind of problems that you would have to deal with. If you're going to adhere to such a way of finding the truth and investigating the correct path to reach to God by simply believing and then bending everything around you to comply with your belief, or by ridiculing others. And this is not new, by the way. This we have seen from Christians even in the Middle East. Believe it or not, even though they are treated respectfully, and we still do, we still respect them, we still treat them in the way that they are supposed to be treated by our book. Not all Muslims, of course, do that, but I'm saying the majority of Muslims anyway. Even despite that, when you actually sit as somebody who is just unknown to them to be a Muslim, and they are discussing amongst themselves, this is the kind of discussion they have. Ridiculing, making fun, making the most ridiculous arguments, intellectual or not, doesn't matter, because they don't have any intellectual arguments really. And it all falls down to, I believe because I believe. So I'm really sorry for Christians. I really am. I'm genuinely, I've had many good Christian friends, good friends in a sense that I was really close to them, and with their families, we spend years together. But I really, really pitied them when it came to religion, because they just believe because they believe, and that's it. And when you speak to anybody who's sincere of them, they don't even know what they believe in. I mentioned this to you before, Brother Mansour, and there's a lot of I apologize for that. But this is, I'm saying, I usually say things that I know of to be true. There was one of the Christians who was a regular visitor to Speaker's Corner from Ethiopia. And this gentleman, he's a sincere Christian. He believes, he's really respectful. And when we would engage with one another and you speak to him about his religion, he would, because being an Ethiopian is special, you should have a different mindset than that of the Protestants. You should adhere to your tradition, your church, what your popes say and whatnot. But he was being afflicted, or I don't know, infected by whatever infests inside the minds of the Protestants, unfortunately. And he would just say anything. He would, whatever works. And I sometimes would stop him and say, listen, I don't want you to become a Muslim at this point. At least be a true Christian. Because what you're saying right now takes you outside the folds of Christianity. You shouldn't be saying this because this is blaspheming your own religion. And I would rather have somebody next to me who's a Christian than have somebody who's blaspheming and inventing a new religion. So, honestly, I have the utmost pity and empathy for Christians.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Let's hope they find some sincerity in their approach, because without any sincerity, all of this showmanship is going to be exposed like we are exposing. So even all of these trolls and fun boys and fun girls spending hours and hours to comment and saying, who's cooking who, just like how we've seen the in terms of the Palestine issue and what happened when you have the extremists, genocidal individuals talking about this, and they employ and then pay hundreds and thousands of people to just blast the social media with their lies and the rhetoric. And this is what the Christian communities are paying their theatrics and comedians to do that. But sooner or later people will know who has the substance and who has the truth. So let's just finish this. We're nearly towards the end, so that we can open up for Q&A from people who can join, inshallah.
Go back to like a comedian. Why are you doing this? Relax. Why not? Is that what you're doing, academic discussion? Right. Thank you. Go ahead. Excellent.
So we have now a sincere Christian in the park, if you have known him. So he comes along, he says, okay, let's hear each other.
Now, so when we look at a criteria, of bringing something like it, we need to know what is it like in the first place to bring something like it, right? If I say, bring a cap like it, I didn't know it's a cap, it's not a shoe. Do you get it so far?
Yeah.
Good. So I need to know.
Do you think he got it? The example I gave was, look, if I say bring a cap like it and somebody brings a shoe, how would we know the shoe is like a cap? I mean, do they really even comprehend what it means? Did I have to explain to you? A cap, which I shown to you, it needs to be without laces, and it has to be put on a head and not in your foot. You don't need to explain anything. So imagine now somebody says, buy me a cap, and you buy them a shoe. Is that the basic kind of comprehension people will lack? Or it's obvious a cap is not like a shoe, even though you don't need to spell it out. So when the Qur'an spells this criteria like it, is you have to look at the Qur'an itself and look and observe, examine it, ponder deeply on it, and you will see the difference from every other literature and how the Qur'an is unique in its linguistic genre. That is the point I'm trying to get them to understand, but of course they keep failing to understand, or willingly, deliberately failing to understand. This is some kind of self-infliction of not learning, not wanting to learn, or not wanting to admit.
First, examine and understand what is it that thing is before I imitate it. So when we look at the Quran, which I
let me just say, I'm getting bored with people not understanding this so many times. Towards the end, when I almost finished the conversation, there's a reason why. Because eventually, even before that, I left. Okay, let's what the point I left.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. You're done. No, I'm not done. How can we talk about when I'm not done? So, look. Finish. What's wrong with him? Just finish. No.
So see, Christian gentlemen intervening to let me finish, but of course, so these comedians don't want to. So this is the point I say I draw a red line. That's it. So I'm taking off on my microphones, giving it to them. Enough of these Christian comedies. So you can see now the cheerleading fun girls. I mean, they're all girls. I mean, that's what cheerleaders are, even though they look like boys. That's all they're doing. This is the comedy circus they bring with them. Okay, not willing to engage or even capable of engaging. So as I left, I came back because of the request from George, saying, "Okay, let's time it." I think I mentioned it before him. Let's have a look. Maybe before or after. So I think this is, and I don't need to show any more, but that, thank you to the Christian gentleman here who's trying to actually let us speak to each other. Of course, he himself realized there's no point even talking to these comedians, representative of Christianity. I offered, when they were saying, okay, let's do it, let's do a time, they want to do 1 minute. Scoring points in 1 minute? How can you even explain something in 1 minute? A substance and subject matter as this much nuanced. So I said, okay, let's do 5 minutes. Take as much as you want in 5 minutes, explain, and I'll do the same thing. If they were genuine and sincere, you would expect them to agree to it. But they don't want to agree with 5 minute discussions. That's why I left it. So that is the theater and the comedy from the Christian counterparts. And you will see no less of these trolls and Christian fun boys and fun girls. Without knowing even the subject matter that was discussed, they will be commenting on their video, Mansour got this and that. But alhamdulillah, what we have demonstrated is the lack of comprehension skill of even English language, let alone on the subject matter. So what we are demanding is, from the Christian community, get your money back. What you have spent your money on, okay, the money is wasted. They are not representing you properly in any way, shape, or form. They're an utter failure to engage with Muslim in an academic setting, in an academic discussion. So they fail miserably with their comedies and theaters, and Muslims are exposing their comedies. Okay, so all Muslims are now learning is these are nothing but bunch of comedians. They need to return back to where they belong, as circus. And to the Christian community who are funding them, find scholars and academics, get them to engage with us, with Muslims, because unless you do so, Christianity, as you know, as it's declining, churches emptying. Even just before Speaker's Corner, a church has converted into a mosque, and we pray there sometimes before we go to Speaker's Corner. This is what will happen. Your church will turn into a mosque. Your people will become Muslims. If you want to really have interfaith discussions, have your scholars to engage with us, or even people with an academic mindset to engage in a discussion. Otherwise, Christianity is going to be doomed, and it's going to come to utter, total annihilation from the mindset of the people. They're not even discussing. The many Christians who use their critical thinking have left Christianity a long time ago anyway. Majority of them have become atheists. It is a common thing that you observe in every day of your life. These atheists were ex-Christians. But if you really want to engage with Muslims, you can't do with your comedies anymore. So you have to really, if you want revival, if you want survival rather, if you want to have survival for your religion and somehow demonstrate, okay, at least there's a basis of some faith, maybe emotionally, you need to spend on and put your money where it will work, where it will benefit you, not to these comedians and clowns, because they're making money out of you from your pockets. Okay, something happens and you open up your pockets to them, benefiting no one. It's not attracting anyone to Christianity. It's repelling because it's becoming boring with comedies, and we're becoming allergic to all of these comedies. So if you want survival of Christianity, that's where we are asking you, send someone better. Send someone with some intellect, so at least we can have a discussion, not clowns and comedians. So I think enough that we've seen of clowns with their comedies, and this was the reason that I wanted to share this video. Hopefully we'll learn from this exchange, Muslims not to engage with comedies. Haven't you got any other entertainment to follow or enjoy rather than this kind of comedies? Get better entertainment elsewhere. Halal entertainment. These things are waste of your time and energy. These people are just going to feed you with all their rhetorical nonsense, and you will be confused because they're good in rhetorics. That's what they're trained at. So the Muslims, this is an advice to you all and to me as well. We should avoid this kind of clowns and comedians. If there are among them some sincere Christians who can engage without insulting and mocking and have an academic discussion, by all means. The Qur'an advises us when we want to, وَجَادِلْهُمْ بِالَّتِي هِيَ أَحْسَنُ. We can engage with them, debate with them, which in a way that is best, but not engage with the clowns. Quran doesn't say engage with clowns. Instead, what is the advice? That when a jahil addresses you, then he says, this is what we should be doing, inshallah. So may Allah give us the understanding that enough of exposure of comedies and comedians, which you thought they know so much that, oh look, they know about Islam. They know zilch, zero thing. They don't even understand English, let alone the subject matter of the Quranic challenge. So one of the reasons which I hoped, and alhamdulillah, this is going to be very fruitful, they have to now engage with this subject matter. They have to engage with the Quranic challenge. Like how we got the Bengali atheists every week on Saturdays challenging them to bring something like the Quran, because now they have got understanding of what the challenge really is about from the Quran itself, with the criteria in the English language, in the English speaking world. Hopefully now people will be talking about it. People will be engaging the subject matter. And once they realize that with these conditions that are extracted from the Quran itself and no one is able to match it, what options do you have but not to submit willingly and humbly and become a Muslim? This is why the evidence of Islam is in front of you. And this is how all of these millions of Arabs, they didn't just become Muslim from nothing. They became Muslim because of the evidence they saw of the Quran.
Jazakallah khair, brother. And just one last point to add, and to remind myself and the brothers and sisters, inshallah. There are two things that we usually encounter when you engage in these discussions, or this kind of back and forth conversation. So the first is the ridicule and some passive aggression by many people. Always remember what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught us in Surah Al-An'am, as in Surah Al-Imran, as in many other surahs in the Quran, that you surely will hear and encounter a lot of harm from the people who were given the book before you and from the disbelievers. And you will be tested. So this is one thing. So and the verse concludes with us instructing us that whoever endures and shows patience, then this is the highest level, the highest status that a believer would ever reach. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah make us amongst them. The second thing, which is equally important, is that when you hear people, when you're telling them something that is logical by all standards, and they just reject it right out, remember what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-An'am. فإنه قد نعلم إنه لا يحزنك الذي يقولون. We surely know that what they say to you disheartens you or makes you in great unease. فإن الظالمين لا يكذبونك. So the ones who show or commit injustices, which is basically kufr, and the kuffar, they do. It's not you who they disbelieve. ولكن فإنهم لا يكذبونك. Sorry. So know that they are not disbelieving or rejecting you. ولكن الظالمين بآيات الله يجحدون. So they are actually rejecting the words of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the verses of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So remember that and reconcile that with Surah Al-Ma'idah, inshallah, when Allah says, do not be disheartened by what the disbelievers, do not pay much attention, basically, to what the disbelievers, if they reject you, but care about your own fate, your own, end or conclusion of this life. Because this is what really matters. You're only doing this, if you're sincere, you're doing this for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and for the sake of spreading the truth. They reject, it's their own fault. It's not upon you or us or any other Muslim to go and shove it down the throat. And it's not upon us to tell them, you're being illogical, you're being insincere. They already showed their true essence, if they are really truth seekers or not. That's it. I mean, this is what it all breaks down to. If somebody is a truth seeker, they should listen and engage, as you, Brother Mansour, already demonstrated and emphasized many times. And this is, I think this summarizes this less than 30-minute conversation. It wasn't really a conversation, whatever that was. It was one-sided conversation and something else on the other side. Remember that this is what you will encounter. This is the most likely what you come across when you're speaking to, first and foremost, people who are cultish in their mindset, who don't even entertain the evidence. And unfortunately, most Christians are cultish. That's why they disagree in terms of.
Inshallah, the link to join you can see on the screen, but it's also pinned in the comment section in both portrait mode and landscape mode. So wherever you're watching, you can click on the link and you can join in StreamYard and speak to us on the panel. So all of these people, you've been talking about all of this cheerleading, your comedians, come and join us and demonstrate to us that yes, it's possible to imitate the Qur'an. That why the Qur'an challenge can be met at all. We've shown you from academic works, we've shown you from the Qur'an itself, how the Qur'an demonstrates itself, it's of the divine origin. Let us now discuss this, why you are failing to bring something like it. Why your scholars, why did the Arabs fail? Why did people for the centuries gone, they fail to bring anything like the Qur'an? So you need to come up with some kind of rationalization rather than your theatrics and comedy. So you're welcome to join and share your views or even challenge that, yeah, there you go, this is the composition I have. Where is it? We're asking to bring something like it. Hopefully you've done something like it. There's so many claims in the internet. If you think they've met the criteria, bring it on, because we are here to show you and demonstrate to you in your own face that it is not possible to meet this challenge. And that's why the Qur'an is of the divine origin, is kalamullah, is the speech of Allah. It is something that Allah has sent down with His knowledge, knows that it is impossible for anyone to imitate. So where are you? We are waiting. Join us. The link is there. Link is pinged. Now is your opportunity to show us. There you go. Now we have, if you want to bring your scholars who speaks Arabic, no problem. Bring them on and we'll see whether they're able to demonstrate that the Quran's challenge has been met now or ever. So this is what we are going to do in every single stream, like we do in Bangla, in English stream as well, challenging all the critics of Islam, all non-Muslims, that if you really think Islam is not true, then bring a surah like the Quran. Bring 10 surahs if you want. If you're feeling so, happy at that time, I can bring more than one. Bring 10. If you want, bring the whole Quran. But minimum, we say, bring one surah like it. And if you cannot, and the Quran says, if you cannot do it, then fear the fire of hell. The fuel of it is man and stones. So the man will be actually fueling the hellfire. The disbelievers, the arrogant, stubborn ones, they will be the fuels of hellfire. So if you can't imitate it, then you should know surely that this is the threat that Allah has given you. Fear the fire of hell, awaiting for the arrogant rejectors who are stubborn enough to reject the truth, even seeing in front of them the truth is so manifest. What is the truth manifest? That the Quran is from Allah, because it cannot be imitated. Any literature can be imitated. You can put on your linguistic LLMs, large linguistic models, your AIs, they can imitate Shakespeare, they can imitate a book of your English Bible, whatever language your Bible is going to be. But the Quran, with its criteria that we've talked about, it can never be imitated. So where are you? Keyboard warriors, comment warriors, where are you now? Where are you hiding?
That reminds me of that Bangla-speaking gentleman who used AI. Remember that one? Who tried to imitate surah. What was this? I don't remember the name anyway. I think he Rock. The one who used Rock.
Yeah. I can't remember his name now. Yeah, I know what you mean. And then he admitted, right, towards the end, that it was him, because 2 or 3 individuals came. One of them admitted that, this fails that criteria. Yeah, SubhanAllah. I mean, they try to bring an AI composed, and still they don't admit that it has not met it, seeing obviously it hasn't met the criteria. It's just 2 criteria is sufficient enough to destroy all of their alleged attempts of imitating the Quran. So you've been waiting, talked about
Can I ask you one thing, Brother Mansour? Sorry to interrupt you there, but you mentioned something about Shoresh, the Christian.
Yeah.
Do you know what his PhD was and what subject?
I don't think does he have a PhD in the subject? I don't think it's the same person.
No, I don't think he does, but because that's I never heard about the Furqan until recently on.
No. This is not Anish Shorosh. Dr.
Yeah,
Anish
Shorosh. That's the one, the Palestinian one, right?
Yeah. So I don't remember what his PhD was. No, I don't.
Okay.
But I know that he is a thief. We call it a literary thief. It's called plagiarizing the works of the Quran and showing that you've met something like it by plagiarizing it.
He put some words there from his own, I must say, but the ones that he put from his own were grammatically incorrect. It's actually on the, not grammatically, I think by page 4 or 5, but on page 1, you instantly realize that he was doing something that is redundant, linguistically redundant.
Okay.
So I don't think he's an expert on there.
Yeah. But I mean, what do you expect? I mean, someone knowing the truth, all they do is just simply their attitude is like, I don't want to know the truth. I will stay away from it, and maybe this will be my salvation in the hereafter. No, you will not be saved. You have heard of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Whoever has heard about Islam, heard about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and rejected this truth, knowing the truth is in there, you have no excuse. That's what we are saying is, learn about Islam. If you then know what the truth is, because we have a truth claim, the Quran is from Allah, and we have a falsification test. For people to falsify Islam is not true by challenging them to bring a surah like it. So the Quran has offered itself a falsification test. And if you fail, then what else do you have but to admit that this is indeed from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? If that isn't something that is not clicking on your brain, your intellect, then you need to really have an intellectual wash of your brains to understand what it means to look at the evidence and then make up your mind. That's why Islam is a religion of the intellect. It reprimands people for not using the intellect. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ أَفَلَا يَعْقِلُونَ. Quran reprimands them. Would you not use your intellect? Would they not use their intellect? Constantly. Why? Because the intellect, the sound intellect, will let you arrive at the truth of Islam. And this is why we brought this challenge to show you this challenge is obvious to everyone who looks into it, that the Quran is of the divine origin. So where are you people in the comments? Where are the Christians, the missionaries? You know, you so hype about all of these things about Islam is, you know, false and your religion is true. Here is your chance and opportunity. Come join the panel. The link is pinned. Hopefully you will do. But failing that, no one's coming. Muslims, welcome to join if you have any questions and clarification, inshallah, as well. But only on this subject matter. We're not taking anything else today. Only on the subject matter of the linguistic challenge of the Quran. If our Muslim brothers and sisters want to join, by all means, please do so. We can clarify any questions you may have, inshallah. So waiting to see if someone can join. Otherwise, very soon we will end the stream because no one is having any questions on this matter. Okay.
If I may expand on one point, Brother Mansour, which is basically when he kept repeating that it was ad hoc, you know, the criteria were ad hoc, not no. Because if you truly understand what the Quran says when it uses, again, the wording is really, really important, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he uses the word like, what translates to in English to like, bring something like it, mithlihi, or min mithlihi. So one min mithlihi is from the same genre as the Quran is, which is basically the entire structure of the Quran. And mithlihi meaning a surah. So the surah has to be identical. Now that one in Surah Al-Baqarah talking about probably the entire Quran. And the mithlihi in Surah Yunus, for example, is talking about the surah itself. Now, to allow the Quran explain its own meanings by itself, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses the same word when he gives what he is, his essence. And when he says, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ, and he doesn't say, لَيْسَ مَثَلُهُ شَيْءٍ, right? Because the mathal is something, any likeness, any similarity. You could say, for example, Lord. A Lord is a Lord. Whether you're talking about God in other religions. We don't use that in Islam, of course, but so that people wouldn't get confused. But in other religions, for example, they use Lord for both. In Islam, for example, we don't use Rabb without having an addition to the word. So when we say, when the Quran, for example, talks about the word Rabb in Surah Yusuf, in Surah Yusuf it says, فقال للذي ظن أنه ناج منهم اذكرني عند ربك. Mention me in the presence of your Lord. Meaning whom? Meaning the king, right? But it always uses, it doesn't say عند الرب. It's not using the definite form. It uses the definite form, the indirect definite form, what we call in Arabic, mudaf and mudaf ilayh, addition. So it becomes definite by by being added to something that is definite, which is you. This is definite, and by adding that to Rabb, which is indefinite, that's how it's talking about a particular Rabb, a particular Lord. When we are talking about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's always made in addition to something great, like Rabbus samawati wal ard, Rabbukum Rabbu abaikum al-awwalin, right? The Lord of you, all of you, meaning all of you, your ancestry of the ancient Egyptians, and even you, Pharaoh, and whoever else in your presence. So by in the sense of magnitude, in the sense of plurality, that's really huge, right? And this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes this distinction. It never says Ar-Rabb and that's it. It's always definite. Why? So that people wouldn't get confused. Now, taking that, for example, when he's talking about himself, His Majesty, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he says, Laysa kamithlihi shay. This addition to him, you understand that it has something, it needs to be something that is exactly on his level, which is never found, and never to be found, and never was found. So when you understand the word mithil, this is what the Quran is telling you about the surah. The surah has to be mithil. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Laysa kamithlihi, uses this exact, the same word, mithil. He's not saying that there is no Rabb, right? Because in the Quran itself is talking about Rabb in the sense of being a king, or a Rabb in the sense of being something else. Even arbabun mutafarriqun, many lords that are, in disagreement amongst themselves. Is that better than having one lord? This was the argument of Yusuf alayhi salam in the prison, right? قال يا صاحبي السجن أرباب متفرقون خير أم الله الواحد. So what I mean is, when he's using the word Rabb, he's using it in many different senses. When he's using mithil, he's using it in one sense only, which is always that it's something that is the same definition, the same genre, and that's the same characteristics. There were people who claimed to be God, in a sense that, as we previously mentioned, the example of the king or whoever that was, the disbeliever who spoke to Ibrahim alayhi salam.
Trying to challenge the Quran, come and join. The link is there. Continue, brother.
Sorry, brother. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to raise here is that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says mithil, it has to be the same genre, and this is by the Quran itself. This is only by using the language. I'm not, appealing to the scholars who don't disagree with that, by the way.
Sure. So we have Ustaz Aqlani joins again. So anyone who's been listening to our Ustaz Aqlani earlier on, you're more than welcome to join and ask questions and inshallah benefit from him, because he's been explaining to you and reacting and reviewing this whole debate. And I'm sure if listened to the point he's made. So if you want further clarification or even ask some questions on the subject matter, you're more than welcome to join. So you've got both Dr. Sarmat and Ustad Aqlani. Please join. The link is there. And what I want to just share very quickly is that in the past we have where is this gone? Is it this one? Let me see. Yeah. We've made podcast on the very linguistic challenge and miracle of the Quran. As you can see, this is an upload just a few years ago, but the original was about 7-8 years ago maybe. So on DawahWise, you can find this video, Linguistic Miracle of the Quran. There's 3 parts to it. And part 3 is we're going to details where we show some examples. And Muslim Lantern, if you're familiar with him, Brother Muhammad Ali, presents the examples from this book, Al-Mu'jiza. The whole lecture series, part 1, 2, and 3, is actually talking the subject from this book. So you're more than welcome to listen to the detailed explanation that we have done in all these 3 series, inshallah, on that matter. Secondly, I want to also share with you what I mentioned earlier about Dr. Fadl Sulaiman. And this is the author on the left, Dr. Ahmad Bassam Sa'i, in 2021, when Dr. Fadl Sulaiman on the right met him in Oxford and just had some discussion. And on the right, you can see the playlist. The playlist going through the whole book in the Arabic language. It seems like there's 25 series or episodes talking about it. So anyone who knows Arabic language, more than welcome to go through. So in the Arabic-speaking world is very well known about this academic work, this framework brought to the modern audience to understand the Quranic challenge and appreciate it, how objectively, how the Quran is structured so that people can say, we can imitate something like it, logically speaking. But of course, when they try, they will fail. But at least you know what the criteria is to be met for imitation. So this is Dr. Ahmad As-Samsaya, 2021. I don't remember whether he's still alive or not. I don't want to say something from ignorance. May Allah have mercy on him wherever he is. A great work that he's done.
May Allah have mercy on him, whether he's still alive or if he left this dunya.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Because I've forgotten about it. I don't, because I partly remember that it may be something a sad news, but I don't want to say something which is not. So that is the Sheikh Dr. Ahmad As-Samsaya, a scholar from Syria, a very proficient scholar and academic. His work has really touched the Arab world on this very subject matter, as you can see in different Arabic world of academia. He's been discussed and his book is discussed. So learn about this book, and if you don't know Arabic, the English is there. So if anyone wants to join and ask questions to either Ustad Aqlani or our brother Dr. Sarmad, you're welcome to join. Where are all of these people gone who are, being keyboard warriors with your comments, and now you can't even see the comments? Is this how your level of confidence is, that you can just cheer, but when it comes to a real discussion, you shy away because of your incapacity and incapability? That is becoming obvious anyway. I mean, we're sitting there waiting for someone to join, and no one dares to join. That really shows, alhamdulillah, walillahi alhamd, that this challenge of the Qur'an is understood. It's understood, because if it wasn't clear, you'd just come and argue saying, oh, it's ad hoc, it's this and that. But hopefully with that discussion, by going through this, the footage of the encounter that we had, you've at least now understood the criteria of the Qur'an. And with that criteria, since everyone's failing, what is your chance to even bring something like it, not even knowing Arabic language? So if there's
just to be fair to them,
come and join.
Brother Mansour, to be fair to them, what if they say that, we don't understand the language? Why even bring it up when we don't understand the language? Why is it important?
The Quran says that if you can't, then ask your supporters, min dunillah. As the surah ayah goes, فَإِن كُنْتُمْ فِي شَكٍّ مِمَّا نَزَّلْنَا عَلَى عَبْدِنَا. Is this how it goes?
فإن كنتم في شك مما نزلنا على عبدنا فأتوا بسورة من
وَادْعُوا شُهَدَاءَكُم مِّن دُونِ اللَّهِ إِن كُنتُمْ صَادِقِينَ. So if you can't do it, then ask your supporters, your shuhada, all your witnesses, or your people who can help you. So yes, if they can't do it, go and speak to a scholar of Arabic language and literature who's not a Muslim, if you prefer, and ask them to bring something like it. And this is where we are saying, accept Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't ask Allah, ask your friends and your colleagues and your peers and your professors who understand this language well enough to bring something like it. We don't want someone who doesn't even know ABC of Arabic, alif ba ta tha, to come up and say, look, I've used grok, or I've used this to bring a chapter like this. We would have difficulty in stopping laughing. We have enough comedy already, so enough entertainment. We want serious discussion. And if you can't bring anyone, then ask yourself why you are failing. So what do you have to give?
That's the question I think that the Christians should be asking themselves. Why? I mean, if you don't know the language, that's perfectly fine. Nobody's going to grill you on the language when it's something that is outside the your capacity or your skills. So that's not even going to be entertained, the discussion. But what should be entertained and what should be asked by yourselves to yourselves when you're sitting alone is why nobody could beat the challenge. Why has nobody been able to? This is what we have been asking for 1400 years. And Muslims will continue asking until the day of judgment. And this is what Jesus, peace be upon him, would ask your progenies, probably, if you would, contribute with people to this earth, with children who would have children and so on, until the day he would come back again. That's what he would ask you as well. Hasn't a prophet come after me and showed you? And he showed you all the signs, and he gave you an unbeatable, clear challenge that you haven't been able to beat. Why did you just reject it? This is what you should be asking yourselves.
Exactly. And look at some of the comments. I mean, this is how the level of confidence they have. They can't do themselves and saying, tell the two Muslims to debate this guy, Sam. Look.
It's incredibly incredulous how some of these people, they say, go debate this guy, go debate this guy. When people go to debate them, you see recent.
If you remove yourself a little bit back from the.
So is it fine now?
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Decrease some volume because there's a fur kind of sound, isn't it? This kind of interference a little bit. Are you joining with an earphone or just from your computer?
With the headphones.
Well, that's probably why the headphone moves when it makes the sound. Just remove the headphones and speak from the computer that you are joining from. Yeah.
1 sec. Is this fine now?
No, still, as your voice comes with this interference.
1 sec.
Yeah. So.
A lot of background noise, I suppose.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, if you really think about or debate this individual's X, Y, and Z, let those individuals produce a chapter like the Qur'an, so like the Qur'an. Ask them. Just like we tell our Bengali audience who are not Muslims.
Is the sound fine now?
Now
it's worse now.
Go back to your earphones. Should be okay, and we will survive with the interference. So we will suggest, just like we are suggesting the Bengali atheists and so on, spend all that you have. Sell your house, sell your property, sell your business. Give that money to those individuals to bring a surah like it. Okay, bring a surah like it. If you think they don't have money to have to, spend their time to compose a poetry like what they think would be imitating the Quran, help them financially. Give them some money, sell your house, sell your car, and give them that so that they can do this job. And even after that, if they fail, then you should be asking yourself, why are they able?
Quite a few individuals in the comments making very interesting remarks, comparing some of us to Satan. So please come up. You're saying people on the panel look like Satan. What's your name? White Cliff. Come up, inshallah. Come up.
Yeah, have a discussion. We won't bite. We will have an engagement.
It's not even that. They go say, go ask people like Sam Shimon. But when people go to ask him, he cries and he says, you said this to, recently I've seen some clips after looking at this logic guy, that some brothers went to try and debate him, and he said no because of what you said to this guy's wife and what you said to that guy and what you said to that guy. So these people are completely fine with insulting, completely okay with insulting others. When there's an insult fired back, that's why I don't want to talk to you. That's when suddenly they don't want to talk to people. So this individual in the comments that's jumped on this live, got on his phone or his laptop and started typing these disgusting comments, please come up. He's very confident in himself. He's saying these guys actually look like Satan. So please come up and discuss with us so we can demonstrate to you, what Satan, who is following Satan and who is not.
The bigger question, Ustaz, is this: how does he know that we look like Satan? I mean, has he seen Satan himself?
Maybe he is Satan. Wallahi alam. Maybe this is Iblis coming to.
How does he have knowledge of Satan? Does he actually did he have an encounter with Satan that he knows what Satan looks like? I mean, this is really shows you the mentality. Remember, Dr. Samad, You talked about the projection people have. They're projecting their own self into anything they say, anything they do. Anyway, this is an interesting comment. I think you can take that. Bring a surah like the Quran, one question. Who will judge it? We've answered it many times, but this is at least a sensible question. So, do you want to take this question, Ustad Akhlani? Who will be the judge?
The judges are those who, first and foremost, who actually have a dakhil in the study of the language. Yeah. Is the judge going to be you, the person commenting? Have you studied anything about the language? Are you qualified in the language? Somebody who is a medical professional versus somebody who gains all of their medical knowledge from ChatGPT, who is more eligible to judge in a medical dilemma? The person who is medically qualified, professionally qualified, or the person who is the guy that gets his information from ChatGPT? So first and foremost, there has to be professional qualifications, professional participation in a formal pedagogy of Arabic literature, Arabic poetry, and Arabic grammar, first and foremost. Secondly, is it just anybody? No, it has to be the foremost leading scholars, the leading scholars of the language, those who are the top of the top. That who is it that can distinguish and differentiate between different physical theories, different biological theories, especially with the advent of new models, new theories, in fact new ways we can model biological systems. In systems biology, those who are familiar with systems biology, you will see that the research pertaining to how we model particular changes in the population, particular reactions, the way we model them, and using particular distributions as opposed to another distribution, the Wright-Fisher model as opposed to the Moran model, this is relatively new research. Now, who are the ones that are determining what is more justified in being used as an accurate describing model? Is it you? Is it the person who's a first year mathematics student? Is it the person who's a first year psychology student? No, it's the experts in the field. So first and foremost, the experts in the field who are qualified, they are the ones who have a chance, or at least are eligible to some degree, to be chosen to be the judge for it. So in reality, if you get a mashwara, if you get a shura, if you get a what's it called, like a, what's the word, shura, consultation, or a group, the biggest group of scholars, an organization, only the top, the most elite, just like it was in Arabia, the elite of Quraysh, they gathered together to try and imitate the Qur'an, and they could not do it. So if you gather today's most elite scholars in the Arabic language, in the Arabic grammar, in the Arabic history and literature, those are probably the closest in being eligible to judge it.
I hope this makes sense, because if you don't know the subject matter, how you can be the judge of anything? Just like the example.
There's an interesting guy who's saying this science would completely discredit Qur'an's lack of scientific knowledge. Please come up and discuss science with me. Please. I dare you to come up and discuss science with me. And I want you to tell us what are your qualifications in, what is your scientific background? Please tell us and come up.
So this is an opportunity to engage with our Ustaz Aqlani. You probably have not met him online before. This is an opportunity. If you really think that Quran has some scientific errors or blunders, something like this, come and just join the panel and demonstrate what your claim is true. Otherwise, it's just simply empty rhetoric, intellectual bankruptcy, and nothing less. So there was another question.
Where are they now? Look, all the Muslims are saying, request, please, request. Where are they now? Where are they? You have 3 degrees and certifications. Please come up and tell us what your degrees and certifications are. Please come up and tell us. 3 degrees and certifications, mashallah, as much as Muhammad Hijab.
No, hijab was more.
Hijab was more. So this individual here, I wasn't even talking to this individual. I was talking to some random guy.
But
can I bring go on, read the question.
So this is the same individual who commented earlier on. Can I bring a Christian Arabic linguist and bring a chapter like the Quran? Will you accept what he says? It's not accepting what he says. Bring that Christian Arabic linguist and bring the actual product. We don't want the individual just just talking nonsense. We want to see the actual product and imitation. So that
keep in mind what I said. The most elite of the linguists. Anyone can become a linguist these days. It's not that difficult to go and have a 3-year bachelor's degree to become a qualified quote unquote linguist. I'm talking about the elite of the elite. What differentiates the top theoretical physicists from just some guy who went to university, a third-rate university, got a third-rate degree, and now qualifies as a by name a physicist? I'm not talking about any random linguist. I'm talking about the most elite of the linguists, unanimously gathered that the scholars of the world agree upon that these are the most. For example, Wittgenstein, he is agreed upon. When you hear philosophy of language, you think about Wittgenstein. When you hear about Catholic theology, you think about Thomas Aquinas. Why? Because there is ijma upon these people's authority and their epistemic authority. Now there's some individuals here talking about the splitting of the moon. Well, today's, as the title of the stream says, is the Qur'an. So these individuals are not here to engage in the discussion, not intellectually, not rationally, not in any sense. They're here to just preach.
That's it. We have a guest of join, Bhupinder Singh. I think we may have had this particular individual joining as a guest, and if I'm not mistaken, he was a Sikh. But hopefully, if I join him on the panel, let's see whether he engages on the subject.
Before we take the guest, brother, I just wanted to highlight something. So the Christian asked whether we would accept, and as you said, it's not about accepting, because we would not be the ones who would be, judging this, right? But you have to have people of what you call like an expert level, as the brother Aqlani said, and then they wouldn't just judge that based on the eloquence and grammar. They would use eloquence and grammar to project the product to the criteria that the brother Mansour has been showing you. So I hope this gets through to whoever made the question.
Yeah. Let me see whether this is going to be correct. So, Bhupinder, we have you on our panel. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Are you a Muslim?
No, I am a Sikh.
Okay. So, what would you like to discuss with us on this subject matter of Quranic challenge?
When I was reading some parts of the Quran, I saw a verse in chapter 3, verse 85, which states that no religion other than Islam, or religion other than Islam,
true religion accepted by Allah is Islam, and الدين عند الله الإسلام. ومختلف الذين أوتوا الكتاب بعد ما جاءهم العلم.
Among the losers. If you can explain this verse.
Oh, you're referring to ومن يبتغي غير الإسلام دينا فليقبل منه. Whoever follows any religion other than Islam would not be accepted from them.
Yes, this verse. Why?
Because Islam is the only religion or way of life. This is true, and everything else is either man-made, or it's been changed and distorted, or it's totally gone out of the total complete guidance that God has revealed earlier on. So we're talking about...
Let me ask you a question, brother. If you were in an exam, let's say you were in a maths exam, and you, instead of answering the question, you happen to write an essay of your interpretation of Romeo and Juliet, how many marks do you think you'd get? Nothing, right? You get 0 marks. So Islam, as being the objective truth, once you have discerned and determined it is the objective truth, everything other than it is definitionally falsehood. Yeah, there is no truth being in the eye of the beholder or subjective truth. It's just like the idealists believe. Rather, once you have demonstrated that there is an objective truth, following anything other than that would be categorically irrational, right? So if just as you in an exam were asked to answer these particular questions, these particular mathematics questions, and you decided to write an essay, or you decided to draw a picture, it's not going to be surprising if you end up failing the exam. Similarly, once Islam has been demonstrated to be the truth, then everything other than that is وفي الآخرة من الخاسرين. He will be from the losers. Is that understood, brother?
Thank you for the answer. But if we see the person who is giving the exam, if he is not good in maths, but if he is good in literature, then, for example, if he fails an exam, but he's good in literature. For example, if a man doesn't accept Islam and dies as a Christian, then why will he among the losers?
Because back to the example about the exam is a maths exam. Yeah, the exam is a maths exam that we've established. If in a maths exam, regardless of how good you are at literature, you have to target and you have to tackle the subject matter, right? You have to do as the exam says, as the questions say. Now, if you started answering your own questions and writing your own essays that have nothing to do with the exam, what will the examiner say? What will the teacher say? They'll give you 0. Right? So it's not about how good you are in other parts. It's not about how good you are at literature. It's not about how good you are in science. If the question tells you to solve this particular integral using this particular method, and you start writing about your interpretation of Hamlet, you're not answering the question, right? And to pass the exam, you have to answer the question, isn't it? So it doesn't matter how good you are. You could be the best of the best. You could be Shakespeare himself. Right? You could be Shakespeare himself. But if Shakespeare himself was in a maths exam and he started writing his plays and the script for his plays in the maths exam, he's not going to pass the maths exam, right? So it's contingent upon what the test actually is. And what is the test in this life? The test is to follow the truth. The test is to find the truth, follow the truth, and die upon the truth. Die upon the truth. So if anything other than if you do anything other than that, then just like the one who takes the exam and gives the exam, regardless of how good he is in other subjects, he will fail that particular subject, right? That you can have a maths exam, a chemistry exam, a physics exam, but if in all of them, let's say in your maths exam you answered with English essays, but in your chemistry exam and your physics exam you answered correctly, you answered the questions as they were asked. The chemistry questions you answered, and the physics questions you answered with the particular subject. So chemistry you might pass, physics you might pass, but that doesn't stop you from passing, that doesn't stop you from having failed maths. It doesn't matter about anything else. It matters about the exam that we are in now. Yes?
So can I understand from the caller, do you think, why are you making the question, if I may ask? I mean, do you have something, do you have your own perspective of how it should be?
I just wanted to ask this question.
All right. So, and how much of the Quran have you read so far?
I have read very little. I have just started reading.
Okay, but you mentioned chapter 3. So chapter 3 is about after you pass two parts that each represent 1 out of 30 of the Quran. So you read at least 100, more than 100 pages?
No, I just started. I came across these questions on Reddit. I'm personally interested in
right. So you're not reading systematically, not in a chronological, not in a...
What advice would you to brothers Mr. Aqlani and Dr. Sarmad, what advice would you give to our friend here, Bhupinder Singh, in terms of how he could approach the Quran to understand the message itself so that he can decipher himself that this is the truth and this we want to follow to be a Muslim?
First and foremost, stay away from Reddit, stay away from Twitter, stay away from TikTok, stay away from these toxic environments where it gives a platform to a bunch of idiots to go and spew their nonsense. That people behind the screen, they can be as eloquent as they want. They can ask ChatGPT to write an essay for them. Whereas the substance of what they're talking about is absolute and utter rubbish and absolute nonsense. But these people who go on these platforms and are given these platforms, because Reddit is a place where you can you can write anything, and the more you encounter these things, the more doubts it will give you, the more questions you will have that aren't really questions in the first place. For example, if you look at the comments now, there's this individual, Jonathan Walton, who's saying, why don't Muslims ever pray and ask God for the truth? Well, this is a complete deficiency in his mind, ignorance, that every single Muslim knows the dua, Allahumma arina al-haqqa haqqan warzuqna ittiba'ahu wa arina al-batila batilan warzuqna ijtinabahu. Everyone knows this dua. Oh Allah, show us the truth, haqqan, warzuqna ittiba'ahu, and give us guidance towards that truth. Wa arina al-batila batilan, and show us falsehood as falsehood. Warzuqna ijtinabahu, and let us stay averse from it, let us stay away from it. Yes. So how do you stay away from falsehood? First and foremost, stay away from the agents of falsehood. How the falsehood manifests within its agents. Evil manifests within its agents. So just like you as a Sikh, I'm sure you have a semblance of Satan and evil that it manifests within particular individuals. So you have to stay away from individuals who have nothing to contribute to the intellectual sphere, to the discussion, or to interlocute anything. Rather, you should stay with people who are benefiting you, giving you questions, giving you answers that are actually beneficial, that are not useless, that are not nonsense, that are not predicated and under the pretext of doubt. For example, a lot of people who ask me questions, they bring a particular hadith or they bring a particular Qur'an verse, and they ask based under the guise and under the pre-interpretation that they were given by anti-Islamic individuals, that they've already subconsciously and implicitly, without being neutral, but implicitly they have interpreted this verse to mean something problematic. So first and foremost, you have to be objective. You have to be absolutely objective, and the way to be objective is to avoid the agents of falsehood. And these people are everywhere because with the internet, on social media especially, people have been given the platform to anyone can say whatever they want. And in Islam we have we were talking about poetry earlier, and there's a line in poetry that says كَذَا مَنْ عَاشِقَ الْعُلَمَاءَ يُكْرَمْ. Those who accompany the ulama, they are the ones who gain nobility. So you have to stay away from people who say whatever they want. Read the Qur'an systematically, objectively, neutrally, from an unbiased perspective. Try to understand what it's saying. Don't try to apply your pre-interpretations based upon what you have heard from this guy or this guy on Reddit or that guy on Twitter. Try to understand what the verse is saying, qua the verse itself, vis-a-vis the verse itself. Stay objective. That's what I have to say, inshallah.
My perspective on it, brother, if I may say something, if I may add something. So in Surah Al-Imran, the one that he quoted, which is chapter 3 of the Quran, you went to 85. But if you had read from the start, you have actually in verse 19 the clear answer to your question. Because in that verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna ad-deena inda Allahi al-Islam. The religion that it always has been, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has accepted for people, was Islam. So naturally, whoever follows any other religion, it would not be accepted from them. It's a straight, very simple question, very simple answer, straight away.
Barakallahu feekum. Okay, thank you so much, Upinder Singh, for joining. Our subject matter, of course, today is different. You are more than welcome to join our regular stream on other Thursdays. We just had to take some break.
Thank you.
Yep. So more than welcome to join other weeks, and hopefully you will continue your reading and studying of the Quran as advised by our panelist here. Because the Quran, as you know already, is a book that is claimed it's from God. So at least look into it and see whether it shows you clearly and manifestly the truth. And this is what we want people to be: Muslims by informed choice, by their own choice, by their own learning, rather than simply.
Just notice how in the comments, no one is actually engaging with the discussion itself. Everyone is talking about some random topic, even though this week's discussion is what? That you have this Rohan individual who that you showed the questions of earlier. Was he actually sincere? No. You can see he's talking about, why is my life a test? Why do I have to do what God says? If I'm born, I didn't ask to be in this test. And he's talking about free will now. Now the free will question, subhanAllah, it's like, this is not the place and time, this is not the time and place. If you want to talk about free will, we can talk about free will another time. But all I'm going to say is that religion and the absence of God does not destroy or eliminate the avoidability condition that you need in free will. That even if you rejected God, even if you rejected God, I will convince you that you are still bound by your own choices. So you cannot make this argument against God. Yeah. So if you want to come up and discuss the pertinent topic, which is the Qur'an and the tahaddi of the Qur'an, then tamam, inshallah, come up. But if you want to talk about random rubbish, then
okay, let's not call this rubbish. Maybe it's important for them. But if they want to engage with subjects other than the subjects today, it will be another time. I just want to thank once again our guest, Bhupinder Singh, for coming and asking these questions. You take care and keep on reading, and we will hear from you another time, inshallah. Okay?
Assalamu alaikum.
wa alaikum.
Same to you.
So the next guest is Ghalib Muhammad. You've joined. Ghalib Muhammad, you are underneath our guest overlay. Welcome. You need to unmute and speak.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Walaikum assalam. How are you, brother?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. How about you?
Alhamdulillah. Where are you joining from? Which continent or which country?
I'm joining from Malaysia. Originally, I'm Bangladeshi. I think you know me because I also joined the Bangla stream.
Okay.
Yeah, but now I'm joining from Malaysia. So I don't have any specific questions actually. I was just hearing instead of the YouTube, I joined directly in the live stream. That's it. I particularly do not have any questions, but like I can like speak a little bit about the subject matter. The thing is about the Quranic challenge, specifically from the linguistic perspective. Like when I hear your debate against the non-Muslims, I feel that like sometimes when they engage with us on some other topics, like they can come up with some kind of logic which you can actually address. But in this matter, what I feel in almost, I shouldn't use the term most of them, I should say almost all of them, almost maybe 99.99% of them, they don't even understand anything at all about the challenge itself. So I feel when you talk against the non-Muslim about this thing, like most of the time it's not going anywhere because it's so deep. They have to understand the actual challenge, the aspects of the challenge, that like how long is the verse, like what is the linguistic novelties within each verse. Like it's too deep for them, especially the non-Arabs who doesn't understand the challenge. So I think this matter we can present it to them that it is the biggest challenge. But when we try to prove Islam to them, if they do not understand, like maybe you can give us some suggestion, like how do we actually address this matter, because they don't actually understand at all what the challenge is saying actually. Jazakallahu khair.
Okay, barakallah feek. Anyone wants to address this?
Let Brother Aqlan, inshallah, go first.
Okay.
I have no comments, inshallah. You guys.
Where hands.
So you see,
so brother, yep. Go ahead. Sir.
No, Brother Samad, you go ahead. Okay, I'll just add some.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to speak. So yeah, so how may I address you, brother?
Like I'm saying that
Ghalib?
Yes.
Brother Ghalib, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
So, you know, when it comes to argumentation for Islam, there are two ways of doing it, of course. There is a way where you might find something that is appealing to people, that they could relate to. And I think this is the point we're trying to highlight here.
Yeah.
This is logically, of course, a way of doing it. Then there's doesn't necessarily need to be something completely different, but what we have been told in the Qur'an and by the Prophet ﷺ himself. So my point is, sometimes people do not even need a long or a prolonged discussion. And I always bring the example of that Bedouin, if you know it from our tradition, who was, with the tabi'i or tabi'i of tabi'i, like a follower of the companions of the Prophet ﷺ. And he was only a Bedouin, he was good in language, obviously, as most Bedouins were. And he realized the truthfulness of the Quran only by the language. And actually, he was correcting the one whom he met, who was a tabi'i or other tabi'i of a tabi'i. The point I'm saying here is he didn't need much of an argumentation in order for him to accept Islam. And there's the other one, another story of someone else who just heard one word, one verse, basically, and he accepted and he repented and became a scholar of ours. Right? What was his name? He was the student of Imam Ahmad, one of his most trustful students. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, sometimes you don't need to have a prolonged discussion, and I agree with you on that one. But sometimes you need to present to people what has been laid forth to us as evidence for the religion. And saying, for example, that okay, man, like these people in this time and age, they wouldn't relate to the Quran probably. Well, maybe it's our mission to make them relate to Quran. It's our mission to explain to them what the Quran is actually challenging them with. It is challenging them with words, which should be something really easy, if it had been a poet, or if it had been from any language, by the way, any sort of tradition, even the dead languages were in some instances revived to a certain degree, like, for example, Hebrew, right, which was extinct for more than 5-6 centuries, and then it was reinvented with many dissimilarities to the original one. But the point is, even the dead languages, you could have people argue for or against. So the challenge in the premises it's giving is not actually difficult. I do agree with you that it might be difficult to understand the language itself, or why something needs to be appreciated or like observed, and why am I observing this rule and the challenge and whatnot. But that's a completely different argument. The other way, as you said, is, well, something that people relate to. But this is not the way that is mentioned in the Quran, I'm afraid. You speak to people sometimes about things they know. Like an atheist, when you speak to them about, hey, listen, this entire universe is in order. It has been made in a particular order. So there has to be somebody who made that order to exist. Otherwise, it cannot be randomness, right? So this challenge, as intellectual and as spontaneous as it might sound, it's actually a Quranic argument. It's actually a Quranic argument. It's not something that a Muslim would say just because, the conversation or how appealing it might sound to the ear. I hope I made my point clear, but what I'm saying basically is that these arguments for or against might be accepted by many people, might not be accepted by others, might not be accepted by anybody, but this is not what we should observe. What we should be observed, first and foremost, is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made and has presented to us to prove Islam. Whether people would accept it or not, that's not our job, brother. It's not your job to say, well, listen, I have to give them something that they accept. No, you have to give them something that they understand. Whether they accept or not is their own choice.
No, yeah, brother, I definitely agree. Like, this is the strongest argument from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I definitely agree. Now, what I'm saying here about the understanding, like when brothers, we are actually addressing this point to the non-Muslims, we have to make sure, do you actually understand? Like, if you don't understand, do not proceed. Ask questions so that you understand properly. Like, the problem is we have to make sure, do they actually understand the challenge? If they don't, we have to try our best to address the point, to make them understand what the challenge actually is. The moment they accept, yeah, they understand this now, then we can proceed. That's what I'm saying. But definitely, every Muslim has to agree with this, that this is the greatest challenge. So there is no doubt about it.
I fully agree with you, brother, and I have absolutely no contention with what you just said. And as a matter of fact, if you go to the Hadith tradition, for example, there is a bab, there is not a chapter, but like a sub-chapter in Sahih al-Bukhari, the saying of Ali ibn Abi Talib, radiallahu anhu, which is exactly the same point we're trying to raise here, where he says the heading of the chapter, of the sub-chapter, is Bab Makhafat Bab Hajb al-ilm an ba'd an-nas Makhafat an yukadhab Allah wa rasuluh. So not to reveal some knowledge to some people so that they wouldn't just rebel and disbelieve, because you have to speak to people in a way that they understand and appreciate. That we completely agree on, and this is, I think, part of the tradition, of course. Now, when you speak to some people, and like, say for example, somebody has a weak iman, weak faith, and he's asking about the entire Qur'an is word for word has to be observed, and they don't know much about the fact of abrogation in Qur'an, for example. So you wouldn't tell them, no, you shouldn't. That would not be the appropriate way to tell them about that subject. You probably would like to investigate a little bit more and ask them, so how much do you know about the Quran? How much do you know about the verses? The revelations, Makki and Madani, how to reconcile linguistically some of the verses that might sound opposing one another. And this is where you have to give them the fact of the abrogation, right? And you endorse that from the Quran, first and foremost, Quran, and then probably want to substantiate that with hadith, traditions, and whatnot. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best, but this is the way I would have done it.
Jazakallah khairan for joining, Brother Ghalib. Appreciate your comments, and hopefully we'll see you in the Bangla streams, inshallah. Okay?
Inshallah.
We're not going to take any more guests, I think, since no one's joining, but this is on interesting comments. It's all about cooking and baking, right? So look, I'm going to just highlight this God logic. What people don't realize, God logic has cooked your brains, that you can't think straight. That's the reality. Because you keep on thinking he's cooked someone. Actually, the reality is, I have to sadly say, this is very going to come out as very strong. The sad reality is he's cooked all of your brains. Those fun girls out there, or fun boys, whatever you call them.
I think we don't need to go out. We don't need to say our own words. Allah Ta'ala Jalla fi Wala, He says in His own Qur'an, He says, "Inhum illa kal an'ami bal hum adall." They are like cattle. Rather, no, they are worse than cattle. And this individual, he has to claim, he has to emphasize, I'm an ex-Muslim from Indonesia. Wallahi, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You join a Muslim stream to say that God logic has done this and that, and then you say, I'm an ex-Muslim from Indonesia. Was that something necessary? No. So Allah Azza wa Jal, He says in the Quran, "Inhum illa kal an'ami bal hum adall." They are like cows, cattle. Rather, they are worse. They are more misguided than cows and cattle. And this is how we should. If they want to treat us like this, inshallah, we'll treat you like this.
There is the story, probably, brothers, you know about a guy named Hannun. There's a proverb in Arabic which it goes like something like "ما زاد حنون في الإسلام خردلة وما للنصارى دعوة بحنوني." So Hannun was a Christian who left Christianity because he thought that he would gain worldly gains if he joined Islam, and then he had dispute with some of the local authorities, and then he said, "I'm leaving Islam now because for whatever reason," and that became a proverb in Arabic. In this case, if this were true, and the gentleman was really a woman, were really a Muslim who would leave Islam or left Islam, it's as you said, nobody cares. You haven't contributed anything to Islam. Leaving Islam would only hurt yourself. Why should we care?
Exactly. So let's call it a day. Jazakumullahu khairan, everyone, for staying with us that long. Hopefully we've learned something from our Ustaz Aqlani and also from our brother Dr. Sarmad with their all fine and very insightful view on the subject matter. And hopefully we are better informed now on the Quranic challenge, the Quranic literary challenge, the tahaddi, the challenge of the Quran when it comes to the language of bringing a surah like it or a chapter like it. This will be much easier for you to now understand and articulate to your friends, families, and your counterparts who are engaging with you, those non-Muslims, so you can better explain to them what the challenge of the Quran is, and then people would appreciate better why the Quran is unbeatable, why the Quran has its own falsification test as a proof and evidence to the people that it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator of the heavens and the earth. All the people who have been commenting,
they're still commenting, they're still going, you both made no sense at all. Subhanallah.
We appreciate joining us and commenting it. I mean, whether it's for and against, it doesn't matter. But specifically thanking our moderators who've been moderating kindly, making sure the chat is clean, and helping people to come on the panel. But if they haven't joined, what can you do with the keyboard warriors? There's not much we can do. So I appreciate all your support and help and being with us. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you, because this is also a part of da'wah where you are getting involved in this kind of moderation. Not all da'wah is just articulations with speech and just being on the panel. There's so much thing goes on the background, and you are also part of this.
Look, as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he says, just to interject quickly, that al-imanu 70 و60 شعبة, there's 70 or 60 branches, yeah, and the lowest of iman is what? Removing a thorn, removing garbage from the pavement. So these moderators, may Allah reward them extensively, removing the garbage that fills these chats, whether it's something obscene, something disgusting. I saw quite a people, a lot of comments saying quite disgusting things. This is part of iman, and jazakumullah khairan ahsan al-jaza. Inshallah, Allah will reward you for this. They're still going, but inshallah, just remember that Allah, this is.
That's okay. We don't need to comment anymore. I'm not going to take any more, because you've given us enough of your precious time, Ustad Akhlani. And the first time we've met online, and people have benefited from your knowledge. Inshallah, hopefully we will see more of you in different platforms. You're more than welcome to join our Bangla platforms, and people will benefit. And not to mention that people who haven't learned Ustad Aqlani in his particular approach, he approaches very systematically, and that's why when he saw the comment about the science of the Quran, he would dissect it as a surgeon just in our panel would. So hopefully we'll see more of you, inshallah, in subsequent weeks, if you are willing to join us, free time. And not to mention our own brother Samad, Dr. Samad, even in his very tight schedule of work and studies and exams, had given us this time. Really, really appreciate Jazakallahu khairan, because something that I know that you would contribute on the subject matters and explain to people in much easier, digestible way, so people can benefit from this, because it's important that we bring this, the very important evidence of the Quran or evidence of Islam to the people. And I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart to both of you to really facilitate this, and inshallah in the future we will push this so that more and more people will talk about it and appreciate why Quran or why Islam is true from this very linguistic challenge, and the greatest challenge of the Quran that will go unmet until the world comes to an end. So appreciate once again. I'm not going to delay any further. If there's anything that we've said something that during the discussion and review of the footage that you found insulting and mocking, we beg you humbly to forgive us and pardon us. It wasn't intentional. I may have used some words like comedians, which I already do, and comedians, but anything other than that which was framed as an insult, this was not intended. We just wanted to just show who they are. They are just paid actors and theatrical performance. That's all they are. But in doing so, if we have insulted them and caused ad hominem, I mean, we seek your pardon for that. Is there anything before we go you want to just add, Brother Sarmad and Ustad Aqlani, before you close, inshallah?
Jazakallah khair. So first and foremost, it was an honor and always educational for me to be in your presence and the presence of Brother Aqlani, mashallah, really skillful and knowledgeable. May Allah increase him in knowledge, and I hope to learn more from him, inshallah, and from yourself, Brother Mansur. It's always an honor. And I would like to remind myself, brothers and sisters, that it's already Friday. Read your Surah Al-Kahf, inshallah. And when you come across people who, just reject you and it's irritating you, remember what the Qur'an says. Always be patient, and remember that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu alaykum anfusakum la yadhurrukum man dhalla idha ihtadaytum. They would not harm you if you're already guided. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us all guided. Ameen. And may He accept our good deeds. Jazakallah.
Barakallah fiqh. Ustad Aqlani, let's hear something, your closing remarks, inshallah.
Just as Sheikh said, it's Friday. Inshallah, make lots of salawat upon the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Read Surah Al-Kahf. Make lots of dua, especially obviously in the last hour between Asr and Maghrib. There is the period of dua that Allah will accept. And just some verses of the Qur'an relevant to what Dr. Sarmad has mentioned. لا يضركم من ضل إذا اهتديتم. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also says that when you see these people, what do? وإذا خاطبهم الجاهلون قالوا سلاما. That when these people say and insult these things to you, you don't respond back with insults. You don't respond back with foul language. The ideal Muslim is the one who says words of peace. Similarly, Salamun alaykum la nabtaghi al-jahilin. We don't seek, dispute. We don't seek out these ignorant people. If they want to come to us, then they will come to us. And if they do spark the ignorance to us, then Salamun alaykum. We have no qualms with you. We don't want to dispute with you. And may Allah guide you to the truth, inshallah. But this should be part of all of our akhlaq. A reminder for myself, first and foremost. And all of the Muslims, especially in the da'wah scene. Obviously, Dr. Sarmad was talking about the importance of patience in da'wah in the beginning. That the importance of patience is one of the most relevant things. That people will come and say the most filthy things about your religion, about your prophet, about Ummahat al-Mu'mineen. All of these, even Allah Azza wa Jal, they will say these disgusting things. What should be your reaction? That you should hate it in your heart, because you know if you do anything, then you will get in trouble for it. So what do we say? Salamun alaykum la nabtaghi al-jahilin. And then khalas, we leave it there, inshallah.
Barakallahu feekum. Okay, once again, thanks everyone. Jazakumullahu khairan. Spread the message about the Quranic challenge to your friends and foes, your colleagues, whoever, so that people are engaged and talking about it, and stop this arbitrary, this delusional thinking of cooking and baking. This is the fashion that is there, but really engage with the subject matter and understand why the Quran is unbeatable in its linguistic challenge, demonstrating that it is from Allah, it is from the creator of the heavens and the earth. So subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik, ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.